Hello. Hello. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Okay. Hold on. Perfect. VTube Studio already wants to lag on me. Perfect. We love that. We love that. We love that. Ah. Okay. Catch up, VTube Studio, you fucking freak. Hello, everybody. Yeah, classic, dude. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with VTube Studio. Like, it just sits there and it lags for a good second for absolutely nothing. My name is Lilybelle. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. Hi. Get ready to learn of the bite of 87. Honestly, what's so funny about this is the fact that, like, I've heard of that a million times. I heard that shit so often. What the fuck? But also, I'm sorry, I'm scared you. I'm sorry, I scared you. Look, VTube Studio already wants to lag. Get it together. It's not like it's not taking input. It is. But like the input is all lagged out. What the fuck does that even mean? Why? Okay, alrighty. Hold on. So first things first. Can I have the what was the time again? Hold on. This is day 13 of my funathon. Yep, we did it. Day 13. Day 13. Yeah. All right. Let me set the timer to the proper time. Can you guys hear me okay? We have a new little, how do I say that? The foam. We have a new foam for my mic, which is actually really funny because I didn't know on this, it came with this shirt SM7B that I was gifted. Thank you very much to my beautiful community who gifts me amazing things. But I pulled out my old foam and then I put in the new one and it was so fucking funny. Because you can tell that I spit all in one area of this fucking foam. It's genuinely disgusting. But I might ask my brother if I need it. And if I don't need it for anything, I might just drop it in one of your loot boxes. You know what I mean? I didn't have it. No, I had it on. It was just a different foam. I had like a thinner, like a smaller foam on. And the big one was like, we didn't realize that I was going to need the big one, but I needed the big one because I fucking spit so much, I guess, or something. Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong number. My bad. Okay. That said, okay. Hi. Hello. Good morning, everyone. I see everyone out here. Give it up for day 13. Each time you go live, you sound more and more dead on the inside. I have to tell you why I specifically sound dead today. Specifically, okay? Nothing too hopefully it wasn't too, I mean, this might be scary to like a lot of people, actually, now that I think about it. But what I'm trying to say is there's two stories I have to tell you. Yesterday, all right, because I was just so tired, I got off and I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna eat. And then while I was eating, I think I like got some bad news. It wasn't like anything too bad. You guys don't have to be like, oh no, I'm so sorry. But like, just like, it was just something like, you know, getting like a, I got a rejection from a different job. I'm not sleepy. You're good. Don't worry. I'm not sleepy. I slept a bit, right? But anyways, I got rejected from a job. So I was like, man, this makes me kind of sad. You know, I have some chocolate. How about I just pull out some red wine to enjoy with this chocolate? Okay. And I pull out this bottle of red wine. It's Italian. I have no idea where it's from, but it's a Chianti. And the tannins on it are like crazy, right? Because I don't even know how to explain this. Unless you're like a wine person or like a wine enthusiast. I think not everybody know. Like, I don't even really know what it is with the tannins, but when I say the tannins are crazy, I'm thinking like, okay, there's a lot of tannins, right? There's a lot of like residue of like the wine and the grapes. I drink it, everything's fine. I go to sleep, everything's fine. I wake up 2 hours later and I have a hot, searing, like, ball of lead in my, like, stomach. Yeah, the wine pulp. Right, exactly. The fucking wine pulp, okay? It's a hot searing ball of fucking lead. I, like, basically cobble over. Keel over. And I, like, walk over to the bathroom. I sit on it, and damn. I'm pretty sure I created the swamplands in my toilet. I did not vomit. It was no vomit. It was just the poo-poo part of the pee-pee poo-poo. I sat on the toilet. Yeah, you guys get to hear about my toilet stories. Why not? We're friends, right? No, but really, I like, what is happening? And I'm like, shit, I don't mind so much. Oh, thank you, Misto. Also, by the way, I'm so sorry. I saw you, Misto, earlier. Thank you so much for the biddies. And then, Misto, thank you so much for the biddies this time. That's 8 minutes in total. Would you like to add or subtract? Tummy survivor, thank you. What else was I saying? Yes, so, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Aw, everybody's been so nice to me and all subtracting. Well, I mean, not all, okay? So nobody has to change that. But thank you so much, sweetheart. I really appreciate it. Okay. Back to my toilet story. Gamer, thank you so much for the biddy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, back to my toilet story. All right. We're talking about my toilet story. Hold on. So I thought that I was going to get a good night's sleep, but I ended up, like, on the toilet for... Thank you for the bit, Banana. I appreciate it. Thank you. Not Banana, Gamer. So I thought that I was going to have a good night's sleep, which I still technically did. Obviously, I'm a little bit later today. But I then spend the next 30 minutes, like, fighting this giant hot searing lead in my stomach. And I'm thinking, okay, go grab a bag. I, like, just do enough. You know what I mean? Like, when you use the bathroom and then you're like, okay, I think I'm good. But then the minute you stand up, you're like, well, I'm not good. So I stand up and I was like, ah, shit. Literally. And I grab one of those nice reusable bags, right? And I'm like, okay, if I vomit which has happened, I have vomited while taking a shit. Okay. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize the alerts were muted. I have vomited while taking a shit. I'm like, if I vomit, I will feel better. I could not. It would not let me do the thing. So instead, I sat there for 30 more minutes, peeing out of my ass. Anyways, good morning, everyone. Nobody was eating, right? Yeah. So that was great. But then the minute I went back to a reverse bidet, oh, gross. That's a good one. That was true. Made my meal. Good morning. But then I went back to sleep, and that's when I realized. Okay, that I think I have issues with, like, Italian tannins or Italian, like, I mean, I know there's a lot of beautiful Italian wines that I will be trying if I ever get the chance to go to Italy. But I think maybe, that one was just not sitting right with me. There's nothing else that could have happened, okay? I'm pretty sure there was no other reason that could have happened. Except for the wine. Yeah. What else was I saying? Okay. That, and also I went to sleep and I proceeded to have one of the scariest dreams I've ever had in my life. I genuinely think it's a nightmare, but it resolved. So I don't, in a way, I don't feel so bad, right? But it's genuinely a nightmare. I'm going to tell you guys right now. First of all, I want you to know, I experienced pain so bad I threw up for the first time ever this week. Holy shit, Bento, ever? I'm so sorry, but also congratulations. That's a new thing. You'd assume they'd make, like, wine filters or something. I mean, it's probably just a wine because I still use a wine filter for everything. I still have a wine filter and, like, decanter for everything. But it's probably just the wine still. It really depends. That's why I have an aunt, right? This aunt, I don't think I've ever seen her. How do I say it? Now she does, but just a few years ago, the only meals she would eat would be restaurant meals. And I was like, you're the rich aunt. You realize you're the rich aunt? Not only that, she says, okay, specifically, I'm allergic to cheap wine. And I'm like, lady, you don't have to be like that. And she's like, no, I really am, because they always leave a lot of like whatever type of tannin, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, but you don't have to say you're allergic to cheap wine, buddy. You don't have to be like that, okay? She still says she's allergic to cheap wine, but. Oh, I'm so sorry, Bento. Ah, yikes. Yikes. Alrighty. What else am I saying? What else am I saying? Yes. Okay. So I had this dream. If VTube Studio wants to not fucking eat ass, I'll tell this dream. Okay, great. VTube Studio is not eating ass for a good second. This bad dream. I'm like coming into you guys and I'm just like, these are all my things, okay? I had this really crazy bad dream and it was a full fucking like, it felt like a full 60-minute movie, okay? And also, I just want to put a trigger warning out there. Robbery, shootings, and murder. Or like robbery and shootings are mentioned in the story, okay? Because when I say bad dream, I mean bad dream. Me in this dream, my family and I just bought this new mobile home, right? In this mobile home neighborhood and all that. What the hell is that? That's weird. What the fuck? I have VTube Studio Pro, dude. That's weird as fuck. I'm literally on it right now. How else would I be streaming for this long without it? Okay. Might be a keybind. I'm not touching the fucking thing at all. Dude, I think it's just because, like, my VTube Studio and my phone just keeps being ass with each other. Anyways. So, my family and I move into this new mobile home. Okay? And, we spent the day just, like, cleaning up and getting in there, blah, blah, blah. The next day, we're hanging out. Me, my mom, and my brother are hanging out in the bedroom at the end of the hall. My dad is just hanging out in the living room, you know, kind of looking at his phone stuff, whatever, when we hear screaming, yelling, and gun noises from like down the... Okay, hold the fucking phone. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Why is this bitch here? Why is she here? Is anybody else having issues with VTube Studio, bro? Because I legitimately can't understand what the issue is. I don't know. I don't know who's here. Update, maybe? It doesn't show that there's a VTube Studio update. Is there a VTube Studio update on the phone? Maybe? That's so fucking weird, dude. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Sorry, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure that I have shit going on properly. It says too, all my configurations say to hide VTube Studio logo. So there definitely should not be any issue doing that. Weird. All right, we're just gonna, if anything, I'm just gonna end up having to do the thing. So anyways, I just checked on Steam. There's no update. So it's just bugging really fucking weird. Anyways, So we move into this mobile home. The next day, we're all just hanging out. We're all just at the place, okay? And then we hear, just guns shooting and screaming and crying. All right? So that's terrifying. My dad, I don't know why he's not like noticing anything, but me and my mom and my brother then look outside the window. And our window is open. That's how we hear it. And we look outside the window. And we don't see anything. But one person running. Okay? Like running down the mobile home neighborhood street. And we see him turn and then get in between. Turn like the corner and then get in between our new mobile home house and the neighbors. Hi, Gallifrey. Good morning. And the neighbors. And he's just sitting down there looking through his bag doing God knows what. Okay? Okay. Doing God knows what. But me and my brother's like making a motion for us not to move, not to say anything, not to do anything. Okay? Because the window is open. If we say, if we close, if we do anything, the fucking shooter is going to hear us. My brother, and at that point, we were like, okay, dead quiet. I slowly retreat out of the room and go in the bathroom, close the door, and then call the police. And I'm like, hey, by the way, I live here, there's a shooter thing going on and blah, blah. The police is okay, sounds good. I open the door and out of nowhere. No, Bento. This isn't my nightmare. This isn't my nightmare dream that I had yesterday. Okay, yesterday night. You're good. Don't worry. This is all a dream, everyone. But it is real. It does happen to other people. Okay, so yeah. What was I saying? Okay, yes. So I walk out and it's almost like I'm watching Pirates of the Caribbean, okay? Like a bunch of like robber type characters, like I guess they're all working together, but a bunch of bandits are entering my home. They're walking my brother and my mother out from the end of the hallway. I just came out of the bathroom. I see all these, robbers. I'm putting my hands up. They take me and we're going to the bedroom in the middle of the hallway. And I turn back and my dad has no idea yet that all these people just climbed into our window and is about to get him and is about to get his ass. And I tell back to him. I said, be careful. And then he shortly comes after us. This all happened within the same night. I don't know what to tell you, Don. Okay. He then shortly comes after us. We're in the middle. We're in the bedroom in the middle of the hallway with a bunch of fucking thieves, bandits, robbers. Okay. I don't even know what to call them. Just surrounding us. And then they sit us down and they handcuff us or, whatever. And they sit us down. And for a while, it just seems like, okay, we don't know what's going on. We're being incredibly cooperative, not trying to be overly friendly. They're not trying to be overly friendly, but we're not trying to put up a fight. We're just doing the best we can, okay? So all of us sit there, and then, an hour or two later, they're just almost at this point shooting this shit, okay? Some of them are watching us. The other ones are just around the house. I don't even know what they want at this point. Just take everything. We don't care. Right? Yeah, they're goons. I don't know how to tell this story. Okay, goons. Anyways, we don't care. Just take shit. But an hour or two later, this guy, right, comes in, start with chain, and they start chaining my parents' torsos up. My dad is all chained up, and my mom's all chained up. And for us, for some reason, we're not. So I'm like, that's kind of weird. I'm just because we're their kids doesn't mean we're kids. No, I'm just joking. This is not funny. It's terrifying. I'm literally going, in my dream, I'm going through this full thing. First person perspective, and they chain my parents up and they get all of us to stand. And I see this other guy who looks really familiar, but I have no idea who he is, right? And he starts taking us. He starts walking us out, and I'm like, well, that's it. We're dying. It looks like these chains are like made to be like strung up, to have you like strung up like a freaking piñata and just, you know. So I'm thinking, okay, they're gonna string my parents up and then they're gonna shoot them. Done. Like, I'm terrified. So, what was I saying? Okay, so he walks us out and he like walks us past all the way through like the gates of, because what it is was we were on like in the mobile home neighborhood. If you guys have never seen, it's like there's like a bunch of little small homes in one neighborhood, and we were on the side that was next to basically the street. All right, there's like just one gate that's stopping us from being out in the street. So we were on that side, and he walks us out of the gate, stands on the others, like I don't know how to explain it, like walks us a little bit further down, and I'm like, what the hell is happening? At that point, I finally see the police, right? I'm like, holy shit, where have you guys fucking been? We've been sitting here. But the police, who is helmed by my godfather, which is actually very, very funny. You know how like dreams just automatically toss people from your life just in it? Yeah, my godfather is apparently now the chief of police or something. He's standing there. He has the little like walkie, right? And then he says, go. And they start fucking spraying bullets at the technically new mobile home that we just moved into. They start spraying bullets like fucking crazy. Okay? Yeah. And they like, for a little bit, it seemed like a little bit. I was like, holy shit, thank God. I'm alive. I thought I was gonna die. That's what I'm saying. I was like, why did my dream end up feeling like an actual full fucking movie, bro? Anyways. Oh my God. We're saved. Holy shit. And then, they stop. They're like, okay, hold on. And like 2 or 3 people from inside that house come out, their hands up, and start cheering. And I was like, what is this? What do you mean? And I was like, oh shit, are these like double spies? Are these like 2-timers? Are these 2-timing spies or whatever? They were spying for the police, and that's why they're like safe now. They knew what was gonna happen. And then I look over, and the guy who like is who I thought was gonna walk us to our death, is also cheering. So I was like, holy shit, this was a full fucking operation, dude. Double agents. We got double agents? How the fuck did that even happen? Okay, I don't know, you guys. Why are you guys here? Crazy shit. Why didn't you guys put me in the memo? So the resolution of this dream ended up being good, right? But ended up being good, which was the fact that, you know, we were saved and blah, blah. It was all just a prank, bro. Could you imagine the prank? It was like that, but at the same time, for majority of the dream, I genuinely thought that me and my family were all gonna die. So, yeah, one of the scariest dreams I technically ever had. All right, hi, my name is Lilybelle. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. Sorry that, just wanted to dump my dream and then dump my dump story on you. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I've never had a dream that fucking vivid. I can actually draw the inside of the house for you, okay? And I can draw the outside of the house for you and the pathway we took out to the police. I can draw where the police are. The gate had all vines, okay? And technically, I can tell you, like, what, like, 2 of them look like, all right? It's crazy. It's fucking crazy. I don't know. My dreams get really, really vivid. There was one time I dreamed of a school shooting, and I, like, dreamt of having been a victim of this school shooting, except I was friends with the school shooter from childhood. So I dreamt our entire childhood being friends, right? All the way until the day he did it. And then also, I can draw out his childhood home and the school the school competition we were at. It's crazy, dude. I got issues, I think. I don't know. Weird. I'm sorry, Alisters. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. It's crazy. I don't know where this shit comes from, okay? But I have pretty vivid dreams, and all my most vivid dreams happen to be like genuinely terrifying. They're actually terrifying. Yeah, like they're so scary, and it's like, why am I thinking and dreaming of this, you know? And then I wake up.
You might have an extremely active imagination, TBH.
I mean, it's not impossible, but at the same time, I don't, like, these are real situations. People actually go through some of these, bro. I wouldn't say this is just imagining. People go through, like, robberies and, you know, shootings, right? So, I don't know. I don't watch particularly too many action movies. Like, action movies for me are, like, fucking Marvel fight sequences, okay? Why is Chat Bear Girl, you took his balls again? I don't know. I don't know why it doesn't save, but he shouldn't be. Oh, apply and save. I didn't save it all this time. Okay, now I know why I didn't save. Yeah, so there you guys go. You guys get to hear a little bit of who I am as a person. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, these aren't technically, these are realistic. Right? But I don't watch any realistic action movies. I watch like fun Star Wars lightsaber sequence shit, okay? And like I watch Guardians of the fucking Galaxy, for God's sake. So it's just, I don't know. Interesting though. I hope you guys found it interesting. Now we have to vote which was more interesting. Me peeing out of my ass or this one? I'm just
Craziest
kidding.
and most vivid dream I had was when all my friends were kidnapped by the Yakuza during a trip to Japan, but I ended up saving them while wearing a Robin suit. I stopped watching Titans after that.
That is so funny, actually. That is genuinely so funny and so good. I love that. Yeah, that's so funny. Oh my God. Your worst dream was getting eaten by the Chuck E. Cheese animatronic dog? I have one nightmare that I remember until now, because that was the one nightmare I ever had where I genuinely like wish that somebody would like shake me awake. And it was like confronting. I don't know what, I think I was hiding from this giant flying witch spirit, you know, ghost lady, and that's my nightmare. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, today we're doing an all that's funny. As part of one of our subathon wheel goals that we got, we actually have to do a FNAF day. So today we're doing an all Five Nights at Freddy's lore day from the Game Theorists. Yes, courtesy of Axel for this full playlist. I chose today because, firstly, Axel is dying for me to watch. I also chose today because Five Nights at Freddy's just came out with the coolest, it's just awesome. Movie teaser trailers out, and I'm really excited to watch, and I'm very, very happy about it. And also, Nicolas Cage was said to be part of Dead by Daylight, in a collaboration, and Nicolas Cage was actually in a movie that was heavily inspired by Five Nights at Freddy's called Willy's Wonderland. Yes, that one. Lily is now MatPat. Yeah, it wasn't enough to be a Christorian. Now I have to be a fucking FNAFian, whatever the fuck they're called. Yeah. Lily, idea, make this also the classic model stream. I'm gonna put up the classic model for a little bit of it, maybe for the first like 2 or 3 hours, because that technically is a full classic stream, right? But I'm not for the full fucking day. Good reminder though. Thank you very much for reminding me, because I needed that. Alrighty. Okay. Alrighty, how do I do this? I should probably do this.
Being on the Hardy compound in a match against Fefe for some reason, and she threw an egg in my left eye before I trashed her truck and got chased by a mountain lion and saved by an orange house cat.
That's nice that you got saved. What do you have against Fefe? You know what? Understandable also. Feifei seems like she would go to the Hardy compound. Yeah. All right, hold on. Let me see. Let me open up Hopefully this, alrighty, you guys. Oh, shit. That's embarrassing. Well, how do I close this? How do I close this? How do I close this? Where's the thing? How do I close? Where is the thing? Okay. Let me open this up real quick. Oh my God. Okay, this is going to be also an OG model stream. OG model first like 2 to 3 hour stream, okay? Because that is also something we got on our subathon wheel list. Let me turn on my fan real quick. Give me 1 second.
My most vivid dream was me and a bunch of people were in a glasses shop and it was dark and they had fake skeletons as glasses holders using the rib cages. The skeletons came to life and I said if we bake chocolate chip cookies, the skeletons will die. So we did and they died. The end.
Was me and a bunch of people who were in a glasses shop and it was dark and they had fake skeletons as glasses holders using the... What? If we bake chocolate chip cookies, the skeletons will die. Oh, nice! It worked out! Woo! Did your parents migrate? Yeah, I'm Asian. I'm Asian. Okay, awesome. Here we go. Hi! This is the original 3D Lilybelle, that I actually got as a gift from the beautiful, the always, Hanami Arisa. She's so wonderful. I'm kind of like sad that I never got to like have a great full chance to hang out with her more and be friends with her, but she's so nice. She's so great. And she gave this to me as a gift while I was waiting for my 2D because when I became a VTuber, I was just kind of just waiting for a 2D. I didn't really want to do anything. I joined a community and then I met Hanami Arisa. I told them that I was new. She made this for me and that's how I got started VTubing. Yeah. Why does the chest look like it was debuffed? Yeah, I'm a B cup. What are you talking about? Yes, please join me in hanging out with Hanami. She's so cute. I love her so much. Alrighty, so for the first little bit of our stream today, okay, you guys are gonna watch me in OG Lilybelle, and also we're finally watching Five Nights at Freddy's. We're having a full Five Nights at Freddy's day. Let me close this. Nice. Okay. Honestly, you mean best cup? It is a B cup. I'll tell you that. It's OG Lily. Dude, it is so crazy to see, honestly. Oh, man. We're going to have to pull out, like, OG shit before. You saw my message. I did see your message about the first video. Just let me know where it is. I think it all depends on the chat, too, if the chat is going to be okay with it. But otherwise, can OG Lily do Popcat? Damn. Small mouth. It's okay. Still enough to wrap around your dick, though.
Hello once again, theorists. Welcome to MatPat Plays. Today we are playing the scariest game of all creation. Probably never heard of it. It's called Five Nights at Freddy's.
Never heard of it. Never heard of it.
What's this? It's a camera. The camera came up. Oh, was that a bunny?
Wait, why is he always like this? I've only saw him for 20 seconds, but is he always this dramatic? Hello? Oh, wait, I forgot to talk about my funathon. I'm so sorry.
I was gonna make a joke about you sucking dick.
Oh, okay. That's so funny. Oh my God. Okay. As I was saying, I forgot to talk about my funathon. Hi, everybody. Today is Funathon Day 13. All the rules are in the middle bottom. It's plus or minus in all the minutes. Bits and donations are plus or are double on the dollar, okay? So $1 is 2 minutes, right? And every 2 hours, roughly every $60, which is every 120 minutes that is changed within our timer, is a spin on the wheel, okay? A spin on our gotcha wheel. We are, I think, 35 out of 120 minutes to spin on the next wheel. Let's go.
Was that a bunny? I think it was a bunny.
Oh my god, I can't smile in this model. Holy shit.
I am so scared right now. Oh god! Huh. It was only the fan. It's only the fan. Only a fan. I have never played a game this intense. Oh god! Shut the doors, shut the doors, shut the doors. Oh! Just the fan. Just the fan. I don't know about you, but every time the camera makes the sound to come up, I pee a little bit in my pants. What? That's it? That's it? It's a jump scare? It's a little bunny rabbit jump scare. Really? Really?
You know what? I don't think he's impressed, you guys.
Alright. I mean, oh god, it's so terrifying.
Yeah, this was 8 years ago.
There's the bunny rabbit, shut my door. Man, this is truly compelling gameplay.
Okay, I'm sorry to already stop it, but I have to tell you guys this because somebody is going to say at this point, hey, Lily, why don't you play Five Nights at Freddy's? Okay, just want to let you know. I've played this one. It was, at the very beginning, it was scary, but at some point into it, I think even less, within like an hour, it was just frustrating to me, right? Not because I was scary, but because I knew exactly when the fox was supposed to come around, and I still wasn't fast enough to close the door on him. And so I was just like, fuck, at this point, I can't do it. But I did try, yeah. That said, I also played the fun one, the fun pizza one. As you guys can tell, there's like a video out on it on my YouTube. ! YouTube. Okay? I didn't do the scary stuff, but I had a really good time making my little pizza place.
Oh my gosh, guys. I'm almost out of power. 11% and it's 5 a.m. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. Oh, please don't get me Freddy. Please don't get me Freddy. Come on. Is this what it takes to get views on YouTube?
What the fuck is that?
What is this?
Oh my god! Okay, I didn't know that. I've never seen that ever before. I've never seen that. Alrighty. Wait, how's he not gotten in trouble for using that?
Hello, Internet.
Never mind.
Welcome to Game Theory, where fear is our middle name. Matthew Fear Patrick.
Is it?
It's a very strange name.
Oh,
Okay,
so he
I'll
is
admit it,
MatPat.
I didn't give Five Nights at Freddy's enough credit when it first came out. A few jump scares from creatures that, aren't that scary. People overreacting to it on YouTube. Meh, pass. But then when I asked you about it, you showed overwhelming support for an episode on the game on Twitter, so I began to dig a little deeper. And what I found was some of the most interesting stories.
All right, I'm interested. This is what I want to know. Right? This is the ones where these are the type of people where I'm like, you know what? I'm interested. Okay, because they specifically said, like, I really thought everybody was being ridiculous and dramatic, and this is overrated. But I looked into it, and it's actually amazing. That's the what I want to know, that you tried to hate it first.
events I'd read about in a long time. Now, if you were just to play the game straight through 5 days, the story would actually come across as pretty superficial. You're the new night guard watching the security cameras at a Chuck E. Cheese style restaurant called Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. 4 animatronics.
Aw, man, now I want some pizza. Dude, I've
Dude,
eaten pizza like 3 times this week and I still want pizza.
They'll kill you on the spot because you look like a naked endoskeleton. Ow, ow, show them those circuits. Apparently, one of them bit someone back in 87, presumably 19.
What is that real? That's not real. That's not real. That's already a beam, right?
That is as much as he could record before he got himself killed. And that's it. Stay 5 nights, collect your paycheck, done, game over, play something new. But
wait, is that true? Is that true that if you're able to survive 5 nights, you win the game? That you could just take it?
Huge disservice, because that's not even
nice. What the fuck?
If you're really observant, you start to unravel the layers of unsolved mysteries around this place. You find that there's a 5th animatronic, that posters on the wall will change randomly, that news clippings appear and disappear, telling the dark secrets of this twisted place. Putting it all together, here's the rest of the story. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, once a popular restaurant, fell into hard times when 5 children went missing there after being lured to a back room by a man dressed in a character costume. Though a suspect was caught and convicted, the bodies of the children were never recovered. The pizzeria was also threatened with shutdown due to sanitation complaints, as foul odors started to come from the animatronics.
Okay, every animatronic has foul odors, all right? It's just the way that it is. Okay, the blood and mucus, not so much, though.
Blood and mucus oozing from their eyes and mouths. The last article, written years after the incident, states that the pizzeria would finally be closed by year-end. In addition to the core 4 robots, Chica, Bonnie, Freddy, and Foxy, there's also a 5th, unofficially referred to as Golden Freddy.
What?
Ignoring the rules of physics, Golden Freddy appears and disappears at will, can inexplicably travel through doors, wherever, causing strange hallucinations. And when he attacks you, you're not taken to the typical game over screen, your game crashes. So that's unsettling.
Wait, the full game crashes?
Strange messages appearing on the walls, repeating the words,
"It's me."
According to the game's creator, the place is indeed haunted by what we can only assume to be the spirits of the 5 lost children. So that's the gist of it. Murder, missing children, foul odors, killer robots, and pizza. But that story leaves a lot of lingering questions. Who is your character? How's he fit in? Why does he stay for 5 nights when he's very clearly confronting the possibility of death? What more can we know about this terrifying Golden Freddy? And most importantly, what is the complete story behind Five Nights at Freddy's? They're all good questions about a delightfully incomplete and mysterious story with just enough threads to keep you theorizing. So now, if you'll indulge me, let me reciprocate that story with one of my own. I think you'll find it interesting. December 1993, Aurora, Colorado. 10 p.m. Tuesday night at a local Chuck E. Cheese.
Okay, I've been told that this part technically actually includes real crime. So this is a warning, everyone, for real, true children murders. This is a full trigger warning, okay?
After a family birthday party runs long, manager Margaret Kohlberg and teenage employees Sylvia Crowell, Ben Grant, Colleen O'Connor, and Bobby Stevens are forced to stay late to close up shop. But as Margaret tallies receipts in the back, Bobby scrubs down the kitchen, and the other 3 work outside in the main arcade. Unknown to any of the 5, there's actually a 6th person locked in the building with them, waiting silently in the darkened restrooms. A 19-year-old named Nathan Dunlap.
Holy
Earlier
shit.
that year, Nathan had begun working there as a cook, dough master, before getting fired in July after a disagreement over his hours. Now, 5 months later.
Oh, we're getting fired?
At 10:05, he left the bathroom, pulled out a small caliber handgun, and proceeded to execute everyone in the building. First Sylvia, then Ben, then Colleen. Dunlap then moved to the kitchen, where he surprised Bobby Stevens. The bullet entered Bobby's jaw, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Then finally, Nathan moved to the back, the office, where Margaret opened the safe before Nathan shot her twice, proceeded to grab her bag, filling it with $1,600 in cash, arcade tokens, and keychains. Spurred on by the building security footage, police were at his home.
The fact that, like, He took the arcade tokens too? Dude, that's crazy. They're why like over something so little as straight up getting fired. I mean, like that shit happens a lot, honestly. I used to listen to true crime. I haven't been listening to my true crime recently, but that shit happens a lot. And my point is just like, I don't know. There was no need, obviously.
A few
Just
hours
like most
later,
crime.
he was promptly arrested. Eventually, he was tried and sentenced to death, but his story re-entered the news just recently as his punishment has been postponed, leading people to debate whether he's able to sleep soundly, knowing that his execution...
Yeah, this was 8 years ago. Just
this is a tragic
a
story,
reminder.
a disgusting waste of human life, and one that I won't joke about or make fun of in any way, but I want to address it because I have a strong suspicion that this story is the one that inspired Five Nights at Freddy.
Wait, because specifically there's like 5 kids, right? Specifically?
At the facts. First, I don't think that there's any doubt that Freddy's is a parody of Chuck E. Cheese.
Right.
From the singing animatronics to the alliterative
5
naming
kids,
of the
5
characters,
people,
the parallels
okay.
are just obvious, so the setting is certainly the same. Next, what year does Five Nights take place? The time is certainly kept vague, but there are clues that we can put together. For one, the Chuck E. Cheese franchise had a tremendous period of growth and success in the late 80s and early 90s, but started to decline along the same time as arcades, with at-home video game consoles taking center stage.
Sorry, real quick. I wanted to say, whenever I hear anything about Chuck E. Cheese, I always get very, I get emotional because that's what, like, my parents took me to, right? And it's like, yeah, nostalgia or whatever. But then I think, you know, like, sometimes when you think too hard about why your parents do the things they do, right? And if you guys can't tell, I love my family. I love my parents. I love my brother. We're all besties. I love them, right? But when I say, like, you know what I mean? It's just emotional because you think about why your parents do the things they do or what they can do. And I'm like, man, I miss those days.
So that's one clue.
Thanks,
but we can
Galileo.
get into
I
more
appreciate
detail,
it.
Specifically with your character's
This is my
paycheck.
OG
Each night
model.
You're working a 6-hour shift, and you're spending 5 nights there. So that's 30 hours of total work time for $120. In total, $4 an hour. How can they do that? That's below minimum wage for 2014. But in 1990, minimum wage was $3.80.
Right.
In 1991, it was raised to $4.25. And by 1996,
Never
you were
been.
looking
Was
at
it
about
good? I mean,
$5
as a
an hour.
kid,
So
yeah.
the game seems to take place between 1991 and 1996. The Nathan Dunlap story took place in 1993. But let's move on to the most important comparison, the victims. In the game, there were 5 child victims. In the real-life story, there were also 5 victims. But we can get even more specific. Online theories about the game always tend to draw a parallel between the number of kids missing to the number of animatronics, saying that the children's bodies were stuffed in the various suits. And this appears to be true. Bonnie and Chica both have moans and raspy
Oh,
breath sound effects, as though someone's
gross.
trying to cling to the last threads of their lives stuffed inside
Ow,
the costumes. And other sounds made by the animatronics are just slowed down versions of children's laughs and screams.
That's
Additionally, as the
also
news
just
clipping
as bad.
mentions, the suits ooze blood and mucus and begin to stink like decaying bodies or reanimated corpses. So 5 victims, 5 suits. Seems like a slam dunk. But nowhere does it say that all 5 were murdered, only that they went missing and couldn't be found.
Which is
Also,
basically
the
a
trouble lot of
murder,
people have with
dude.
This theory is Golden Freddy. Why is that guy so limp and lifeless? So unlike the others. It's weird until you go back to the real life story. Yes, there were 5 people shot that night in Chuck E. Cheese, which matches the 5 victims in Freddy's story. But of those, 1 survived. Bobby, the one from the kitchen,
What?
miraculously survived the shot to his jaw.
Holy
After he was knocked to
shit.
the floor by the bullet, he went limp, played dead, to avoid the killer coming back to finish the job. And that relates exactly to the advice you're given on night...
Dude, honestly, okay, Bobby straight up looks like he would know to do that. He straight up looks like he's a fucking, you know, man was like thinking fast. He just looks like he's down to fuck shit up.
3 by the phone guy.
He just looks like a smart dude.
Again, let me reiterate that I'm not trying to make light of the
Oh.
real-life events by comparing them to bear costumes and animatronics, but I do want to point out that these similarities do exist.
That's pretty crazy
And what
that they
else
have
is
that.
limp and appears to be a lifeless, empty suit in the game? Golden.
Sorry,
Freddy.
never mind. I
Surviving
wanted
the
to do
attack,
a
Bobby was able
that's
to go
what
to
she
trial
said
and
joke,
be a
but
damning piece of evidence in the case against Nathan Dunlap, ultimately leading to his death sentence. Which animatronic surprises you by
yo, what's up,
appearing
Antonio?
randomly? The one
Hi.
you don't expect and has no clear pattern? Golden Freddy. It's also worth mentioning that of all the cameras in the restaurant, one is always black, preventing you from seeing what's going on. That camera is located in the kitchen, leading many to assume it's where Golden Freddy hides, which just so happens to be the place Bobby was able to survive the
Wait,
attack.
this is
So I
this
ask,
is interesting.
Odd coincidence or source of inspiration? In fact, if you think about it, the behavior of the animatronics really corresponds with key features of each of the real-life story's victims. We just covered Golden Freddy and Bobby, but the rest...
But then isn't Golden Freddy technically a 6th animatronic, right? So what is the other 5 technically?
strange parallels too. Bonnie goes into the utility closet filled with floor cleaning supplies, the most prominent ones being a mop and a broom. It's probably one of the most random rooms in the game.
No, oh, he
until you
is
consider
the
that
5th?
Ben,
Oh,
the
I see,
second
I see,
victim,
okay.
was vacuuming at the time of the attack. Foxy is kept sequestered in the back of the building, behind a curtain, more aggressive than all the rest. Similar to the way Margaret, the manager, was in the back office counting receipts at the time of the murder, and her role as manager would inherently make her more aggressive or assertive. Sylvia
Oh,
was
I
closest to
see,
the
I see.
bathroom and
Okay,
was
I thought
cleaning
that
up
there
the
was
salad bar
5.
at the time of the attack. Chica walks past the bathroom and is associated with food. And Freddy, well, he doesn't have that strong of a parallel with Colleen, but he does appear in the girls' restroom. Odd.
Wait, sorry. So realistically, right? It's just kind of like, huh? If there were 5 like missing children in the game and nobody found Golden Freddy, right? Because apparently Golden Freddy is supposed to be a rare character or like a rare pop-up. There's only 5 victims and only 4 animatronics. That wouldn't be as easy for everyone to go on, right? People wanted FNAF there and there was very little. Oh, I see. Ah, I see, I see. But still, it's just kind of like, overall, this may not have some, like, I'm not talking specifically about this theory with the crime and all that, but, like, if there was only 4 animatronics overall, technically, and Golden Freddy was, you know, the 5th, but not everybody got Golden Freddy, am I correct? But there were 5 people. Has anybody, like, why was that the first assumption?
For what we would assume to be a male animatronic. Maybe it's a reference to Colleen being a girl, or a nod to Nathan's plan of hiding in the bathroom until he was ready to attack. Alright, after doing all the research,
Golden Freddy is
reading
quote
every
unquote
fan
rare.
theory in
Okay, so Golden
existence,
Freddy
and
is
putting
technically
all the
always
clues
there. It's
together,
not
what
really
can this
rare.
mean
It's just
for the story of the game?
weighted.
I think the game is an allegory for that night back in 1993. Here's my final interpretation. You, Mike Schmidt, are the murderer, former employee of Freddy's Pizzeria. Like Nathan in the real story, you were fired for the reasons stated in the Day 7 pink slip, tampering with the animatronics, being unprofessional, odor. Maybe it was your tampering with the robots that caused the infamous bite of 87.
What is this
like
infamous
Nathan, you
bite
were
of
mad and
87?
wanted
How
to
is
get
that the
even.
first
So you lured children to the back using a...
Wait, okay. This is my theory. This is my theory on game theory, okay? This infamous bite of 87 is just a fake thing that people just put out there. That game theory just put out there, and everybody is like, obviously game theory's like take on FNAF has been the most prominent of everyone's, right? And so they're just making a fake thing. The phone guy mentions it? Oh, what the fuck? Okay, because I'm like, what is the bite of 80? What?
Like Nathan, it was your tampering with the robots that caused the infamous bite of 87. Regardless, like Nathan, you were mad and wanted to get even. So you
Okay, but think about it this way. What if I really just, okay, anybody here, all right? Just anybody here, go on Twitter and be like, I really can't believe the actual lore, the real lore behind Lilybelle. And everybody's like, what is the real lore? What could that actually be? You know what I mean? Or whatever. There you go. Drop the fake ARG right the fuck now. Yeah, I definitely never did that like 2 Halloweens ago.
lured children to the back using a costume, killed them, stuffed their bodies into the animatronic suits, hoping to get the place shut down, then left. Notice that the newspaper clippings never say it's an employee of the company luring the children away, but we know it must have been someone with access and knowledge of the employees-only section of the building. And as the newspaper clippings clearly show, just like Nathan, you were caught almost immediately, captured on the security footage. You were arrested, tried, and convicted, forced now to live on death row.
Right, chat, we need to build a really niche and complicated ARG. Oh, man.
Taunting.
Well, really reminds me. It's true, though. If any of you guys don't know, I actually did do an ARG 2 Halloweens ago, right? The idea behind why Lilybelle actually travels so much. And I thought it was going to be really fun. And it was. It was incredibly fun. And a lot of people really liked it. And that was like one of my most, like one of the things that I'm the most proud of. It was just like a very easy ARG. You know, it was like something very bare minimum. It wasn't as good as like Five Nights at Freddy's or you know, like Petscop or something like that. But it was something that was just kind of like, okay, your average person, obviously because I'm a fucking average-minded person, could just figure it out. Like I used I used fake newspaper clippings, like you could just Google and stuff like that. And then I just like had people, commissioned people to draw pictures, right? You know, and draw like police interrogation shit. And it was really interesting. I had a really good time. I think a lot of people lost their minds too.
You every night with the phrase, "It's me."
I have fun gaslighting people. Yeah, that's another thing too. Like the other half of the people, one half of the people were like, okay, what the hell is going on? This is really weird. I didn't do anything. The mods did everything, and a couple of like our great community members did some things. Like a couple of our other streamer friends who I knew knew a lot of people. But like half of the people were like, what the hell is going on? The other like 25 was like, oh, obviously this is a fun ARG thing, and just went along with it, which bless you. Thank you so much. And the like another 25 was like, this is obvious. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't say 25, but some people, maybe some people were like, oh, this is obviously fake. And I'm like, yeah, it's kind of supposed to obviously be fake. Could you imagine though?
You are the killer.
Is it to scatter the bodies you had in your basement? I'm from California, okay? It's in the attic, duh.
Golden Freddy appearing and disappearing at will, taunting you as the one that got away.
It did lead to Babu. It did lead to the Babu model.
To 6 a.m. every night. It's a nightmare. It's in your sleep. It's a place you created. A restaurant long closed as evidenced by the spider webs. And overrun with angry spirits out for revenge on you, and you alone as the one who took their lives, as evidenced by them completely ignoring the naked endoskeleton elsewhere in the building. It's also a place you can't escape from. Why you find yourself back there night after night, even after you complete your 5 nights. See you back next week, the ending text goes. You're unable to leave this terror, the threat of death, the guilt, because it never ends. And in a delightfully ironic twist, your personal hell forces you to supervise the exact same security footage that led to your capture in the first place.
Ooh, sheesh.
But hey, that's just a theory.
Oh my god!
Theory. Sweet dreams.
Oh god.
You know what October
Is that just him? Or is this like the trend of 8 years ago? Is this just him? Like he's just like this? That is him? That's him? That's him. I see. Okay. All right. I respect it. Just drop the age range that you usually make this for, Matt. Just wondering. I'm kidding.
reminds me of.
Ad time, next video. Okay. This is an ad. Speaking of ads, hey everybody, have you ever heard of Lilybelle? Yeah, she's doing a funathon. It's her day 13, and she would, love support. You don't support. Hang out. Just come here. Just watch with me. Guess what? He's married. I believe that shit though, right? You think no, but at the same time, I don't know. It's just like Almi said yesterday, right? We hung out after, without stream. And there's not Almi. What is it? Was it Almi? Yeah, it was Almi. We hung out once without stream. And it's not that I'm like a whole different person, right? But I'm less cringy of a person. I hope, I think. I don't know. Is Yahalo still here? Maybe Yahalo can say something about it. Don't say anything. Don't say too much, though. I feel like it's not impossible. I feel like Matt really just has like he's just a fun character. You know what I mean? He just does the thing for the thing. You're cringy? I don't know. I feel like I'm cringy sometimes. I'm always cringy? Yeah, see? I'm always cringy. Don, do I know you? Have we hung out of stream? I don't.
Hello?
Is this the second? This isn't the second. This is the second one?
Welcome to the new and improved Five Nights at Freddy's 2 video. I'm here to answer any questions the game may
Yeah,
have
you're
on
here.
it.
Yeah, hello. I'm not as cringy as I am on stream when I'm not on stream, right?
Tricky guy. Don't worry, though. We'll get everything cleared up. Oh, and watch out for the puppet.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
Hello, Internet.
Okay.
Welcome to Game Theory, the show that promises not to include any more gratuitous jump scares, unless that's just what I want you to think, so I can lull you into a false sense of security and scare you again. But I wouldn't do that. I'll just let the uncertainty of whether a jump scare—
Why did you just take a picture of yourself doing the little face? Why did you edit your picture to make the face? That's actually kind of funny, though. I can't hate everything that he does. I can't. Like, the things that he does, I'm like, what the fuck? But at the same time, respect. All right. And also, just a reminder, everyone, for the next hour or so, right? Shit, I forgot to keep track. Do you guys remember when I pulled out my OG model? Oh, wait. I think I do. I remember. Hold on. For the next foreseeable little bit. Oh, yeah. For the next, like, hour and a half or so, okay? Hour and a half, 2 hours. We're going to be using OG Lilybelle model because that is what we got in the wheel spin. Yo, D in chat, if any of you guys recognize this one. Thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you. Scrub me out. Light remembers it. Of course.
is going to happen or not drive you insane for the rest of this episode.
Professor Dev remembers
Man, I
it?
love
Are you
reverse psychology.
serious?
You know what else I love? These
That's
games.
crazy.
Not because I'm freaked out by the rosy-cheeked tingle.
It really
look of
has been that
emotionally
long,
dead
huh, Dev?
animatronics. Okay, well, Balloon Kid is pretty messed up, but whatever. No, what I appreciate
What?
about these games is the level of thought that went into every element of the story. When you create a game that has people rage debating about whether it's a sequel or a prequel, you've definitely done something right. Unless that was never your intent, in which case you've done something horribly, horribly wrong. Anyway, the point is, Five Nights at Freddy's 2 looks to be
Well, we've
everything
got a
you'd
good
want in
4
sequel.
people that
More
remember, so
cameras,
this is
more
old.
danger,
This is a
and
very
more
old
fan.
model.
Oh, the fan. But that also comes with more questions. Questions about the game's lore. And while others will provide you with the jump scares, I provide you with what everyone really wants.
Honestly, it's got to be really hard to make such an amazing... I don't know if when Five Nights at Freddy's first came out, if it was really huge, but I will let you know something, like, making a sequel of something that went so well is incredibly difficult because you don't want it to fall. It already set you up for success, but how much more can you succeed from that? Like, how do you know that you can succeed from that? You know what I mean? So anything you could do is very quickly criticized against the first thing that you do. So, I mean, if Five Nights at Freddy's 2 ended up being really good, it's got to be, like, really good. Like, you have to be a fucking genius to do, like, great sequels sometimes, you know?
Answers.
Like,
grab
you gotta be
yourselves a
really
slice
fucking
of
good.
Freddy Fazbear's signature
Pizza!
'cause we're about to dig in.
Dude, by the end of tonight, I really want
Just
pizza.
like
I'm not even gonna lie.
cardboard. Let's get the big one out of the way first. Is the game
It
a
just looks so
sequel
good.
or a prequel sequel? And what I mean by that is, contrary to popular belief, just because it has a big 2 slapped next to the name doesn't automatically mean the game comes after the first one in a
Yo, what's up,
timeline
Lambo?
sense. It's a sequel, yes, but it tells
Look,
a
it's my
prequel
original
story.
model,
For
my
instance,
first model
these
from
all-time
20
classics, Psycho 4,
20.
The Beginning, Lion King 1.5,
I think.
and the
Oh,
actual
Lion King
all-time
1.5
classic
is the best, dude.
Godfather Part 2. All of them sequels that just so happen to also be prequels.
Lion King 1.5
It's not
is one of the
mutually
best
exclusive. So whereas
Disney
Five Nights at
movies
Freddy's
of all
2 fitted,
time.
knowing its place in the timeline is crucial for understanding its story. Well, to figure that out, let's focus on the paycheck you receive at the end of your 5th night.
Jeremy
The date places
Fitzgerald.
the events of the game in 1987, a whole 6 years ahead of when we determined the first
Oh.
game took place in our first video. Sounds like a prequel, but we
Wait,
found that
but there's a check at the end of the other game. Is there a date on that one? What was the date on that one? Oh, date but no year. Oh, well, that check will definitely bounce then.
date in the first game by calculating Mike Schmidt's hourly pay and comparing that to the minimum wage.
Oh,
of
never mind. I
90.
see it.
It's
Okay, the
Scott
date,
Cawthon,
but
the
it's
game's
no year. I
developer,
see it. It's
just
like
picking
XX or
random
whatever
numbers for
for the
payments.
game.
This bit of evidence would be meaningless, except that he's not. At the end of Five Nights 2, you get paid $100.50. Divide
Oh
that
my
by the 30
God!
hours
Wait,
worked, you get
1987? The
$3.35
bite
an
of
hour,
87?
the exact minimum wage for 1987, which means that us using minimum wage calculations to identify the year of Five Nights 1 is a perfectly valid way to prove it, and shows that it takes place after the events of Five Nights 2. Still don't believe me? Players brave enough to survive the extra night 6 are rewarded with a bonus check and a newspaper clipping that says the toy robots are getting scrapped, and that the old ones are going
Only
into
a
storage
few
for
short
new,
weeks.
smaller
Okay,
scale
yeah.
version of the restaurant. That would explain why the old models reappear in Five Nights 1 and the toy models don't. And notice how it mentions a smaller version of the restaurant. The building in Five Nights 1 is significantly smaller than the setting of Five Nights 2. Need more evidence? What about the fact that on the first night in the office, the phone guy explains that the robots used to walk around during the day just like they do in Five Nights 2, but not anymore? Or the fact that phone guy dies in the first game, making it hard for him to also be the phone guy in Five Nights at Freddy's
Oh,
2
so that
if
is
it
supposed
takes
to be
place
like a
after.
prequel.
Call me the Phantom Menace, cause every way to Sunday, this game is a prequel. So
Yeah,
with that
it kind
revelation
of
out
seems
the
that
we're
way.
able to piece
Also,
together the
I
rest
don't
of
know.
the timeline and dig a little bit deeper. Posters everywhere in Five Nights 2 welcome you to this new location, implying that there was another Freddy Fazbear's Pizza somewhere before this one. Additionally, the phone guy makes reference to it on night 1, mentioning the old location and how it was left to rot. So we know that there was one Freddy Fazbear's Pizza for the first game, one for the second game, and one that came before both of them that we've never seen. But even before that, the phone guy
Thank you
also
for the
mentions
bits. I
an even
appreciate
older
it. Thank you,
restaurant
thank
called Fredbear's
you.
Family Diner, which, aside from its confusingly different name, also had different owners. So let me recap. There's the restaurant.
Wait, what? Hold on. The phone guy also mentions an even older restaurant called Fredbear's Family Diner. What if that's just this one? How do we know for sure that this is, unless he's like specifically saying, oh yeah, there was a Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, blah, 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 blah.
Confusingly different name also had different owners.
Oh,
So
it
let me
is? It's the
recap.
same one?
There's the
Okay, that makes more
restaurant from
sense.
the first game, which is the last in the timeline. The one that you're currently working at in 1987 in Five Nights 2, an older location of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria left to rot, and the original Fredbear's Diner.
See, now, right now I'm kind of, are you serious? This is from Gravity Falls. Dude, I would be able to tell a Gravity Falls still out the back of my fucking ass, bro. But this is technically this, right? I'm just saying. What? I love Gravity Falls, okay? Jeez. If you want to talk about fucking like theories, that's the big theory growing up for me was like, who the you know what I mean? Like, wait a minute. Sometimes he's called shit. Stan Lee, right? It's whatever. He's saying it. Oh.
Jeez, I hope you're still with me, because this is more complicated than the Zelda timeline. Anyway, it's at this
The Zelda timeline is that complicated? Well, shit, this is a good thing I didn't fucking play Zelda games growing up. But anyways, I'm gonna just put it out there. Gravity Falls, great show.
First location, the diner, where the whole story begins. Submitted for the approval of the Game Theorists Society, this is the true tale of Five Nights at Freddy's.
What the
When
fuck?
you die in Five Nights at Freddy's 2, before you've even gotten over the jump scare, you sometimes get a screen like this. Oh, turn it off! Turn it off, it's too horrifying. That, youngsters, was E.T. for the Atari, a console that came out before the NES. Yes, around the same time as the dinosaurs. It's widely considered to be the worst game of all time, hence me reacting in a horrified manner. See? Humor, folks. But seriously, you get these
Yeah, I'm
disturbing
laughing
death
really
minigames
hard.
which,
Ha ha
true to
ha.
the 1987 setting, use Atari-esque graphics to depict various horrific events. All the while, a creepy robotic voice spells out letter by letter things like help them, save them,
Wait, so do you actually get to play these mini games, or do you just watch it?
or save him. These death minigames are the most important piece in figuring out the true
Oh,
story
you play
behind
it.
these games. Let's start with this one.
Oh,
This
Jesus.
death minigame has you playing as Freddy, taking cake to screaming children at a birthday party.
Well, how do you know
As
they're
Freddy
screaming?
rushes around trying to keep the whole party happy, a single sad child looks on from
Yeah,
outside.
that is kinda
Suddenly,
weird.
You're powerless to do anything but look on in abject horror as a purple man pulls up in a car, murders the child, and drives off. It's my belief, loyal theorists, that
Oh my god! Ah, I just got some goosebumps, bro. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? Alright, which timeline is the worst? Legend of Zelda. Which lore is the most complicated? Legend of Zelda. What's that Disney one that everybody goes crazy over? FNAF. Yeah, Legend of Zelda, FNAF, or Kingdom Hearts. Which one's a more complicated thing?
that this game takes place at Fredbear's Diner and is chronologically the first event that we see.
Can
in
we
this
put a
timeline.
poll
How
up?
do I know? Well, it's a small establishment and there's only one animatronic, Freddy, as opposed to all the other games which show other robots. But more importantly, this murdered child is the one that sets everything into motion. One of the new tasks added to Five Nights at Freddy's 2 is winding a mysterious music box.
Why
Now,
do you
we're
need to
told
wind-
placates one of the animatronics.
Oh,
If you fail
placates
to
it.
wind the music box, what you're introduced to is this terrifying thing, the puppet. It looks like No Face from Spirited Away.
Oh, it does
You know what
look like
else he
No
looks like?
Face.
Take a look at that murdered child again. See how his tear tracks remain visible on his face?
Oh,
even after he's dead? If we
okay, yeah,
assume
kinda
that
looks
they'll
like that,
continue to stay with him
honestly.
into the afterlife, we can make a pretty good case that this kid's murdered spirit eventually found its way into the puppet animatronic. But that's not all. What jump scare happened?
Yeah, have a good vote. There's a poll up. Which lore is the most complex? Zelda, Kingdom Hearts, or FNAF?
After this
Excuse me.
Save Him minigame, after seeing this tear-stained child's murder reenacted in 8-bit, the puppet jumps out of the
Oh,
screen and attacks
shit.
him. Coincidence? I don't think so. That
Coincidence?
incident marks the
I
first time
think
the child
not.
was ever associated with a violent act carried out against a child, and we can infer that it was this incident that caused the original owners of Fredbear's Diner to sell off to the company now known as Fazbear Entertainment. Now, I don't know about you, but if I was senselessly murdered and left to haunt a crappy pizza place for the rest of my life in the body of an awful-looking clown doll, I'd want to get my revenge as soon as possible. Unfortunately for our vengeful puppet, though, it doesn't quite turn out that way. Fast forward a few years to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, the first location, the one that has yet to appear in a game. This new restaurant is the one we learned about in my earlier episode and throughout the first game, where our
Why do I get this feeling that you are into dogs a little? That's so funny. That's genuinely fucking funny. Kingdom Hearts is getting an 8 right now in the voting score, okay? Zelda is second. Only one person put that the FNAF lore was complicated. More complicated than the other two.
Hal the murderer uses a golden Freddy suit to lure away and kill 5 children in the back room. As we read through the various articles on the wall, he gets caught the next day, but the bodies are never found, presumably because they've been stuffed into the animatronic suits. The restaurant stays open for a few months until the dead body stink starts to waft off the robots and causes the place to get shut down for health reasons. But how do we know this happened in the first pizzeria's location? Again, we turn to what the phone guy says. On night 2 of Five Nights 2, 2, he mentions the smell coming from the old animatronics, the smell that got the original restaurant shut down. We also know that after the Golden Freddy incident, it took multiple months for the restaurant to get shut down. That couldn't have happened
What
in the
Golden
restaurant of
Freddy
Five Nights at
incident?
Freddy's 2, which is shut down on night 6 and into the foreseeable future. But outside of these lore clues, it also makes logical sense. Before the Golden Freddy murders, there was one dead child whose tear-stained soul existed in the form of the puppet. But now there are 5 more dead children, and thanks to another of the death minigames, we find out exactly what happened to them in the Help Them mini.
Oh, okay. Alrighty. So, hold on. I'm thinking about it, right? What they're saying that the Golden Freddy scenario is that Golden Freddy was the one that... Oh, the Golden Freddy incident is the missing children incident. Okay, okay.
Minigame, the puppet stuffs the dead children into the robotic suits, giving their souls new life, and preps them
Give
for their
life.
eternal mission of vengeance.
Ah!
You say through your chattering teeth, there are only 4 dead children in that game. To which I tell you, look closer if you dare. For the frame right before Golden Freddy's head jumps out and attacks features the lost 5th dead child, and what started as a haunted
I thought there was
puppet
4
has
dead
suddenly
I thought that there was 5 dead children this entire time, though? Hello? Kingdom Hearts has won for lore being most complex. Yikes. These are 5 new kids. Right, so why is he saying there's only 4 kids? 4 dead kids. Hold on. Now there are 5 more dead children, okay?
5 more dead children, and thanks to another of the death minigames, we find out exactly what happened to them. In the Help Them minigame, the puppet stuffs the dead children into the robotic suits, giving their souls new life. And
Oh,
preps them
meaning
for
that
their
there's only
eternal
4
mission
suits. Okay,
of
meaning there's
vengeance.
only 4 suits.
But MatPat, you say through your chattering teeth, there are only 4 dead children in that game. To which I tell you, look closer if you dare. For the frame right before Golden Freddy's head jumps out and attacks features the lost 5th dead child, and what started as a haunted puppet has suddenly become an army of possessed animatronics out for revenge. But wait, that's not all we know. We also know the murder was committed by the same guy who
Oh,
killed the first
okay,
child.
Axel. Thank you.
Look
You
at the
yeah,
Foxy
exactly
death
what
game.
I
Twice,
was confused
Foxy
about.
runs out to meet the kids, but the 3rd time we see the tall purple man again, smiling. Foxy goes into the other room to find 5 dead children. The man in purple strikes again. Skip ahead to
Fuck you, man in
1987,
purple!
finally bringing us to the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2.
It's the man in
old
purple, you guys.
animatronics have been retired, and the cute new versions of all our
Ew.
favorite friends come equipped with facial recognition software that just so
Oh!
happens to be connected to a sex offender database. Seems like an oddly specific detail,
Yeah, it's
right?
pretty oddly
Until you consider
specific.
that the last restaurant was closed for having children get kidnapped and killed by an employee. It's a safety measure. You see how it all ties together? So
Wait,
you
this
have
is
some
where? This is where?
2. The old animatronics have been retired, and the cute new versions of all our favorite
Oh, this
friends
is
come
in
equipped
Five
with
Nights at
facial
Freddy's,
recognition
too.
software that just so happens to be connected to a sex offender database. Seems like an oddly specific detail, right? Until you consider that the last restaurant was closed for having children get kidnapped and killed by an employee. It's a safety measure. You see how it all ties together? So you have some animatronics possessed by vengeful spirits and another batch on the prowl for predators. But that doesn't stop our friend the Purple Man from continuing his life's work of murdering children at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. As we learn from the phone guy on nights 4 through 6, the new restaurant is once again under investigation as, well, I'll let him explain.
Hello. What on earth are you doing there? Didn't you get the memo? The place is closed down, at least for a while. Someone used one of the suits. We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. now none of them are acting right.
The Golden Freddy Killer struck again. The final death minigame also supports this. You, as Freddy, must walk through an exact replica of the building, animatronics all in their proper places, seeing the 5 dead children spread out through the various rooms. And based on what Phone Guy says, it seems like the guilty party was the former night
Bro,
guard,
I'm
the
like
one who
having
moved to
goosebumps.
day shift and the one your character replaced. I mean, Phone Guy makes plenty of uncomfortable references to suddenly having an available position during the day.
When we get it all sorted out, we may move you to the day shift. The position just became available.
Okay, the way that he's like, the position just became available. Dude, just, what? Who are you working for, Phone Guy? Who are you actually working for?
For your shift yet, but we're working on it.
But is the Purple Man really someone we've never met and who's only worked there a week? Or is it someone we trust? Someone with a long history with these characters? Someone no one would suspect? The head
child!
guard, the one forced to fill empty positions and teach new recruits by leaving them instructions over the phone. Is the Purple Man the Phone Guy?
Ooh,
Ask yourself this.
interesting.
What do we really know about Phone Guy? Let's look at what he says. First, he always speaks like an outsider looking in. He refers to the management of the
Thank you for
company
the
as
bit.
they.
I
So
appreciate
he's
it.
not
Thank you,
higher
thank
up,
you.
like the CEO or even a manager.
Honestly, okay, I know for sure. For some reason, this theory, I'm like, not so much so far. But for some reason, I like know for sure. If I was into this 8 years ago and this shit came out, yeah, I would be eating this theory up. I would be fed for the day.
But he's also not a typical day worker, as he says things like the employees and the staff. So he works there, but isn't generally considered a regular member of the company. We also know that he's qualified to take the role of a night guard. As we learn, he plans to take over the position sometime after night 6, and is on his way out of the position by the time the first game starts.
Okay.
So just make it through the night. When the place eventually opens again, I'll probably take a night shift myself. I actually worked in that office before you. I'm finishing up my last week now, as a matter of fact.
I genuinely believe that if you just somebody's got to have this video lining up all the different Phone Guy recordings, right? And I swear to God, it says a full fucking story. Oh, thanks, Axel. Thanks for enjoying. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, a lot of what we get is from Phone Guy. But I'm genuinely believing that if we line up every single just dropping the Phone Guys in chronological order, because obviously this is a prequel, okay? It's like, oh, look, you know what I mean? I'm watching Phone Guy.
What else do we know? Well, we know that Phone
Okay,
Guy has
welcome
a
back
long
home,
history with the
Avarice.
company, being with it at least since the first pizzeria that we haven't played in. He also...
But what I'm saying is, what if, the first pizzeria, there wasn't a first pizzeria before this. It was just Freddy's Diner. Or are they saying it's confirmed? Matt, are you saying it's confirmed there's a pizzeria specifically before this, and even before that, there was a diner? Oh, excuse me, you think it's confirmed. Okay, because I'm thinking, what if there was never this one? Can you guys see my mouse? What if there was never this one, and there was always just this, and then number 1? You know what I mean? Okay, good. I'm glad you guys can see my mouse, because I'm going... Mwah!
company, being with it at least since
Thank
the
you
first
for
pizzeria that
Corgi.
we haven't played in. He also openly admits that Foxy the Pirate was always his favorite, and that he has never liked the puppet because, as he says, it was always thinking.
See, I told you you wouldn't have any problems. Did Foxy ever appear in the hallway? Probably not. I was just curious.
Oh my God.
Like I said,
He sounds like he has a...
I'll be honest. I never liked that puppet thing. It's always thinking, and it can go anywhere.
Okay, but what do we know about the purple guy, the Golden Freddy Killer? Well, let's look at the minigames again. He has a
quote
long history
unquote
with the
Golden Freddy
franchise,
Killer.
killing since it was Fredbear Diner. We see him smiling as he watches Foxy perform, Phone Guy's favorite, right before Foxy sees the room of dead children. We know that the puppet and the killer wouldn't get along, which would explain Phone Guy's discomfort around a creature that he describes as
Oh,
Here's the bombshell.
interesting.
We know the killer is a security guard. How? On very rare occasions during the Save Them minigame, while Freddy chases the puppet, the purple man appears and chases you. Look on his chest. It's an orange badge.
Whoa!
Given to a security guard. Now look at his eyes. Notice the
Dude, honestly, the amount of like actual attention to detail you would have to notice for like some small things like this, like the fucking orange badge. I'm just
white
saying.
spots, an odd, seemingly innocuous detail. But now look at Golden Freddy. Look deep into his dead, vacant eyes. What do you see? 2 white spots. Pinpricks.
I feel like that's just
Barely
like
visible. They're
shine.
there. And now finally, what do we see in Purple Guy's hand? Well, the Atari graphics make it tough to discern. It's not like any gun or knife I've seen. No, that to me is very clearly a phone. The robotic voice is spelling out for you, save them, save them. But when Purple Guy, Phone Guy, catches you, the screen crashes and all you're left with is, you can't. But that's not where it ends, Internet. As you and I both know, there's still Five Nights at Freddy's 1. If this game is last in line and the puppet is truly pulling the strings behind all of this, you might be asking yourself where he is in Five Nights 1. We know the other animatronics got scrapped, but this ghostly guy should still be around if this timeline I proposed is correct. And get this, the puppet is in the first game.
No
Take
way.
a look at the east hallway. Seems pretty normal, right? But every so often, the posters on the walls change to this. A crying child with 2 streaming lines down his face. Look for
No way. No way. No way. Is that? Holy shit. Hello?
familiar? It should. The Five Nights at Freddy's series is about vengeance. 1 child, 6 children, more, looking for revenge against a sick child killer. The purple guy, the guy who just so happens to be the first voice you hear.
Okay, but to be fair, the way that he does that actually does kind of look like a phone. Like, the specific layout of this looks kind of like a phone, but at the same time, I don't know. Wait, what did he say that he was doing with the phone? I can't remember. But what was I saying? That's pretty crazy, though, that the posters actually turned to that, like, crying child. When I played this, I didn't notice anything turning into anything. I was too busy, like, or freaked looking for the actual fucking animatronics. More like a curved blade? I don't know how many fucking blades that I have. The good old days when we thought phone guy was purple guy? I'd believe it. I said it too. I was like, you know, I don't think this is it. But yeah, back in those days, I really would eat this fucking theory up. I don't know why I don't necessarily believe it, but I see every single thing that he's doing. And I'm like, yeah, Matt, I can fucking get it. But still, that, like, notice, I bet he, like, played Five Nights at Freddy's 2 and then went back to 1 to try and, like, piece a bunch of shit together. That specific notice of, like, what is it? Fuck. What am I thinking about? Of the little posters and shit. I don't know. It's pretty good. I like it.
Save them. Save them. You can't.
What?
But hey, that's just a theory.
A game theory.
Thanks for watching.
It only took
Make
me
sure you
one.
wind that music.
It only took me one for me to go now and for me to now go a game theory. Amazing. God. Boo! I hate this. This shows a lot, okay, between cinema. Just letting you know, this is a very good, this is a very good main focus of saying how much lighting matters in cinema.
It's time.
I genuinely love this, though. Okay, earlier, one of you guys was like, can you believe this guy is married? I can believe this. But what's even more interesting is the fact that straight up, MatPat doing some shit like that was, you know, got married, right? And, okay, there's fucking incels out there who straight up just, no, I'm 5'7". I'm too short. Did you just see that? Did you just see what MatPat did? Bro, if he can get married, I don't know, dude. I don't think that has anything to do with that. You know, I'm just saying. What interests me is that you love this. What do I love? What did I say? I know. We're actually just preparing for the FNAF movie for real.
Game theory, where good things, or at least FNAF.
I want for sure, right? Because the FNAF movie looks pretty good as a teaser trailer, but with things that are so big in popular culture, it's just kind of like Mario, okay? Like everybody, besides the whole Chris Pratt voicing whatever thing, all right? Everybody was like, all right, you know this, you got to do a really good job with this because everything is riding on this. And we know everything that you guys probably don't even know. So they've got to bring in a lot of like lore specialists and detail specialists. Like you know what I mean? So like, I don't know. I hope that like the Mario movie, they have a lot of these small things that we're able to pick up on. Like I want one of those video essays after the movie to be like all the Easter eggs that you didn't see. You know what I mean? Like they do with fucking Mario now and all the other fucking movies that did that. Thank you for fixing your posture. I appreciate it.
And man, when it comes to this game series, no one was waiting for anything. I mean, the second game came out 3 months after the first. The trailer for the third was 2 months later.
Came out for 3 months.
4 minutes after that, the game was.
The second game came out 3 months after the first, and the trailer came out what, 2 months?
First, the trailer for
the trailer for the third was 2 months later? Oh, yeah, for sure. See, I thought if this was like an old game, okay? Wait, what the fuck? Five Nights at Freddy's was 2014. 2014? And this video says 8 years ago. What? What? What the fuck? That's weird. That's weird. That's weird. That 2014 was 8 years ago. That's weird. That's weird as hell. That's weird as fucking hell, bro. But yeah, no, Scott, I'm assuming now Scott is the creator of Five Nights at Freddy's. Scott Cawthorn, maybe that's his name. That guy, like, he planned this shit for a bit, which is amazing. I want to meet this guy, genuinely. Cawthon? Oh, Cawthon. Most of us didn't know each other back then. I definitely didn't know any of you bitches back then.
4 minutes after that, the game was available to download. So forgive me if I was caught with my pants down on that one. I just wasn't prepared for it.
Get it together, Matt.
Than that abbreviated timeline,
you're a game theorist, for God's sake.
Rip that final game apart. Hours after the release of the game, people were discussing good versus bad endings, 8-bit Atari cake, glitching.
So when Five Nights at Freddy's came out, like, it was already a huge deal, is what you're saying. Damn, that's amazing, okay? Because, like, not only did Scott create this franchise and, like, this series and you know, such an interesting and lore and detailed heavy game, but he had to do such great marketing or something, right? To be able to actually, like, have people fucking play some shit like that, bro. And then they played it and then they loved it. You know what I mean? Like, you could do something amazing. You could create the biggest spectacle of all time, right? But if you did shit, if it just didn't work out for you, people just wouldn't know. They just wouldn't watch it. They just wouldn't know. I'm just saying. That's impressive. That's really impressive.
Through walls and punching a flipping code into cement brick.
I need to fucking meet him. I want to take notes, bro. Let me get one of those. What is that? Fucking Omaze? Like, what? Let me win one of those Omaze contests to try and, like, meet this guy, because this guy's a fucking genius.
arranged like a telephone.
Okay, hold on.
We're discussing good versus bad endings, 8-bit Atari cake, glitching.
How is he very offline? How is that even possible? Like, how do you create this and be incredibly, I mean, I know how, but at the same time, it's like, you know what I mean? It just seems so unlikely. It seems so like, how do you create this? Something that almost rules an entire corner of the internet, and he's just, okay, so he uses it, he just doesn't use it as himself.
Through walls and punching a flipping code into cement bricks arranged like a telephone dial.
Okay, still believable though. Also, if you're saying that like he doesn't have social media, he only uses Reddit and like he just has like a Twitter for people to follow, whatever. I believe that. Once you're on Reddit, you have seen every other corner of the fucking internet. That's it.
Pad. In regards to that,
okay, going back. God, this is so interesting. Okay.
Glitching through walls and punching a flipping code into cement bricks arranged like a telephone dial pad. In regards to that last one, I have two things to say. First off, well done to you guys for figuring it out so quick. That
Wait, what?
8-bit Atari. After the release of the game, people were discussing good versus bad endings. 8-bit Atari cake, glitching through walls and punching a flipping code into cement bricks arranged like a telephone dial pad.
That's crazy. That's really
crazy. First off, well done to you guys for figuring it out so quick.
There's absolutely no fucking way I can make a good game. Like a good, like, because people figure some random ass shit out like this all the time. What? You know, I had a game idea. I had more like a mobile Otome game type idea, okay? But like, what?
And secondly, Scott, seriously, Scott? Oh, look, here's a wall. Let me just dial in my phone number.
What?
Beep, boop, boop, beep, boop, boop. What? When did we jump from a point-and-click horror game to magical fantasy? This thing is like platform 9 3/4. I expect Harry effing Potter to apparate into Pirate's Cove or something. Jeez, here I was thinking that you'd plug your numbers into, the one other place that you see numbers in this game, the bonus jump scare menu, or something, anything, but nope, dialing it into a wall makes so much more sense.
Jellifer 98 is now boarding. Welcome to Lilybelle Air. Hope you have a safe and enjoyable flight.
Moving on. Now, with 15 days at Freddy's under our belts and a few overtime hours clocked in for good measure,
no, I can't make the actual technical parts of the game, but I wanted to write one.
Third game giving us more jump scares, more phone guy, and more
a different one.
Fan. But this game also contains the final clues we need to
I love the MatPat signature of fan. Ah!
some closure on this game's deviously vague story. Scotty C certainly didn't make things any easier for us, but at this point I think we finally have enough puzzle pieces scattered across the 3 games to assemble a fairly accurate picture of this franchise's lore. Since you guys had a, let's just say, above average interest in this theory, I wanted to create something that answered as many questions as possible about this franchise. But beyond just the details, the question we all want an answer to is, what exactly happened in the story throughout this series? It's a pretty fundamental question to not have an answer to, and yet, despite thousands of videos, forum entries, and Tumblr posts,
God!
Hey, put that away, you behave yourself. This game is already scary enough without you sticking your hook somewhere it doesn't belong, okay? Despite all those things, we still don't have a clear picture on the details. Yes, there's a child killer on the loose, the infamous purple guy, who's been using Fazbear pizzerias as his hunting ground of choice for years, but going into the 3rd game, we still weren't sure about who this guy was or even how many victims he'd officially taken. Then there are the animatronics. Sure, we generally understand that the killer's dead bodies have been stuffed into some of the suits, and that with the help of the puppet, the kids were able to find new life in those robotic bodies.
Puppet!
But then, what about Shadow Bonnie and Shadow Freddy, who randomly appeared in FNAF 2 only to become prominent figures throughout Part 3?
What?
How do they fit in? What about the ghostly Golden Freddy, someone we've been talking about since the 1st game, and yet we still don't really know anything about him? Well, now that we finally have all the facts, I think it's time we revisit.
Yeah, dude, MatPat really just grabbed some freaking furry porn. The FNAF R34 is big stuff, especially after the newest one. Roxy art is wild. You know what's even better? You know what's even better than this? The fact that I could probably find some. You know what's even better than that? Huh? It's the fact that I am J Red immediately is like, don't. It's even better than that. The fact that in the last few days, right? The last few days, literally any of my, or the last 2 weeks, anything I'm playing has now become fodder. So, I mean, it's not impossible.
At my timeline I presented in the last episode to see
Pete,
what I got
why are
right,
you in the hospital?
what I got wrong. Yes, you heard
Jesus.
that. Wrong. No.
What?
Finally have all the facts. I think it's time we revisit my timeline I presented in the last episode to see what I got right, what I got wrong. Yes, you heard that. Wrong. No shame. I'm a big boy.
Yeah,
Mommy,
you're a big
wow,
boy.
I'm a big kid now. And finally fill in the missing details to create what I believe to be my definitive Five Nights theory. And boy, howdy, it is a doozy. So
That literally his third fucking episode, he's like, this is the definitive Five Nights at Freddy's theory. And then you see that he has 57 episodes. It says enough.
So strap in, theorists. You wanted it. You're about to get it. Overall, the time
Sorry, real quick. Please take care of yourselves, everyone. All right, please take care of yourselves.
timeline of the franchise I presented in the last video still holds strong. Decades before the name became a horror legend meriting its own theme park style attraction, Freddy Fazbear got his start at Fredbear Family Diner. It's here where our story begins as Purple Guy takes his first victim. Something
Pogs
we
1, 2, 3,
see
4
in
is
the
now boarding.
Take
Welcome to
Cake
Lilybelle Air.
minigame
Hope you have a
from
safe
Five
and
Nights at
enjoyable
Freddy's
flight.
2. What tells us that this is Fredbear's and first in the timeline? Well, as I said last time, in addition to it being a small space, the only character we see is Freddy, whereas all
Sorry, also, and very quickly, somebody earlier asked if I had a succubus model. I definitely do have a succubus model, yes. That was, like, recreated from this. I have a lot of different models that is basically just recreated from this.
all other minigames feature multiple animatronics. He's also holding a cupcake. Since that would later become Chica's signature item, the event depicted in this game must have come before she was created. Additionally,
What
notice
the
that
fuck is that?
he is Freddy, whereas I got his start.
Okay, hold
timeline
on,
of the
hold on.
franchise I presented
Okay,
in the
okay.
last video still holds strong.
Yeah,
Decades
sure.
before the name became a horror legend meriting its own theme park style attraction, Freddy Fazbear got his start at Fredbear Family Diner. It's here where
Gravity
our story
Falls.
begins as Purple Guy takes his first victim.
Boo!
Something we see in the Take Cake minigame from Five Nights at Freddy's 2. What tells us that this is Fredbear's and first in the timeline? Well, as I said last time, in addition to it being a small space, the only character we see is Freddy, whereas all other minigames feature
okay,
multiple
yeah,
animatronics.
right,
He's
understandable.
also holding a cupcake. Since that would later become Chica's signature item, the event depicted in this game
Well,
must
who
have come
the
before.
fuck is this? Who is this? What is this?
Before she was created. Additionally, notice that the Purple
My
Guy's
God!
murder takes place outside the building. This is the only time we see him murder someone outside the walls of a Fazbear building, which implies that this is likely his first victim. Serial killers often have what's known as a signature, a way of killing that's unique to him and him alone.
Yeah,
For
sometimes
Purple
you would
Guy,
call
his
them
signature
MOs.
is dressing in an animatronic costume, then luring children to the back of the pizzeria and killing them there. But this murder occurs before he developed this particular style, implying that it's the first. From there, we know that the puppet jump scare that always follows this
What the
minigame,
hell?
combined
Toy
with
Chica
the
looks
tier
fucking
design of
terrifying.
both the dead child and the puppet's mask, implies that the soul of the first child now exists in the puppet. The event caused the original owners to sell the Fredbear name, who then rebranded and avoided the negative PR, becoming what we know today as Fazbear Entertainment. They then
Okay.
opened a new chain of restaurants, which we never saw in the games until the release of Five Nights 3. This is not Fredbear Diner like many interpret, but rather the first location of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, predating the events of Five Nights at Freddy's 2. How do we know? Well, by paying close attention to the old recordings of Phone Guy dug
So
up in
another
FNAF 3,
prequel
he
sequel?
introduces us to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, not Diner, before explaining the functionality of the special spring-lock suits.
Welcome to your new career as a performer/entertainer for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Right now we have two specially designed suits that double as both animatronic and suit.
He also lets us know that the animatronics
Okay.
are still allowed
Alrighty.
to walk around freely during the day, meaning that this is happening before the bite of 87, in which an animatronic bites someone during business hours, removing their frontal lobe and resulting in the animatronics being...
Does he say that when he mentions the bite of 87? Like, does the phone guy say it removes their frontal lobe? Or is this Matt just pulling shit out of his ass? Oh, okay. Well, what he's saying is it's before the bite of 87. So it's had, right? Because they're still, like, allowed to walk throughout the day. Matt doesn't ever pull small details out of his ass, only logical leaps. Okay, that works out. Because that's what he's saying. He's saying that because they're still able to walk throughout the day. You know what? It's okay. I will ride this wave with Matt.
restricted to moving around only at night.
Okay.
For ease of operation, the animatronics are set to turn and walk towards sound cues.
As Phone Guy informs us, and as we see in the Stage 01 minigame, there are two specialty suits, a Golden Bonnie suit and the origins of the infamous Golden Freddy. But the lifespan of these Springlock suits is actually short-lived as we learn about their one fatal flaw.
After learning of an unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple
Sister
simultaneous
location.
Springlock failures, the company has deemed the suits temporarily unfit for employees.
Ah!
The classic suits are being retired to an appropriate location.
Now, let's
Springlock
pause here. Two employees
failures
are killed by the failure of a Bonnie suit and a Freddy suit. Where else in the game do we see Bonnie and Freddy sharing a unique feature that no one else in the game
The
possesses?
shadows!
Shadow
Fred
Freddy
too!
and Shadow Bonnie. Could this be the origin of the paranormal Shadow suits? Yes, actually. Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie are tied to the ghosts of the employees who died in the spring suits.
I mean,
get this. The employees'
understandable,
bodies were
okay.
taken out of the suits, which is why their appearance is more paranormal and why they can't possess them as well as the children can. Plus, having this as their origin would explain the in-game behavior of both suits. In FNAF 3, we see that purple guy hides in a secret safe room that has been built into every pizzeria. A room that's hidden to
okay.
customers and invisible to the animatronics programming. During the minigames that occur between nights, we see Shadow Freddy lead the other animatronics to this secret room, only to cause them to glitch out and then get torn apart by Purple Guy.
Whoa,
This supernatural origin
what?
story is how Shadow Freddy is able to enter the safe room when other animatronics can't. How he's able to lead you to that room in the first place when other animatronics wouldn't be able to see it based on their programming, and even why he leads you there, knowing that Purple Guy attacking you will eventually free your soul. That's also why there's no Purple Freddy suit when you do finally enter that room. It's not an alternate Purple Guy costume like many believe, it's an apparition. Suck on that, Harry Potter. I knew.
Okay, hold on. My brain hurts. Hold on. My brain hurts. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. So what he's saying is all these shadow things. Oh, my brain hurts. My brain hurts. Okay, hold on. Okay.
Behavior of both suits. In FNAF 3, we see that Purple Guy hides in a secret safe room that has been built into every pizzeria. A room that's hidden to customers and invisible to the animatronics programming. During the minigames that occur between nights, we see Shadow Freddy lead the other animatronics to this secret room, only to cause them to glitch out and then get torn apart by Purple Guy. This supernatural origin story is how Shadow Freddy is able to enter the safe room when other animatronics can't. How he's able to lead you to that room in the first place when other animatronics wouldn't be able to see it based on their programming, and even why he leads you there, knowing that Purple Guy attacking you will eventually free your soul. That's also why there's no Purple Freddy suit when you do finally enter that room.
Why is there a bunch of crying children? What is this place? Is this an oven? Oh, they're safes. They're safes. Okay, that's also why there's no Purple Freddy suit when you do finally enter that room. Yeah, why would we be expecting a Purple Freddy suit? Where the fuck did that come from? Oh, because they followed a purple Freddy? I mean, it's a oh, okay. I understand. All right, understand.
It's not an alternate purple guy costume.
Right,
like
okay.
It's an apparition. Suck on that, Harry Potter. I knew someone would apparate eventually.
My God.
It also explains why Shadow Bonnie's minigame in FNAF 3 always starts on stage 01, the spring suits, and why it's the one animatronic we control that has the ghostly ability to glitch, fly, and teleport. As we concluded last episode, this is also the point in the timeline of the first missing children's incident, the one we learn about via newspaper clippings in Five Nights at 1. So, based on the newspaper clipping evidence we have, we know that the mauve murderer dressed in one of the suits lured children to a back room and killed them. He's starting to develop his signature. But one nagging detail FNAF theorists have been wondering is, what suit does he use for his disguise? The answer? Golden Bonnie. Why? Well, remember the phone guy saying the faulty suits were being retired to an appropriate location.
So is there now a golden... Oh, there's a golden Bonnie and a golden Freddy. Okay, so now... Okay.
There's a high likelihood they're being stored in one of the safe rooms in the restaurants. Plus, we hear in FNAF 2 that the purple guy has a habit of using a yellow suit.
We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it.
But why not Golden Freddy?
See, we thought that was Golden Freddy, right? In the beginning? That's what Matt did, I think.
Chaotic Caroline 24 is now boarding. Welcome to Lilybelle Air. Hope you have a safe and enjoyable flight.
Phone guy tells us so at the beginning of Night 5 in FNAF 3.
Management has also been made aware that the Spring Bonnie animatronic has been noticeably moved.
My, what an oddly specific detail to include, Scott Cawthon. And remember, these tapes that play in FNAF 3 date all the way back to the first pizzeria location, which is why this detail is so important. It reflects Purple Guy starting to develop his signature killing pattern.
Okay.
From there, we know the rest of the story. Purple Guy kills the kids, stuffs the bodies into the suits to hide them, but as we read the paper, is caught on camera and arrested. Meanwhile, the puppet...
Caught on camera? Caught on camera? Hello?
Gives life to the children, and the angry spirits possess the robots. Or is that really how it goes? Let's go back to the Give Gifts, Give Life minigame. The children are lying there dead.
Why do they call it give gifts? Oh, it does say give gifts. Okay, I thought it only said give life.
And the puppet first tries to give them presents. Weird, right? Weird until you consider that his place is at the prize corner. Giving presents is the only thing he knows that can make children happy. It's a reflex. Remember, this is still a child spirit in this puppet. But when that doesn't work, the puppet goes around one more time and does the only other thing it can think of. Put the bodies into the suits. You heard that right. In trying to save the children, he's the one hiding them in the animatronic suits. Not the killer like we've been assuming.
But you said that. Oh, wait, what? I feel like Matt said both things, right? I feel like Matt said both the killer put the kids' bodies in the suits and that's how he got in trouble. And also, in the minigame, we find out that the puppet put the kids' bodies in the suits. How did I not catch that Matt is saying both things?
But then what about the fifth child, as there's only 4 here?
He's correcting himself, but in the last video that he talked about, okay? The last video he talked about, he did say that the puppet was putting the kids' bodies in the suits. And, like, I did not sit there and go, wait, but you said blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, man.
As we pointed out last time, the fifth child is there too, appearing at the very end of the minigame and taking the role of Golden Freddy. But remember, Golden Freddy is a decommissioned spring-lock suit at this point, deemed too unsafe to be functional. The reason he's slumped over and can't move like the rest is that his endoskeleton has been taken out. He's in suit mode, not free-roaming mode. He physically doesn't have the mechanisms in place to stand up and move. Possessed or no, a dead child's spirit just can't give a boneless suit the ability to stand. This also explains the lone naked endoskeleton that appears occasionally in both Five Nights 2 and Five Nights 1. An endoskeleton that once belonged to Golden Freddy. Whew, I know I made you wait for this one, so I knew I had to make it count. Heck, if there ain't a lot to cover. Still with me?
New model
good, because we're ready for...
Right, this is my original model. What are you talking about? I hope it says it in the title still. It says OG Lily model. I appreciate the idea and the thought, but this is my OG 3D model. This is the first model I ever had as a VTuber back in June of 2020.
For our next location. You see, since the puppet hid the bodies, no
Very
one knows
different.
they're in the suits until they start oozing and smelling, which, as we see in the papers, eventually gets the place shut down for health violations.
Why can't you just
the company
throw it
tries to
away?
recover from, quote, the tragedy that took place there many years ago.
Just throw away the suit if it's oozing and smelling. You haven't seen this one before? Yeah, because usually this one isn't out. This one usually is not out and doing stuff. But because we got a spin on the wheel that had us do an OG Lily stream, here we are.
Ago, but can't, and eventually is forced to shut its doors.
Because
for
restaurants
good.
are cheap?
This leads to the trailer for
Not like they're
Five
gonna
Nights at
reuse
Freddy's
it.
2. Finally, we're actually going to talk about a game in the series. Seriously, can you believe we've been going this whole time on locations that aren't even settings for the 3 main games? That is why this lore is so challenging, but also so interesting.
Wait, I'm confused. You say, okay, this is 2, a prequel. This is 1, and then 3 is supposed to be a sequel, right? Then what is this whole other thing that he said in the beginning where he's like, oh, but this happened before Bite of 87 because, you know, they're still able to walk around roaming. Hello?
That is why this lore is so challenging, but also so interesting. Anyway, forgotten, dismantled, deactivated. These are the words you see at the beginning of the trailer. Back when the debate about whether this game was a sequel or a prequel to the first game, these words made it seem like a follow-up, that everything had been shut down since the first game, but it wasn't. These words are a reference to the business being closed down after that first missing children's incident. That's why posters everywhere in Five Nights 2 are all about the brand new Fazbear Pizza. It's the grand reopening after years of being out of business. That's also why the new toy animatronics have built-in facial recognition software to a criminal.
Wait, where?
Pizza. It's the grand reopening in Five Nights 2 are all about the brand new Fazbear Pizza. It's the grand reopening after years of being out of business. That's also why the new toy animatronics have built-in facial recognition software to a criminal database. They need to be careful to prevent another incident. But, as we know, it doesn't work. As we see in the Save Them minigame, 5 more children get killed in this new location.
5 more?
We know it's the new location because the minigame map's layout perfectly matches this new Fazbear business. We also know it couldn't have happened.
Okay, so hold on. So what you're saying is overall there's 10 dead children, right? What?
Happened earlier in the timeline as both the old animatronics and new toy robots are presented in the game. But this time, the puppet's solution isn't saving the kids, it's stopping the killer. He enlists the help of Freddy to try and SAVETHEM, leading the bear to the killer's location. Except Purple Guy came prepared, equipped with not a phone, but rather something to help him tamper with the animatronics.
You put a fucking You put a screwdriver in here? Are you serious? Okay, wait. Okay, 10 currently. 10 currently. What happened to the first 5 and what happened to the second 5? Because now I'm thinking, what, the first 5, they put them in there, and then the second 5, the puppet puts them in there, or what? Yeah, I know what a sonic screwdriver is. First 5 got suited, other 5 just died. Okay. So the other 5... All right.
He knows that something fishy is going on with these robots, because he's been watching, studying. The puppet wants Freddy to save them, to which the killer's answer is only this.
This was in 2, though.
So how did the purple guy manage it when he had been caught years before? What about the bite of 87? How do FNAF 1 and 3 fit in? And most importantly of all, who is the purple guy? All that next week. Don't worry, I'll come back. I always do. In the meantime, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Make sure you don't miss part 2.
Of course, you son of a bitch, you. Fuck you. The first 5 were before FNAF 2, and the second 5 were between FNAF 2 and 1. But the first 5. So now I'm thinking, right? Which one is the one that is the true one? Did the killers put the kids in the suits? And that's why they smell? Or did the puppet put the kids in the suit? And then I guess they technically could still smell. It's sucky, right? Because it's like, yeah, I'm still really early on, but it's like you still want to know as much as you can so that by the time we actually get to a real idea of theory, like the more true ending of these theories, like I'm not too lost. The puppet likely did not do it. Okay, so why the puppet put souls into the suits? Okay, so alrighty. So the idea is maybe both of them, right? So the killer put the kids in the suits and that's why they smell. And then, the thing got closed down. The souls are roaming and then they put the souls back in the suits also. I assume it's like a bit of both. Boo! Oh, actually, that was a very good edit. Oh my god. This is how good this, series did for him. This is how good this series did for him, right? Become a theorist from, a million years ago? What the fuck does that mean? Is that he straight up was like, yeah, I'll definitely put in money to do this. Wait, now I want to know. What the hell is become a theorist? Were they doing, job applications or something? Oh, no, it's just, okay. It's just their way of saying,
hello, internet.
Subscribe.
Welcome to game.
You know what else I've genuinely considered to play, or what I thought was interesting, okay, was a Man of the Adventurer, which I know is a horror thing based off of Dora the Explorer, okay, but I still thought it was kind of interesting. And then I did start hearing more recently about There's No Place Like Home. I know you guys have heard about these because you guys are fucking FNAF people. And FNAF people just eat some shit like that up. You guys love ARGs. You guys love horror ARGs.
Game theory. We may not have made FNAF, but I like to think we've at least made it a bit more interesting. So in part 1 of this long-awaited all questions answered,
and MatPat did videos on... I know, that's why. Because I was like, what does a become a theorist mean? It's inside of the description, and I opened it up. It was to subscribe, and then I saw that he had the 2 new videos out. And I was like, oh yeah, I've heard of them. I've thought about, taking a look into them and shit.
answered FNAF theory. We covered everything from the origins of the shadow animatronics, to the reason for Golden Freddy's ghostly behavior, to proof of what suit the killer uses. We clarified the timeline and even went so far as to dispel the myth that the killer is the one shoving the bodies into the suits. Click here if you missed it to get caught up.
And then he's about to say right now, he's going to be like, okay, these are all the things we did. Now, scrap all of it. Forget everything. I made a mistake. And then it's going to be all over again.
Don't worry, I'll wait. This is a pausable video after all. But today we're covering the major questions from the franchise, the final bits of the timeline, the ending of the game, and most importantly of all, the identity of the purple guy.
Which is even better because you, for a good second in the first one, thought the identity of the purple guy was the phone guy.
So enough intro, let's cut to the chase. When we left things off, there had been another round of murder done in Fazbear Pizza. Purple Guy had once again used a golden Bonnie suit to lure in another set of 5 kids and kill them.
What? No, go back. It was a mistake. Hold on. Sorry, it was a mistake. Hold on. Galileo, thank you so much for gifting to the purple guy. That's so fucking funny. Thank you so much for gifting. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Would you like to add time to the timer or subtract time from the timer? course you would. Of course you would. It's not like I was swaying you or anything. Here's 5 extra minutes to the timer. Thank you very much, you fucking freak. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the gifts. Thank you very much.
Purple Guy had once again used a golden Bonnie suit to lure in another set of 5 kids and kill them, as depicted in the Save Them minigame from FNAF 2. The place gets closed for investigation a few days later, but the one thing that practically everyone overlooks in this location is that it gets reopened.
added.
In FNAF 2, the Night 1 phone call welcomes you to your new summer job at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Hello and welcome to your new summer job at the new and improved Freddy
Freddy
Summer
Fazbear's Pizza.
job. And yet, the paycheck at the end of the week reads November.
What the
There is
fuck?
not
That's
a
weird.
single place in the world where November is a summer month. Not one. Meaning that these tapes, all these tapes, are pre-recorded. And honestly, that shouldn't be a surprise. Phone Guy's calls are recordings in every game. In FNAF 1, before Phone Guy dies, he says he's glad he recorded these messages when
So
he
it's
did.
not even an actual phone. It's just recording.
I'm glad
Yeah.
I recorded my messages for you.
And then in FNAF 3, they find the old training tapes the Phone Guy made.
First of all, we found some vintage audio training cassettes. Dude, these are like prehistoric. I think they
What the fuck? This is so scary. Did you hear that little kid say hi real quick?
were like training tapes.
In short, all of Phone Guy's messages are
that
unstuck
scared
in
me.
time, not recorded anytime near your tenure as security guard. That includes the ones in FNAF 2 talking about children going missing. The pizzeria isn't being shut down for an investigation of some missing children the
One
week you
balloon
happen to
boy.
be working there. You're listening to old tapes meant for the night security guard from months.
Okay, I know what the fuck that means. Thank you so much for buying a ticket. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. What should I be worried about here? I'm thank you so much. I really appreciate you buying a ticket. Thank you, thank you. Should I just assume? Should I just assume I don't need to say it out loud, right? That means we're 50 out of 120 minutes until our next spin. Okay, great. Thanks. Thanks, I really appreciate it. I don't need to say it out loud. You know, don't wanna call any attention to it. Yeah, we're good. I think that's about right. Okay.
Months ago.
Woo!
Need more
Thanks,
proof?
I
Night 6's call
appreciate
references a birthday party happening as the last event before the building closes. But what decorations do we see put up throughout the building for the entirety of the week you're working there? Happy birthday banners.
Happy
Confusing?
birthday!
You betcha. Game-changing? Absolutely.
Why? It's just birthday
this
banners.
means that both Jeremy and Fritz, the characters you play as throughout FNAF 2, aren't the killer purple guy at all. They were both working in November, after the yellow suit investigation and the killer getting charged. Which brings us to the other key point in the timeline, the bite of 87.
What? Wait. How'd you get to that? Oh, a birthday party happening as the last event before the building closes. And the building closes. Okay, cool. Good to know. I mean, yeah, I kind of assumed this, right? That we're not Jeremy or Fritz.
Which brings us to the other key point in the timeline, the bite of 87. Ever since we heard about this mysterious frontal lobe nibble on that first fateful night at Freddy's, we've wanted to know more about this bizarre attack, the one that ends up resulting in animatronics no longer being allowed to walk around during the day. But now, 3 games in, we do know more.
The
we
more
know it took
you
place in the
know.
location of FNAF 2 based on the 1987 date on Jeremy's paycheck. And furthermore, the newspaper clipping that ends FNAF 2 gives us a clue that it's the bite which closes this version of the restaurant.
80. Okay, the bite. Okay, yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm
Not
confused.
some
I got
serial
confused for a good
killing.
second.
Quote, after being open a few short weeks, the restaurant is closing its doors, the article says, with the new animatronics being scrapped for possible malfunction. That's game designer Scott Cawthon
the
telling us
original
that
ones
one of the
in
new
hopes of
toy
the original
animatronics hit
characters are
someone
kept.
during the
Okay.
day. Why else would the new robots be scrapped while the old ones get kept for possible reorganization?
Right.
Well, outside of an obvious need to retcon why these new robots didn't appear in Five Nights 1, it's because the company considered them safer.
Wait, I'm confused. Hold on.
New robots didn't appear in
Why'd they make this little balloon dude part of this? Wait. Hold on. I'm so fucking confused. Hold on. Pause. However, the original characters are being kept. Okay, so the original characters is just this. So these all... Just because he's there. But like, I didn't hear him talk about Balloon Boy at all. So why aren't you talking about Balloon Boy? Look at Balloon Boy. He's adorable. I'm thinking, okay? Because I'm like, what are these characters? What are these bitches? Are these bitches these bitches? Is that what it is? And then we get rid of this one? We just get rid of all... What?
Five Nights 1, it's because the company considered them safer, relatively speaking. So, then who's the biter? Well, it's none other than the pile of scraps and parts, Mangle. The most obvious clue is the animatronics' unhinged jaw. The frontal lobe is the biggest part of the human brain, and the size and shape of the other toy robots' mouths just wouldn't be able to handle the size of the human head, especially when you compare it to the Mangle's narrow snout and wide open mouth. There's also Mangle's sharper teeth and potential angle of attack. As shown,
is Mangle technically the toy version of Fox? Yeah, okay, Toy Foxy. Okay, that makes sense. But then you guys call Mangle to say Toy Foxy.
by its jump scare, Mangle goes for the top of the head. And
oh my god,
bit?
That's true,
well,
apparently.
There isn't enough evidence to say definitively, but your most likely candidate would be fan favorite Jeremy Fitzgerald.
Why?
Jeremy passes the test, and on his paycheck at the end of the week, he's welcomed into the family, presumably getting moved to day shift. Fritz gets hired to replace him on day 7, but then promptly gets fired for tampering with the animatronics. That means he's not likely the one to get bit, and instead the person who follows him on day shift is, leaving Jeremy as the most likely frontal lobeless candidate. But regardless of whether it's Jeremy or some other customer we've never met, someone gets bit, the restaurant closes for good, and as the newspaper clippings show, the old animatronics go into storage awaiting a smaller location with a lower budget. Fast forward to the 90s and FNAF 1. We know it's the 90s based on the hourly rate of the paycheck received by Mike Schmidt, security guard extraordinaire from the first game, something we proved in our first Five Nights video. And now we can breathe a sigh of relief, because this was the beautiful time long ago, last August, when the games weren't so complicated, when the biggest mysteries were a game-crashing gold bear and the words, "It's me." No death minigames, no puppets, no need to shoehorn in extra overcomplicated storylines. That all would come later when the first game became a smash hit and got itself some sequels. And boy did those sequels make things complicated, as both featured 8-bit minigames revealing more details about this location from the original game. First things first, we know that the purple guy kills 5 children here. We see it in the Foxy Go minigame from FNAF 2. Foxy runs past a grinning purple guy to see 5 dead bodies. Sorry, no fireworks this time, Foxy. And how do we know it's the FNAF 1 location?
The map.
Well, it's the only time in the game when Foxy's stage,
the map.
Pirate
there you
Cove,
go.
is located to the west of a dining
the map,
area.
The map,
See
the
how
map.
he performs for the children by running to the right? That matches the map layout of the FNAF 1 pizzeria. We also know from the FNAF 3 minigames that this is where the purple guy dies inside a golden Springlock Bonnie suit in a safe room near the back. One built so that it would never show up on camera, conveniently explaining why it never appeared in the first game. But hold on, weren't those safe rooms sealed up a long time ago? I mean, we touched on this last episode, but the old recordings of Phone Guy we listened to throughout FNAF 3 say that these rooms are being closed off, discontinued, and will never be mentioned again. Why would a location...
My favorite part about it is that in the game, they like specifically talk about these rooms that technically don't matter, right? Like that is a very nice, beautiful, obvious way of saying, okay, apparently these rooms kind of matter. But it's still also kind of funny.
20 years later possess a safe room unless it was the same building as the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location. That's why it's in such disrepair when we see it in the FNAF 3 minigames, boarded up with rats on the floor. It's been closed down for years, which also means the dead kids from the Foxy Go 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 minigame aren't another set of new victims.
Is this the original
at this point, the killer would have made his way through like a short bus full of pizza-hungry children. No, those kids are the first 5 dead kids, the ones who would eventually possess Gold Bonnie, Chica, Freddy Foxy, and Golden Freddy. I mean, look, if the animatronics were possessed at this point, don't you think Foxy would be attacking Purple Guy rather than just running past him to perform for some dead kids?
Okay,
this also explains the
right?
random cutscene from FNAF 2
Whoa,
where the puppet's looking into Freddy's eyes.
Ew,
you
what
can
the hell
tell
is
by
that?
the tables in the background and the design of both Bonnie and Chica that this is the FNAF 1 location with the old animatronics on stage. But it's not a flash forward to the game's next location, but rather a flash back to the moment the puppet brought these children to life. Okay, but that's just tying together some loose ends in the story. We're interested in how this whole thing ends, and those FNAF 3 minigames give us the conclusion we're looking for. These flashback minigames show Purple Guy dismantling the animatronics from the security of the safe room one by one, but in doing so, he's unwittingly releasing the spirits of his former victims. Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy, Golden Freddy. When their powers combine, they are able to scare Purple Guy into the Golden Bonnie springlock suit, which fails, crushes him pretty much to the point of death, though notice we never actually see him die, and the spirits fade away. Golden Bonnie, with Purple Guy inside, now known as Springtrap, rots away in the safe room for years until he's finally uncovered by the founders of Fazbear's Fright from the 3rd game. With the discovery of
this part, I think I do actually remember. This part, I feel like I remember with some dude going into the Springtrap Bonnie. I feel like. Right? But how do I say it? Yeah. I remember that. But so there hasn't been, but because of what he's saying though at the end still technically is that this is the, like, there aren't 10 extra children or 5 extra children. It's just the original 5 continuously. He did say that one of the golden suits, but it wasn't Bonnie. It was Freddy. There are 10. Okay. Which 10? Because now what he's saying, what he's trying to say, right? Like, Speak to me while we're here. Speak to me in this one. Right? Is what he's trying to say is, okay. Thank you, Galileo. I really appreciate it. Thank you for gifting. Would you like to add time or remove time? But what I'm hearing is that he's saying that this is like, even though this is 3, this is the original location where that is what he's saying, right? Where these are the original 5 kids, right? Oh shit. Okay, let's go. Thank you, Galileo. I really appreciate it. How sweet of you. That's a very interesting thing. These are the first 5 kids. So where are the second set of 5 kids? Where does that factor in? That's so funny though. I now you know Galileo loves FNAF for real. Okay, so how do we know that there's another 5 kids? Like, I'm saying, like, there are none? Right. No, that's fine. I'm just saying that what he's saying is 3 is in just those 5. So where are because I'm hearing that there are 10 kids, but these are but also I'm hearing that these are just these 5. Right? I'm hearing that 3 is like later, but 3 is from the original, what he's trying to say, right? Imagine that we're just watching all this for the first time together, okay? And you guys don't know more than I do, please. I know you guys know more than I do, but I only know this much, okay? 3 is later, but what he's trying to say is it's the location of way earlier, right?
Spring hover known as
Where's the fucking thing? There you go.
Life.
This thing, right? Where like I feel like he's trying to say that this is set basically of what his theory of is here. You know what? Fuck it. We'll just keep going.
Suit him bail eye. Springtrap rots away in the safe room
until
for
he's
until he's finally uncovered by the founders of Fazbear's Fright from the third game. With the discovery of Springtrap, this haunted house attraction inspired by the years of mystery and murder of the pizzeria chain finally has their first real animatronic, who then haunts the player for 5 nights and a nightmare night until the place burns down due to faulty wiring. The end. Take a bow. It's finally over. Well, kinda.
So,
we're still left with one final.
If 5 kids are in the animatronics, 5 are just plain old dead. When did the other 5 happen? Between 1 and 2, you said? Or between 2 and 1? But that has absolutely nothing to do with the animatronics. Well, then why would... I feel like it's almost like, why specifically 5? If you're not trying to, like, it seems so, like, forced in the story, honestly. If there's 2 sets of 5.
Seemingly
in my honest
question
opinion,
to answer.
Right?
Who is the
Not
purple
that it matters.
guy?
Obviously,
After
I don't play this
spending,
game.
I kid you not, full days plotting out all the details of this game franchise on whiteboards, talking it over with anyone who would stand to listen to me ramble on and on about fictional haunted robots, and just looking at it from every possible angle, all logic points to it being...
What? What? Oh my god, that is so funny. Wait, copyright strike? I can't upload videos longer. Oh, you're not allowed to upload videos longer than 15 minutes. And this one is 18 plus. Well, that's like half of your fucking audience population already, bro.
Pizzeria chain finally has their first real animatronic, who then haunts the player for 5 nights and a nightmare night.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Due to faulty wiring. The end. Take a bow. It's finally over. Well, kinda. We're still left with one final,
18 plus minutes. Okay, I was like, bro, most of your audience, I'm pretty sure, is kids playing FNAF.
Guy? After spending, I kid you not, full days plotting out a stand-alone from every possible angle, all logic points to it being...
Okay. Some dude.
The phone guy.
Again?
No, not because I made a theory about it and refused to let it die.
Are you serious?
Honestly, I couldn't care less if that last video was wrong. At this point, I just care about the truth, and phone guy makes the most logical sense. I know your complaints, and I promise you, if you stick with me, you'll be convinced.
That's
First,
it. Miney, your ear right now.
I presented during my FNAF 2 theory. Phone guy's admitted love of Foxy being reflected by the smiling purple guy sprite during the Foxy Go minigame. His
I didn't know that had to
puppet,
do with Foxy. I thought it was more just the fact that he kind of just killed 5 kids,
trying to bring a stop to his killing spree. His admitted role as a security guard, and even the weird phone-like object in his hand from the Save Them minigame. But there's even more evidence.
I thought you said that was a sonic screwdriver.
Of the puppet, a object in his hand from the Save Them
Listen, everything about this theory that he's putting out, I get it, right? But this one again?
Game. But there's even more evidence when we consider Five Nights 3. Consider this. He's the only person in the game who knows about the safe rooms. As we've mentioned before, all the safe rooms were sealed up back in the Springlock suit days.
Understandable.
Back in the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location, meaning every other employee coming afterward would have never even heard of these things. Phone Guy is the only character we meet who would have any knowledge of these rooms, and more importantly, of how they operate, how they're invisible to the cameras, and more importantly, to the animatronics. And that's just the beginning. He's also the only person who knows how to use the Springlock suits. Again, once they were decommissioned, the suits were hidden away. Regardless of whether you believe that the killer used a golden Bonnie suit the whole time, or you think he used a golden Freddy suit, either way, we know for a fact the killer was using one of the yellow Springlocked suits, and Phone Guy is the only character we know who had had knowledge of A, where they were hidden, and B, how they were operated safely. Now,
Honestly,
I know
also
a lot of people
understandable.
have said that it couldn't have been Phone Guy because he knew better. He knew that they were dangerous and could kill him, so if he was indeed
You're right,
the
the
purple
sonic
guy,
screwdriver
he wouldn't
does
just
have a phone
hop into
functionality. You're not
Springtrap
wrong.
suit like we see depicted at the ending of FNAF 3. But there's one key detail that everyone has been overlooking and that Scott carefully included in this game. Listen. Hear it? There's rain. There are puddles on the ground. It's dripping from the ceiling. The killer had been using these spring-lock suits safely for years, but in his panic to escape the ghosts, he failed to notice the wetness of the
it is
building
raining,
around him.
okay.
The killer had never encountered this problem before because the building had always been in a decent state of repair, but now it's a wreck, torn apart by age. Rain is able to seep in, something he didn't realize when he was in such a hurry to run away from the ghosts. And if moist breath can loosen the locks, you can bet some rain would make those suckers ready to snap shut. And they do, killing our killer. I mean, all of that makes a pretty compelling argument, almost an open and shut case, if there wasn't one final major criticism to the Phone Guy theory since the release of FNAF 3. And it's a good one. The fact that Phone Guy seems to die during his Night 4 phone call from the first game.
Hey, listen, I may not be around to send you a message tomorrow.
Oh, shit.
It's been a bad night here for me. I'm kind of glad that I recorded my messages for you when I did.
What's weird for me is the idea that that quote unquote phone guy recorded these messages. Who the fuck is just sending them? Right? Do like old phones have the ability to just send when you want them to? I don't know.
If Phone Guy was the killer, why would the robots still be active after his death and the ghosts disappear? It just wouldn't make sense unless you stop to consider the rest of FNAF 3's endings. The big twist in FNAF 3 is the inclusion of a good and bad ending. By completing the game normally, you get the bad ending, in which we see Purple Guy die in a flashback minigame, and the whole thing ends with 5 masks representing the 5 main animatronics with lights on behind their eyes.
That shit doesn't make sense as a bad... I mean, yes, I guess it does make sense as a bad ending, but, that's not that bad of an ending. You know, the guy fucking dies, so... Don't voice calls exist? So why are you playing voice calls? Right, you can leave voice calls. Why do you only play... Why does it only come through one a night? Who is doing that? Right? And also, Spectre, hello, dear. Hello, hello, hello. Who is doing that specifically? If I'm getting 5 phone call or 5 voice calls, I'm listening to all fucking 5 voice calls all at once. The phone actually rings. The phone actually rings. Voicemails? When have you guys gotten 5 fucking voicemails and decided you were only going to listen to one? I had an old, quote unquote, older timey phone too, meaning I didn't have a fucking smartphone at some age, okay? I had a home phone, all right? With my parents, my family's home phone number. And voicemails just show the fuck up. Who's sending these out?
The good ending, meanwhile, requires using some not-so-subtly hidden clues to unlock minigames, then basically ignoring those games, glitching them out, and giving hidden clues to unlock The good ending, meanwhile, requires using some not-so-subtly hidden clues to unlock minigames.
Yeah,
then
how the fuck are you
ignoring
supposed to
those
get
games,
that, dude?
glitching them out, and giving hidden dead kids cake to make them happy, obviously referring to the victims of Purple Guy. Beat the game this time, and the ending is largely the same, but with one fewer animatronic mask and no line. The ending is largely the same, but with one fewer animatronic mask and no lights.
Is that how
The obvious difference,
Dude, that's definitely how you, unlock Springtrap Bonnie, huh?
here is that in the good ending, the souls of the dead children have been put at peace.
I
When
had a
they
flip phone
disappear,
too,
they
but when I
disappear
say
for
older
good.
timey,
They don't
I mean
go
somebody
back
who had
to
a
their
fucking home
animatronic
phone that was
bodies.
connected
But
to the wall,
bad
all right?
ending, the lights on behind the eyes of all 5 masks mean that these guys are still active.
No,
Angry,
it wasn't. It
restless
almost seems like
spirits
it.
still haunting the robots to this day. Because here's the thing, the good ending doesn't exist until you, as the player of the 3rd installment, give cake to those kids during during FNAF 3's hidden minigames. What you play in FNAF 1, though, is the aftermath of the bad ending, when the animatronics have killed Phone Guy but are still out for vengeance. Yeah, you made it through those first 5 Nights at Freddy's. You overheard the death of the purple guy recorded live on the phone, but it wasn't enough. You got the bad.
But that means that you're trying to say FNAF 1 happened after FNAF 3? And that's just... Because then where's the other ones? Where's the Bonnie of it all? Right?
Ending. Even with the killer crippled in the back
room. That's what he's saying. This is what he said.
Player of the 3rd installment, give cake to those kids during FNAF 3's hidden minigames. What you play in FNAF 1, though, is the aftermath of the bad ending.
I feel like that's what he's trying to say when he says that. What you play in FNAF 1 is chronologically, right, after the bad ending of FNAF 3. That's what I feel like he's trying to say. But the game order is 2-1. Right. I know what okay, just a reminder. I know you guys know what's going on. But for me, what I'm hearing currently with this last sentence is that Matt is trying to say that now FNAF, you know what I mean? That like FNAF 1's chronological timeline is I'm just pointing out that this is his theory here. So, but even him thinking of this theory and saying it kind of doesn't make sense all the way, because obviously we're still missing a few parts that we end up getting in FNAF 3.
When the animatronics have killed Phone Guy but are still out for vengeance. Yeah, you made it through those first 5 Nights at Freddy's. You overheard the death of the purple guy recorded live on the phone, but it wasn't enough. You got the bad ending. Even with the killer crippled in the back room in a spring-lock suit, the lights are still on in these animatronics. They're still roaming the hall.
My favorite part is in 5 minutes, he's gonna be like, but even all that said, I take it back. This is what I'm really trying to say.
Attacking anyone wearing that much-hated security guard outfit. People like Mike Schmidt, an innocent guy just trying to do his job at a failing pizza restaurant. And as the final nail in the coffin, what Phone Guy...
I'm honestly done. Like, I'm really just sitting here. I'm not even hungry, but I can't help think about food, all right? They said pizza like 15 times by now. What is this? What is that? That looks so scary.
And as the final nail in the coffin, what the Phone Guy says in his Night 4 recording perfectly foreshadows what we see in the games.
Maybe sometime you could check inside those suits in the back room. I'm gonna try to hold out until someone checks. Maybe it won't be so bad.
Whoa!
I always wondered what was in all those empty heads back there.
Think about what Purple Guy does. He hides in a back room.
Balloon boy?
The safe
Puppet?
room, hides in a suit,
puppet.
And despite getting sprung-trapped, actually
Damn,
does
scary,
hold
bro.
out until someone checks. Holds out long enough for the phone dude.
Hold on.
Hold out until someone checks.
Fazbear's Fright, the horror attraction. Local amusement park is getting ready to scare your socks off with a new attraction based on the unsolved mysteries of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Dude, that shit is meta. That shit is meta as hell. That's kind of interesting. You know what's even better? If somebody actually... Oh, that is the FNAF 3? Oh, so the FNAF 3 all this time is actually Fazbear's Fright? I thought it was just... I thought it was like the original space. Oh, that's pretty sick. That's pretty interesting.
Holds out long enough for the phone dude to find the hidden safe room, recover the animatronic, and set him free in Fazbear Fright.
Wait, is it a replica of the old Freddy Fazbear's? Or because now the place is like down and it has all of the original fucking like ones from Freddy Fazbear's too, right? It has all the original... Oh my god. You know what? Moving on.
Exactly what the phone guy said he'd do in his final moments.
A shutdown. Light said a shutdown Freddy's repurposed. That's what I think Matt wants to say too.
Always does. And with no real animatronics present at Fazbear's Fright, remember Springtrap is the only real one they've found, with all the rest scattered, probably located in dumps, which is why their bodies and faces are decaying. All that the spirits can do is appear as phantoms, hallucinations. Well, all except one.
Balloon Boy!
Puppet, who we see in his physical form roaming the hallways of Fazbear Fright. So real, in fact, that we see his reflection visible in the pools of water under his feet, meaning he is there and unburnt. There's only one way.
Wait, so in the game, you only see like ghostly apparition type, except for Puppet?
So real.
Okay, you see the reflection in this rain, blah, blah, blah. And then, what is this? Was this not here this entire time? Oh, it was here this entire time.
Visible in the pools of water under his feet, meaning he is there and unburnt. There's only one way to truly end this. End the murderous purple guy, burning the place to the ground. The puppet gave robots life, gave spirits peace, and finally gave the murderer, the phone guy, his long-deserved death. Or at least tried to. And that is the end of the Five Nights at Freddy's story.
Fazbear's Fright,
no movie,
burns to
no
the
fourth
ground.
installment.
Wow.
What? Oh, no! 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 No!
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, what happened? What's wrong?
Look!
Oh no.
Oh my god!
But hey, that's just a theory.
A game theory!
Thanks for watching.
Oh my
hey,
god,
if you enjoyed
that's
these theories,
so
show
funny,
your appreciation
actually.
by subscribing to the channel. Seriously, I spent more blood, sweat, and tears on these scripts than I have on the entire 4 years of this show. You know, hopefully you liked it. Hopefully you're satisfied with the conclusion.
That's actually really funny. He like sees, he's like, please, just let this end for God fucking sake. Or God, for God's fucking sake. Stephanie's his wife, by the way. I kind of maybe assumed it just a little bit. I mean, could have been that or an old partner, so figured. Oh my god, that is so fucking funny.
Sorry, Scott Cawthon. I'm tired of waiting for you. This time you'll have to keep up
What?
with me. Oh, never mind.
What? How long before it came out from between FNAF 3, the FNAF 3 and then what? It got announced for when, and then when did FNAF 4 come out? 2 months. Jesus Christ, dude, this guy's been... honestly, this was like years in the making for sure. We watched another one also. We watched another like theory dude. But overall, FNAF theories, I genuinely feel is just too much, right? They're interesting for sure. But it kind of reminds me of theoretical math, you know, and theoretical physics. Genuinely, right? In the way that I know that theoretical math is like a real way to do math, quote unquote. And theoretical physics is real ways to prove quantum physics, okay? We get it. But at the same time, has anybody ever really seen time travel? I'm just asking. Honestly, some scientists and mathematicians are going to come in my comment section right now and be like, or comment section or fucking chat right now and be like, you don't know what you're talking about. Theoretical math is real, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, but, you know, who created it? I mean, these things are real. Yeah, I know about the golden ratio, all right? But the idea of the number 3 came from not there. Came from the fucking human brain, just saying. Fun fact, MatPat has a degree in theoretical mathematics and minor in psychology. Yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about fucking right. Sounds about right. I genuinely, it's just, I mean, hey, if you... yeah, theoretical math isn't real because it's theoretical, thanks. Realistically, right? I'm just, what? It's true. It's true, okay? Theoretical math and theoretical physics are very valid ways to explain math and physics. All right? For why things are the way they are. But it does start in one specific way. You know, it's like, yeah, language is there's always been languages. We always had a way for, you know, people to go, woo, woo, and the other ones to go, yeah, woo, 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 you know? Like, it's real. But at the same time, the English language was created by certain people, and it was done that way. We didn't fucking the humans didn't pop up on Earth with the fucking alphabet written in the ground.
Hello, Internet.
Right?
Welcome to Game Theory.
That's why
where instead of
I'm
waiting
just
for
saying.
FNAF 4 to be released, this time we're getting out ahead of the game. Or at least that was the plan. Scott, I swear, you are the biggest internet troll out there.
Wouldn't it be fucking crazy, all right, if Scott and Matt were just chilling? They were like, you know what would be even crazier, dude? If, like, I came out with this video, but actually, like, thinking that you know what I mean? I don't know.
Oh, it's being released October 31st. Okay, let me plan my entire schedule around that. Never mind, it's now in August. Okay, fine.
Fractured Flame, actually, it doesn't. I think this is just where, like, Matt messed up on it, right? Because one shouldn't be taking place after the 3 bad ending. I think he's just, I think he's, you know, spent a really long time in the room, okay? And why do the robots scream and phone guys last call if they were already destroyed by purple? You know what I'm saying? I think that's what happened. Matt just spent a lot of time thinking about the one thing, and then he ended up backtracking on a couple of things. He made a custom FNAF game for them to unlock donations. Holy shit. Which one was it? Is that the pizza one?
Fine, let me rework everything. Lols. Here's the full version now. You, Scott Cawthon, are the reason I have an emotional dependence on Diet Coke. But today I'll be sipping that sweet
and
Diet
like,
Coke
can anybody
and
play it?
Sweet victory. Because guess what? I win! Scott, in your
What
rush
is
to get the
custom?
game out, to get out ahead of my theories and completely flim-flam the internet and shock everyone by releasing the game 3 months
you can't
early,
play
you
it.
missed a huge...
Oh, that's what you literally mean. When you say custom, you mean somebody bought the damn thing, and now it's just like a dedicated game, and you can't play it. So who won, and why aren't they fucking releasing it, bitch? For free. Hello? So rude. I mean, I know you guys are fucking rich, okay? It doesn't mean you have to be selfish. Only like 40% of you have to be selfish.
Huge detail. Maybe before releasing the game, you should have spent a bit more time researching, because this game, as you've presented it, is impossible. Let me explain. Basically, it's all but confirmed at this point that in FNAF 4, you play as the victim of the bite of 87, and that this game is either his nightmare or what he's seeing in a coma as he recovers from his injuries. Let me run you through the evidence real quick so that we're all on the same page.
Yeah, found it.
First,
yeah,
in the
avarice.
months
I
leading up to the
know
release
that
of the
quantum
game, there were
physics is a
clues
real
hidden in
thing.
the source code for some of
But
the
my
teasers
point
on
is that,
Scott's
okay,
website.
hold on. I need to make sure that everybody knows that theoretical math, theoretical physics, quantum physics, I know these are genuine and real math, physics, and physics. But I'm just saying, which fucker sat down and thought, you know what would be crazy? But I think it's probably true. We have dimensions outside of ours. I'm just saying.
With the numbers 87.
It is OG Lily Shaman. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Two
Good
numbers
morning.
that anyone who hasn't been living under a rock will recognize as a key date in the franchise's lore.
87!
The bite of 87.
Wait, what? What is this?
Bite of 87. Game,
Okay, hold on.
As you've both seen it out
What?
ahead of my 3 theories and spend a bit more time researching, because this game, as you've presented it, is impossible. Let me explain. Basically, it's all but confirmed at this point that in FNAF 4, you play as the victim of the
Why?
bite of 87, and that this game is either his nightmare or
Is this like a trailer? Is this how they found out? This is a trailer?
what he's seeing in a coma as he recovers from his injuries. Let me run you through the evidence real quick so that we're all on the same page. First, in the months leading up to the release of the game, there were clues hidden in the source code for some of the teasers on Scott's website, with the numbers 8787 repeated over and over.
this is the weakest one for me. This is the weakest part of this theory for me, I think. Source codes are, I mean, yeah, maybe it has a bunch of 8-7s. Oh yeah, never mind. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not as weak as, because this one just says Scott, and like for some reason it has 8-7 all over that. Okay, maybe it's not. Never mind. I lied.
Over again. Two numbers that anyone who hasn't been living under a rock will recognize as a key date in the franchise's lore. The bite of
Wait for it, Lily.
87.
It's very incorrect.
This is
Okay,
further
good.
supported by the text
Okay,
on the
I'm glad that you guys are telling me it's incorrect, because straight up I sat there and I was like, that sounds like a very weak theory. Page sources are just weak theories for me all the time. Because you can look for whatever you want in a page source. Like, I can pull up this page source and be like, holy shit, it has the number 666 somewhere. You know what I mean?
teaser images. All of the pictures released on the site basically ask the same question. Was it me? Which seems to refer to the actual attacker of the bite itself. But there was one more word we saw repeated throughout the teasers. Nightmare. Hidden over top of multiple teaser images was that exact word. That, combined with the...
Who thought of this? This is what, like, fucking, it's not like it angers me. It impresses me a lot. But it impresses me in the way that it's like, what is it like to be you? Like, when was the last time you saw a magic trick and didn't ruin it for everyone? Right? Who's the bitch that turns this shit on, goes, you know what, I saw this teaser thing. I might as well turn this shit up, like, to get it overblown. All right? And it's like, says nightmare on it. Like, and then you find out, oh my God, it says nightmare on it. You know what I mean? Like, it's so cool that ARG creators are very cool. ARG solvers are very cool. But at the same time, I know for sure I'm going to take the both of them, okay, to, like, a magic show with my 7-year-old child. And they're going to tell the 7-year-old child, hey, you want to know how they did that? And I'm going to be like, shut the fuck up. He's 7. He's allowed to have magic tricks, for God fucking sake. Okay? The brightness thing is rule number... Brightening the images is rule 1. Okay. Brightening the images is rule 1. If as an ARG solver, right? That's like, okay, these are very basic. But the first ARG solver who said, you know what, I should just brighten this shit. Like, I should just... You know what? Let me just start pressing buttons on the fuck. Like, just start pressing the walls. There's something here, right? I don't want to take you to a magic show. I'm just saying.
Freddy Krueger-ish design of the animatronics.
You are very cool. You are super awesome.
Something far different from how we've seen these things designed in the past. Seemed to indicate that this would be the way a child would imagine these creatures if he had had a traumatic experience with them.
They really would be, all right? I'm sorry. I get really heated about this, okay? Seriously. I get heated about this because my dad is that person. My dad is the person that, like, I'm watching some random fake reality show, okay? We know that reality shows are the way they are. It's just whatever. I'm watching it. I'm chilling. And he has to be the one that's like, damn, all of this is scripted. It's the same thing with, like, TikToks. Maybe I just want to see a fucking TikTok of a 5-year-old kid, you know, singing, like rapping, okay? Like, maybe I just, like, out of nowhere or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? And then my dad is like, you want to know how they do it? No, Dad, I don't. You know, that's what happened, actually. Okay, don't mention this to Hibiki. But this is what happened. We went out to a concert, and it was the first time we ever went out to, like, a festival-type concert. It was Porter Robinson's. Hibiki used to love... I think Hibiki still loves Porter Robinson. And we wanted to take... Because there was another artist there that I liked, right? And we wanted to take him out, and my parents were like, yeah, sure, I'll come. Why not? It's nothing too crazy. My mom's having a great time, but my dad the entire time is just like, I bet he's just pretending. You know what I mean? I bet he's just pretending to press those buttons. Like, these are all pre-recorded. Like, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, shut the fuck up. I don't care. I'm just vibing. I'm just having a chill fucking time. I don't care. I don't need to know. Like, stop, you know? But my dad is just that kind of person. He's just like, he's a very behind the scenes guy. He likes to know things. He likes to learn and know too much. Not everybody wants to learn and know too much, but it makes him smart, right? It makes him cool. And like, I never feel like if I need anything where I'm like, Dad, I don't know, this like, I can't tell if this is legit or not. You know, he's like, yeah, this, you know, he'll be able to tell me that shit. Oh no, it's me. I literally stay away from my children. Okay? Stay away from me to a certain extent. All right? If you're going to come here and you're going to be like, man, that's not real gold. It's like, you know, gold dust that you put on these cupcakes. Like, yeah, no fucking shit. Shut the fuck up. Like, what do you think I did? Suddenly became, you know what I mean? You know, I'm not that I'm like, these aren't specific to you specifically, obviously. But, and again, this is a whole long tangent of just, I want it to be known that you guys are very cool and you're very impressive. Not all of us wants to have the magic ruined, okay? I can tell you every single thought behind how I'm going to sit on your dick today, but you'd rather just find out, yeah? There you go. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I do want to say, like, I need to say, ARG creators, ARG, like, finder, outers, what are they? Solvers? Yes, thank you. Puzzle solvers and all that is very cool. They're very cool. And I'm very impressive. And sometimes I wish I had more of that. Not too much, though. So that you're saying, like, if you're going to Disneyland with me and you're like, yeah, did you actually know? Blah, 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 blah. Shut the fuck up. I don't need to know. Okay? Thank you.
Making it seem like what we would be playing would be a dream. Couple that with some evidence
What
from the
the
trailer. The first words are playing if he had in the
Okay, hold on.
past, flaws every
Hold on.
nightmare.
Okay.
Hidden over top of multiple teaser images was that exact word. That, combined with the Freddy Krueger over top of multiple
Wait a minute.
images, was that all repeated throughout the teasers. Nightmare.
Honestly, okay, if this was how the color of this one is going to be, I can understand why they brightened it way quicker because I just realized it says 10/31/30. What?
Hidden over top
What?
of multiple teaser images
Yeah,
was
10/31/15 here. I also would have been like, hello? See, that's got hidden right there,
that
too.
exact word. That, combined with the Freddy Krueger-ish design of the animatronics, with teeth and claws everywhere, something far different from how
Billy,
we've seen
please
these things
spoil the
designed in the
Dick City.
past, seemed to indicate that this would be the way a child would imagine these creatures if he had had a traumatic experience with them, making it seem like what we would be playing would be a dream. Couple that with some evidence.
This is FNAF 4, right? This is gameplay from
Then,
FNAF
making
4?
it seem
This is gameplay from FNAF 4? Okay.
like what we would be playing would be a dream.
That's pretty sick,
Couple that with
actually.
some
It's
evidence
like
from the
it's like a
trailer.
house.
The first words are, "What is it you think you see?" making us question the reality of the images in the game. But there was also something that everyone seemed to overlook about this trailer: the appearance of the number 4. Scott doesn't do things randomly, as I'm sure we're all aware by now. And notice the movement of the 4. It starts off in a horizontal
seems like a
plane,
stretch.
like it was laying down on something, say a bed, but then wakes
Okay, this is very like high. That's very high school English teacher of you, Matt. Maybe the green light at the other side of the river is literally just a green light. Maybe it isn't some reaching thing. Okay, just to let you know, maybe it's just a green light.
Up to stand vertically before the trailer ends. Even that remnant red rectangle is meant to symbolize the bed. Everything seems to be letting us know that what we're seeing isn't really real, it's a dream, or better yet, a nightmare. Now, fast forward to the game's release. Or, I suppose, casually meander to the game's release, since it wasn't too long afterwards. And we see that this theory still holds. Flowers, an IV, and pills will occasionally show up next to your bed. Classical medical supplies that show us that this is a child in recovery. Foxy, who's hiding in a closet, will transform back to a plush toy if you hold the door closed on him long enough, making it seem like this was all a dream or hallucination. And of course, the biggest piece of evidence of all, the cutscene that ends Night 5, which, if you don't want a spoiler, click here to skip. All of you skipped now? Good. Actually shows the bite of 87 take place in the mouth of the golden Fredbear. This is further supported by the quote-unquote boss of the game being...
I actually remember this part. I remember that part. They were like bullying the kid, right?
That same Golden Fredbear, where in the final nights, he's the one
Oh.
who ends up stalking you. All the other animatronics disappear. You're being haunted by the suit that bit you. So yeah, that's it. All the evidence points to the victim of 87 being our protagonist, the character we're playing as in FNAF 4. Good job, Scott. You finally put together a game with a coherent plotline.
No, bet not. Galileo, thank you so much for gifting to Is That the Bite of 87? That's a good one. That's so funny. That's a good one. I love this. I love this. This was
FNAF
all set up
4.
properly.
Good job, Scott.
Yeah,
You finally put together a game with a coherent plotline. Except...
Not. Except not. Fuck no. Would you like to add or subtract? Galileo. Oh, excuse me. We're now 1 hour out of the... We're now 60 out of 120. We're halfway there to the next spin. Get the lore. Except... All right. Okay, buddy. Alrighty. Okay, Galileo. Thank you. That said, it is time. I can now no longer be on OG Lily. Woo! Congratulations on meeting OG Lilybelle. You can see that she has not that much hair, but she's always been beautiful, and I loved her. I always love her so much. She brings so much back to me, nostalgia, and just really the beginning of an absolute era for me. So everybody say bye, OG Lily. Bye. Oh, look at that. What is this? Look, it's me as a sheep. Look at that. Aren't I so pretty? Whoa, sheesh. What the hell am I wearing here? A swimsuit? Where? I'm back. The blips in and out. Yeah, no, I really want it to take shorter time, but the way VC face is what I'm using, right? The way that it does it is just not as easy. There you go. All right, hold on. That means that I've done this part of our funathon, so I can move this from my funathon goals into being have done. OG FNAF, both FNAF Day and OG Lilybelle. I'm actually quite enjoying this, though. I am. You can tell I'm enjoying it or very easily by seeing how much I'm like not talking or ranting. If I'm ranting, you're like, okay, she's into this. She's getting into it, all right? If you ever see that I'm either like, and also if I'm just silent throughout the video, yeah, I'm just watching. Alrighty. Cool, we did it. Nice. All right, let's move on.
You didn't. Scott Cawthon, if all of us are
I knew
right
you
in our
was. She
theory,
resisted me
then
so much.
you
This is a very easy thing, right, Axel? Immediate, like, as much as people, how do I say this properly? The more you're actually pushing something on me, the more I feel like it's suspicious you're pushing something on me. I will resist you. It's like my mother, right? She's like, you know, maybe if you would lose like a little bit more weight if you went to the gym. Yeah, no shit, Mom. Why are you saying some shit like that, though? It's kind of fucked up of you, don't you fucking think? There you go. Yeah, just, but like, because I feel like stream title, I say, yeah, thank you for stream title update. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Maybe that's where it honestly came from. You know what I mean? Where it's like, all this like, you have to eat it. You have to eat it. All right? You have to eat this fucking apple. That shit sounds poisonous. That sounds sus. Don't do that. Plus, Axel, you're incredibly biased. We are not even the same kind of person. You just happen to also very much like FNAF. Okay?
are wrong. Just when it looked like you were making a game that actually adhered to its own lore, you also made a game that is completely impossible from a scientific perspective. Loyal theorists, it's time we give Scott's latest bag of tricks a little lesson in real-life science. While frontal lobe injuries aren't as uncommon as people think, actually they happen all the time in car accidents.
My favorite part is that Matt literally was just like, by the way, Scott, you kind of fucked up on your own like lore, when Matt is a theorist, right? He's like, yeah, no, by the way, you fucked up on the game because it doesn't fit with what we as theorists think has a theory on the lore for. My bro, why did you just not assume that it was a certain way? You know what I mean?
Accidents, playing football, falling down, etc., having your whole frontal lobe bitten off has a much more profound impact on mental and physical functions. It would come with a whole slew of symptoms from motor skill impairment to nervous system.
Yeah, maybe this wasn't about maybe this isn't Nightmares of the Bite of 87. Like, did you think about that, though?
Issues, but the side effects we're most concerned with today would all be psychological. Removal of the frontal lobe significantly impacts the victim's ability to process certain types of stimuli, specifically fear stimuli. Let me give you some backstory. In the good old 1940s and 50s, psychiatrists often thought the best way to cure problems with the brain were to cut pieces out. Feeling depressed? Well, let's slice that out. Overly aggressive? That chunk probably wasn't important. As such, there are extremely well-documented studies of patients without frontal lobes. And what's fascinating about
the fact that genuinely you could take pieces of brain matter and chunk them off
them was what happened to their fear response. Patients without
is that like they would actually continue living. That's terrifying to know, bro.
A frontal lobe become uninhibited because they no longer have a fear response. Way back in my Fallout episode, we looked in depth at the most famous accidental lobotomy in history, Phineas Gage, who literally had an iron rod shot straight through his head, completely destroying his left frontal lobe. One of the most striking differences between pre-pole Phineas and post-pole Phineas was his sense of inhibition. And by that I mean post-pole Phineas had none. He had no sense of caution, no sense of fear or self-consciousness. He was described to be impulsive to the point of being rude and vulgar in public. No fear, no anxiety, no...
I'm sorry, but lobotomy has to be one of the sickest things as I feel like has ever. It's something that I genuinely am disgusted talking about. I'm like, it's scary. Okay, that said, wait, what were we talking about? Oh, yes, the 40s and the 50s. Did you guys know? I actually just heard this from Tamanegi. I heard them say that somebody like revealed one of the old prescriptions for like depression back then, or no, not depression, like a cough syrup back then, and it was like majority alcohol, fucking, I don't know, painkillers and like some cocaine and some weird shit. It was crazy.
Social pressure anywhere. Going back to the game, one of the things Scott does a great job of throughout the FNAF franchise is putting you in the eyes of Mike or Jeremy or whoever. We feel invested in our protagonist because we are that character. But in this case, that's scientifically impossible, specifically because of the Bite of 87. If the main character of this game truly is little Timmy Lost a Lobe, he wouldn't wander around a house clicking a flashlight on and off.
Yeah, that's why it's not Timmy Lost a Lobe.
Care, because tragically he no longer has the capacity to care. His brain structure no longer allows it. As if this weren't enough, a frontal lobe injury also tampers with concentration and attention span. The main character in the game is still supposed to be concentrated over a long period of multiple hours. But the thing is, patients without frontal lobes don't have this ability. In fact, they can only stay focused on what they see immediately happening in front of them. A child missing...
I've imagined straight up just somebody without their frontal lobe having the same thing as like babies. You know how when you play hide and seek with them because they can't they don't have any like understanding yet of whatever that hide and seek thing is. You know what I'm saying? And back, wait, where OG Lily go? We finished on OG Lily. We finished like 2.5 hours. Yes, Coke also used to have object permanence. Thank you. Yeah, Coke used to actually also have cocaine. I can only imagine that like that would be the same exact idea. As like you can only focus on what's in front of you, and then like the minute it just walks away. Could you imagine?
A frontal lobe who repeatedly turned a flashlight on and off in a hallway without seeing anything would lose interest. They wouldn't have the mental wiring necessary to concentrate on self-preservation. They would literally just go back to bed. The game is impossible the way it's being presented because it would literally be over before it began. But the final and biggest nail in the coffin for this one is how frontal lobe injuries affect the imagination. The frontal lobe controls a ton of mental processing abilities, including
the OG
dreams.
cough syrup?
You
Okay,
might
perfect.
think that
Thank
an
you. I actually
uncontrollable
wanted to see that.
imagination would lead to exactly the kind of nightmares or hallucinations you see in this game.
Holy shit. Yeah. Okay. So the one night, it was a trademarked one night cough syrup. Each ounce contains less than 1% of alcohol. All right. Cannabis indica, chloroform, and morphia. Amazing. That's crazy. Wild.
Game, but in fact, it's the exact opposite. Rigorous studies have been done on the imaginations and dream states of lobotomized patients. While patients without a frontal lobe can have dreams, one thing they can't have is nightmares. Patients missing a frontal lobe carry their...
Also, what's crazy about that is the fact that, like, I mean, and then I just realized now, as I'm about to say it, right? It's is that people would drink like I'm sure everything like it's just an ounce of like a small everything, right? But then people like survive some shit like that.
Lack of fear and inhibition straight into their dreams. And why not? It makes sense. If the mind isn't registering fear consciously, there's no reason to process it subconsciously in a dream. Studies show that lobotomized patients can dream about idyllic scenarios, money, fame, praise, but they can't dream about the monsters under the bed, or in this case, the Foxy in the closet, making the nightmare state of FNAF 4 impossible for the victim of the bite of 87. In fact, going back to the dark days of psychiatry, some patients who experience the kind of recurring nightmare we see in FNAF 4 actually had their frontal lobes intentionally removed to stop these dreams from happening. One famous case describes a patient who was experiencing a recurring dream of being chased by ferocious animals. After the patient received the lobotomy in 1953, yes, he still had the dream, but would instead describe it as being a nice dream with some nice animals. His visions in the dream were no longer threatening. The animals were happy, he was happy, and he was no longer able to perceive any of the fear he once had prior to the surgery. So scientifically speaking, there is no single way the main character of FNAF 4 can be the bite of 87 victim like Scott seems to have indicated. Sure, the game could be about another...
Like Scott seems to have indicated. My dude, you did that. You did that. You said that... What?
Kid, speaking their victim, like Scott seems to have indicated. Sure, the game could be about another kid, I guess, but that would be lame. No, this game is meant to be about the victim of the bite of 87.
Seller.
The
hello,
poor
dear.
kid
Hello,
who
hello.
wasn't just attacked at the restaurant, but continues to be tortured through nightmarish visions, dreams, coma-induced hallucinations, whatever. I have zero doubt that that's what Scott intended, but the fact of the matter is, he just didn't do enough homework. A kid with those sorts of injuries wouldn't care about those things in the first place. He would have no fear, and there would be no animatronics, real or imaginary, that would be able to keep him up at night. Biologically speaking, nothing he would be experiencing would be any scarier than the fan.
Can you genuinely imagine being Scott, like making this, whatever the theory is in the future, okay? Making this and going, all right, this is what it is. And everybody, like all the game theorists, literally all the FNAF theorists were like, you know what? You did the game wrong, my dude. You did the game wrong. It's almost like when people come in and they're like, I don't know. It's just like, I think you're getting VTubing wrong. And it's like, okay, are you a VTuber? Are you me? Are you me? Fuck.
The fan. Sorry, Scott. Better luck in the movie. But hey, That's just a theory.
A game theory.
Thanks for
Boo.
watching.
That was terrible. That was
So that's the
genuinely terrible, right? Wait, hold on.
Science of FNAF 4, but I'm working on picking apart the lore now. It'll take a few weeks, so make sure you subscribe to get notified.
That genuinely was like the worst one, only because he set it up the way he wanted to set it up, and then the entire time he was like, but the game is wrong for this. Like, what? He set it up. What? Yeah, right? Send MatPat a fucking cease and desist? No, they work together.
There's gotta be a code to open this. Bite of 87. New text? I must be close. Incident of 83. One movie.
What is-
11 animatronics. 11 kids. One phone guy. One killer. Hex code for purple. Backwards. Is that?
It is not hex code for purple back. What?
Yes, MatPat. It was me. It was me the whole time. And that's no theory.
What the fuck? What the So I assume Markiplier collabed with Matt on this? That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. That's cute. I like that. Markiplier is one of the biggest FNAF creators. Oh, is he? Oh, that. Okay. You know what? I think I remember hearing that Markiplier played FNAF, but I didn't. Now that when you're saying he's the king of FNAF, I assume that's what really, like, pumped them up. Anyways, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to use the bathroom, okay? Get up. Stand up, get some fucking water, look outside the window at not a fucking computer or phone screen, okay? Yeah. You're on a bus, standing up would be weird. Would it? I feel like don't like buses don't they have standing room? Okay. Alrighty. And also have a good lurk, Avarice. Congratulations on your new PC case. Woo, 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 woo. All right, let's go. See, I didn't know that Markiplier was...
Hello, Internet.
I only know
Welcome to the
Markiplier as, like, a YouTube dude, right? And I like him. I do. But, like, I didn't know he was, like, a Five Nights at Freddy's dude. So I was like, so they just grabbing random YouTubers out here? When are they going to have, like, Ray William Johnson on? Or about, like, you know what I mean? Or fucking Anna Akama. Whatever.
Five Nights at Freddy's podcast. Oh, sorry, I mean Game Theory. Game Theory. The show that covers theories on other games in the 2-week intervals between new installments of FNAF. But if I'm ever gonna see requests for games other than FNAF 4 in my Twitter feed, this video needed to be made. Because, I have a confession, Internet, I made a mistake.
No shit, Dip.
In my last FNAF
yeah,
video.
no
Not
fucking
my research,
shit.
mind you. My conclusion that this kid scientifically could not be the Bite of 87 victim was actually 100% right.
Because it's not.
And,
oh my god.
as you've been eager to point out, lore-wise, no, I was...
Okay, I assume that in this last video, the comments were fucked up. The comments really just went for his ass, I swear.
wrong in calling this the Bite of 87. I'm man enough to admit my mistakes. Hey, it's why they're called theories after all,
True,
right?
true,
Anyway,
true.
in this case, Scott was sure to let me know my error in his first comment on any of my videos.
Oh, shit! Wait, what?
Anyway, in this case, Scott was sure to let me know my
Error in his first comment. It was a good video, Matt. So Scott really does. Scott has a YouTube and he just sits there and he actually does. Like, it was that bad. It was straight up that bad of a theory that Scott had to come out and leave a comment. As your more clever viewers are pointing out in the comments below, you overlooked a crucial detail. I'll be looking forward to your next theory. He really does sit through all of these. This is actually so fun. I love that. I genuinely love that. It's kind of funny.
error in his first
Yeah, I
comment
do know
on
that
any
he's
of my
on Reddit.
videos on the franchise, to my
and
knowledge,
I
which
didn't
is
know
really
he was on Twitch,
exciting,
but
it did leave me wondering, should I feel honored or trolled? And let me just say,
both,
because you
bro.
were asking, I didn't delete that comment. I only delete comments from game theorist bots. No, I don't want your free PSN codes, okay? So I guess Scott must have deleted it himself. Maybe there was a typo. Or maybe a clue to FNAF 5. Before we get that far ahead, let's close the book
funny.
on FNAF 4. First, let's set the record
it's a
straight
college
on where
school
it
bus.
takes
My
place.
bad, Sol.
It does
My
not
bad.
take place
Oh my
in Fredbear
God.
Family
You're what was I saying? Oh, you're listening to you watching me? Are you watching me in college school bus?
Diner, but rather the first location.
hold on.
It does not the book on FNAF 4. First, let's set the record straight on where it takes place. It does not take place in Fredbear Family Diner, but rather the first location of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Right, that
the
is
one
what
from
you
the
said.
Old phone guy tapes found in FNAF 3. But the Springlock yellow
Hi,
suits are
Luigi.
the only ones there.
Hi,
I
Luigi
hear you
fan.
typing.
Hello, hello.
You're right. They obviously are. But remember, phone guy's tapes in FNAF 3 welcome you to Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, not Fredbear Diner, before he tells you about their, quote, specially designed suits.
That's what she
Roll
said, though.
cassette tape.
That is what he
Welcome to your
said.
new career as a performer/entertainer for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Right now, we have 2 specially designed suits that double as both animatronic and suit.
Specially designed, i.e. not in existence during the Fredbear era. Plus, in that same set of phone calls, Phone Guy tells us the suits have become decommissioned after an incident where there were, quote, multiple simultaneous Springlock failures. What do we see at the end of FNAF 4? An incident where multiple Springlocks fail simultaneously and a child dies. And let me
Wait,
be
that
clear,
was at the end of FNAF 4? Oh, wait. No. Hold on. Yeah, we're on FNAF 4 right now. Okay, sorry. I'm like getting ahead of myself. I'm accidentally am thinking about FNAF 3 instead. Okay.
The terminology is pretty confusing. In the game, the word spring lock is used to describe both the suit as a whole and the individual locking mechanisms within that suit. A spring lock suit is made up of multiple spring locks. To have multiple simultaneous spring lock failures, like Phone Guy says, would either mean multiple suits going down at the same time, which is a bit coincidental and hard to believe, or that multiple locks within the same suit collapse at the same time, causing a catastrophic failure. Say, for instance, because a child is squirming to escape and his tears are moistening the locks. Crunch. And besides, don't you think it'd be weird for Fredbear's Diner to use these suits, have them kill a child, sell the company, and then Freddy Fazbear's Pizza starts using them again? It just wouldn't make a lot of sense. Long story long, although Fredbear and Springtrap are the featured attractions at this restaurant, this is a Freddy Fazbear branded joint. One dating back to, as we see on the TV set, 1983. But enough about the timeline. I don't want to dwell on it in this episode. To me,
they had a fucking TV show too. Alright, let's go.
Because the most interesting part of this game is the ending and its overall meaning. Like I said in the other FNAF 4 video, if this was just a random kid who got bit, that would be really lame. So how does this particular kid fit into the overall lore? Why is this incident of 1983 so important to show? Who is the FNAF 4 kid, and what does the ending line of "I will put you back together" mean? Well, let me tell you, the evidence points to
oh my god, there's so much, because now this is not 83. Oh, this is the bite of 87, but wait, this is in 1983. This is in 1983. So this is not even the bite of 87. Which one's the bite of 87? Oh, God. Oh, God. This is the bite of 83? So who's the bite of 87?
Is so important to show. Who is the FNAF 4 kid, and what does the ending line of "I will put you back together" mean? Well, let me tell you.
The bite of 87 was a security guard from the second game. Oh my god, there's just so much. There's just so much.
The evidence points to him being the puppet. Let's look at the evidence. First, many have pointed out the streaming tears down the kid's face, which
I thought the puppet was the kid who like got killed from the purple guy. Okay? Right? But also every kid has been crying. They all which mimic the tears down the puppet mask. That's what you said about the other kid.
Mimic the tears down the puppet's mask. Okay, sure, that was good evidence when we first saw them in FNAF 2, but at this point, those nice pixelated streams are on nearly every chubby-cheeked kid who's ever entered these restaurants. So alone, it's not much to go on. But we can take it one step further. While the tears themselves might not be interesting, look at this. It's a screen from the Mangle minigame back in FNAF 3. This weird, crying, giant silhouette was just kinda out of place in the last game. And all us FNAF theorists just kind of glossed over it in our analyses, since, seriously, what is it? I mean, it kind of looks like the puppet, right?
No, it kind of just looks like an angry, sad kid.
I mean, that's what I thought at the time.
Like a bent-over kid.
To bring it up, since it just didn't fit anywhere. But now we have a new game and new information that might make this make sense. Look at its body position. Notice anything specific about it?
Yeah, it's like kind of bending over.
We see our FNAF 4 kid in a lot throughout the game, including his final scene, kneeling down.
There you go.
Streaming tear tracks, and his face turned 2/3
Yo, what's up,
toward the camera.
Springtrap?
Do you see
Hello.
the connection here? But not only that, look at what our kid wears. A black and gray striped shirt. And remember, this is in a world where all the other kids are generally wearing single color outfits. It's an oddly specific detail. Now I ask you, what's the signature look for the puppet? None other than black and white stripes. But besides those design details, consider that there's no sign of the puppet anywhere in this game, and yet practically every other animatronic is present in some form, meaning that this game likely exists at a time when the puppet has yet to be created. Remember when he just kind of showed up in FNAF 2, which I should remind you takes place 4 years later than this game? He just kind of came out of nowhere. Well, this could be the puppet's origin story. This idea of kid as puppet also works really well with the locked box at the end. What's in there besides Markiplier's stunning face and buttery voice? A puppet. As we see in FNAF 2, he has a habit of coming out of boxes, and he's the only one who can bend and fold up into a space that small. But there's even more evidence when you look at the timeline. Now, I challenge you to ask yourself one question. What exactly is the child afraid of in this game?
Oh my god. My brain! It hurts!
Why does he hate this restaurant so much? The easy answer would seem to be the animatronics, but that'd be wrong. It's important to note that at the time of the cutscene minigames, he's not scared of Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica. When you walk over the pile of plushies in the corner, we see that he considers these characters as his friends. Foxy
He's still
is
crying,
in that
bro.
camp too, but to a slightly lesser degree because his brother has started scaring him with the Foxy mask, hence the head being pulled off. Even
Maybe. Okay.
the weird psychic friend Fredbear isn't a scary presence for him. So clearly he's not scared of the characters. Is he scared of the people working at the restaurant? The purple guy? Maybe, but that's not quite the full answer either. Again, watch how he behaves. When trying to escape the worker in the Fredbear outfit, he can't muster the courage to run past the show stage with the yellow suits. He collapses in fear. And when the bullies drag him over to the stage, he's freaking out. Clearly, what he is specifically afraid of in this restaurant is the yellow Springtrap suits, whether in animatronic mode or suit mode, which begs one question. Why? Well, the
Okay,
answer
have a
lies
good
in
drive
psychic
home,
friend
Pete.
Fredbear.
Bye-bye.
Look at the dialogue running
Be
through
safe.
the kid's head. Hurry the other way and find someone who will help. You know what happens if he catches you. That line would be easy to write off as this just being a scared kid who believes the ghost stories he's heard from the dead-eyed girl he talks to on the way home. She's creepy. If it wasn't for one thing.
What the
this other
fuck?
line. No. Don't you remember what you saw? This kid actually saw something, a crime, something terrible in these restaurants. It would seem to imply that he saw another child get shoved into one of these suits.
I
This would
mean,
also
I wouldn't
explain the
exactly.
strange
All right, hold on. That was a little bit. That wouldn't be my first assumption, right? Is that implication? I wouldn't say that shit. But, okay. This one specifically, FNAF 4, I feel like is really where the story comes through. Like, I know that every other one has lore, and then this one is story. Does that make sense? Do you know what I'm saying? Right? That said, I think I just saw somebody in chat say it kind of sucks because Scott just retconned his entire lore. And it's like, why? Are they coming out with another FNAF game? Or is he just saying that so that the movie can be whatever the movie is?
Brown pixels sticking out of the yellow body backstage. A tuft of hair, perhaps? All of these details also fit with the character I've been lovingly calling Psychic Friend Fredbear. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call?
Psychic Friend Fredbear!
I mean, seriously, what is this thing? Sometimes he's a bear, sometimes he's referencing it,
Want me to
and
get Scott in
sometimes
chat,
he's
Lily? Yeah, call
a
him up real
flower?
quick.
Okay. At first, it seemed like the creepy little toy was nothing but an imaginary friend. That was until the final moment.
Wait, what?
Creepy little toy was nothing but
Why the fuck is his eyes moving? The FNAF cinematic universe? Exactly. Hey, get Scott in chat. Get Scott in chat real quick. I need to make sure. Hey, Scott, you, there's no real reason for you to retcon it, right? It's not like you're coming out with another one, right? Right?
Imaginary friend that was until the final moments after the bite, when we see the bear's signature yellow text. But this
Wait, hold on. 4 doesn't make sense in the context of the first 3 because it's a jumping point for a new set of 3 more? 3 more? Shit. Just lurk it. Also, what's your favorite music genre or artist? It's a good one. I like cinematic. I like official soundtracks. I like that. I also like grassroots indie pop, something like that. I don't know what they're called. I like jazz also.
time, instead of parroting back the kid's feelings like he usually does, he shows that he is clearly in possession of a mind of his own, saying all kinds of creepy things like, "You're broken. We're still your friends. Don't you believe that?" And
Oh, so
"I'm
the
still
bear is
here.
saying that.
I will put you back together." This isn't just a split personality of the kid or anything. This is a separate entity. This is a spirit. This is someone who knows the danger of getting caught by the people wearing those suits. This is the victim that our FNAF 4 kid saw getting stuffed. This is Golden Freddy.
Only if you accept the theory that that is what the kids saw.
Guy's first victim. And I know you're rushing into the comments now to say that this changes a lot of things and goes against stuff we've been saying
The
for a while.
VR
Don't
game
worry, we'll address it. Just
recontextualizes
get
the
excited.
games as fake?
We've
What do you
pinpointed
mean the
identities
games
of our
are
two
fake?
most mysterious animatronics.
They're real games.
This
They're
is
just
an
there.
awesome revelation from an evidence standpoint, but to be honest, it's a little disappointing from a storytelling standpoint. Here's why. We humans all have a proven psychological need to complete things. This need is called, unimaginatively, the completion principle. We want to fill in the blanks in the stuff around us so that the world makes sense and we feel in control.
Stop saying we. Okay? It sounds like a you thing. Stop saying we.
It's the biggest psychological reason why you want to
It's
beat
not
a
always
game,
about
or
you,
even
Matt.
just an individual
God.
level. You know how you just can't stop and save in the middle of a level? You have to play until it's done.
That's kind of funny that he showed that specifically yesterday.
This is the reason why. Weirdly enough, it's even the reason why
Bugs!
it's so hard to
There's
leave just
bugs
one
too,
slice of cake
Ann?
outside of sheer deliciousness, or leave out the last two pieces of a puzzle. I mean, even just looking at it on the screen, Earl, just put the piece in. Just finish the last two just animate
Oh my
the pieces
God!
to move over
Is
into
that
the open
the
slots.
MatPat
I beg
Axel?
you. Just finish the last... Thank you. This isn't just you being OMG, I'm so OCD. It's actually because the brain is wired to respond to knowing when you're done with a task. The brain can now take the mental energy it was using to focus on.
Anyways, we're going to stop right here just to prove MatPat wrong. It was an amazing time, you guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I will be gone this upcoming weekend. I will be gone starting tomorrow until Sunday, but I will see you on Monday. We'll get started on that Valorant training arc. This was my Final Thought Day 13. Super short, but that's totally fine. You know, we still got through a lot. We got to really hear a little bit about FNAF and MatPat being wrong with FNAF. Anyways, my name is Lilybelle. I love to travel, but I suck at geography. Thank you for flying with Lilybelle Air. Bye-bye now.
On that
Anyways,
activity and use it on something else. But what happens if you don't finish that piece of cake? Or if you walk away from a game right before beating the level? Your brain can't put that activity away because it's still not finished.
Stop
you literally
saying
continue
you.
to spend mental energy
It's
on it in the
you,
background.
Bad. Just
even
put
when
your
you're
name in
doing
there,
other
God.
things. As long as there are unknowns, your brain can't feel in total
This was
control.
a bit, you guys.
Can't let
It was
things
a
go.
bit.
And whether he knew this when creating the first FNAF game or not, Scott Cawthon has done an amazing and infuriating job of creating a story that looks like it goes one way, but also looks like it might go somewhere else. This
Wait, am I that convincing? I mean, hopefully. God, I'm a fucking actress. But, thank you. Thank you so much. It's a, no, what the hell? It's, remember, because Matt was like, this is why you have to, like, finish it. You know, you can't just be, like, right in the middle. And I was like, you know what? I am just gonna stop right in the middle of this, you know, video. Come on, pay attention, you guys. That's what I was saying. The context was there. The context was fucking there, Axel. Come on, you guys. Chopin, thank you so much for gifting. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, God. Okay. That's 7, 85 out of 120 minutes until our next spin. Shaman, would you like to add or subtract? Thank you. See, Axel knew it was a fucking joke. Maybe I just sounded really... Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really hope so. That's what I get. That's cool. I mean, you're the one that apparently wants me around for my birthday. Hello? That sounds like a you problem. I don't need to fucking get into voice call with you. The fuck? Fuck you too, bitch. Jesus. You. I thought you were the one that wanted to hang out with me, bud.
Keeps us thinking about FNAF lore, talking about FNAF lore, pestering our favorite YouTube theorists for more FNAF lore for weeks, months, watching every video released on everything.
How on
from
earth is
top
there
10
393
details
hours
you
on the
missed in FNAF 4
timer? All right,
teaser.
here's the story. If you guys haven't figured out why there's such a big, giant fucking timer, no. Markiplier didn't come in here and whale this timer up. It was because, as already said, we as mentioned before, we have a giant gotcha wheel, right? And every 2 hours to spin on the wheel, we got really unlucky with the wheel. Within the first 3 days, every single all the wheel things did great, except for the fact that I got add 48 hours. Soon after, got add 24 hours. Soon after, got add double the timer. And then soon after that, got triple the timer. So that's why we're there. Also, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I don't know what that was. Was that, what did we do here? What was that? Thank you so much for the tip. Thank you so much for buying a ticket. I very much appreciate it. That's spin time, is it? No, I think you did your math wrong, honey. I don't have that as a spin time. Wait, is it? Hold on. Let me do the math. Hold on. Oh, it is. You're right. It was a spin time plus 3 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes. Okay. I'm just gonna do it for you. I already know what you want. So there you go. Thank you so much, though. That's great. I really appreciate it. I'm just gonna do it for you. I already know what you've been wanting. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my god. Okay. Alrighty. That's it. It's time. Okay, hold on. It's time for a wheel spin. It's not 3D oh, well, yes, it is 3D Lily. Sorry. I thought that you were thinking that it was OG. We were doing OG 3D Lily earlier. But it's time for a wheel spin. Woo. Okay. This is not the fucking wheel. What the fuck? I had a page open already. Shit. Hold on. This is embarrassing. Hold on. New wheel tab. Okay, new wheel tab. And then you open up the thingy. Okay, it's wheel spin time! And also, what's up, Gucci? I love you. Okay, hold on. Woo! Da 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 da. Hey, yo! We get to do a scarf giveaway? One of my homemade scarves? Finally! Oh, dear God, Lord and Christ, finally! Oh, Jesus. What do you mean, what the fuck? Why? You don't want any of my shitty homemade scarves that I crocheted myself that comes in a little package that includes Japan souvenirs? Huh? Yeah, alrighty. Okay, let's go. Hold on. That's a giveaway, not necessarily to you, We're gonna do a giveaway if you would like to join the giveaway right now. Oh, wait, that's not it. Fucking. There you go. Join in the giveaway. Exclamation point join to join in the giveaway. Also, while we're waiting for this, it was Gucci's birthday yesterday. So I'm doing a little Gucci birthday song. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Gucci. Happy birthday to you. Sorry I couldn't get that extra high note because my voice is kind of dying. Yo! Light won the points! Hey, Light won it! Light got it! Woo! Congratulations, Light. Nice job. Perfect. Please Mess, you know what? Let me write it down onto my little Funathon goal wheel real quick. Light wins scarf giveaway. Sorry, I have to like, woo! Congratulations to Light. I'm also sorry because you probably know what a really nice scarf looks like, and you know, it's not good. You won! You won! Yeah! Congratulations! Sorta. I'm so sorry about the scarf that you're gonna get. Okay, moving on.
To top 10 FNAF lore for string
Okay, hold on.
keeps us thinking about FNAF lore, talking about FNAF lore.
Thank you,
pestering our
Light. I'm
favorite
glad you like my
YouTube
crafted
theorists
stuff.
for more FNAF lore for weeks, months. Watching every video released
Yes,
on everything from top
117
10
minutes
details
until
you
our
missed in the
next
FNAF 4
bid.
teaser to top 10 facts about the cupcake. The
What?
cupcake.
What the fuck
10
is a
facts
cupcake?
about the cupcake. Seriously. Once we're
What
into
the
the
fuck is a
lore, our
cupcake?
brains literally cannot let the pieces go until there's some kind of resolution, a completed story. But Scott has done such a good job of keeping the game in flux that the pieces never quite feel like they fit in a way that feels satisfying. We never get that moment of ROLAIDS.
What is
Spells
rolling?
relief. So we want the pieces
Oh,
of the puzzle to fit
ha, ha,
together
ha, ha.
cleanly, and the problem with FNAF is that while there's plenty of evidence for the story to go one
That's
way, there's
it?
also
Chica has a
evidence for it
cupcake
going
and there's
somewhere
10 facts
else.
about
Try
the
this one on
cupcake?
for size. Well, there's a lot of evidence for the kid in FNAF 4 being the puppet, and I'd bet my bottom dollar that that's the solution that Scott intended. From a storytelling standpoint, more pieces actually fit together if the FNAF 4 kid becomes Golden Freddy and not the puppet. This would make our first victim, the one our FNAF 4 kid sees get killed, the puppet, like we've been hypothesizing since FNAF 2. Suddenly, you have a group of 5 kids celebrating a birthday, one kid associated with each animatronic, with the one representing Golden Freddy being the odd man out. And this scenario perfectly mimics the FNAF 3 good ending with the Happiest Day minigame, where 5 souls from 5 kids, each representing a different animatronic, reunite to celebrate a birthday that never really happened. It actually
Wait a
creates
minute, I kinda got
beautifully
goosebumps from
bookended
that
story
one.
of redemption and forgiveness, a reunion of brothers. And yeah, I know the complaints. Don't get me started about the size of the kids being different. They're the spirits of dead children in an 8-bit minigame, okay? Literalizing the sizes seems to be a bit of a stretch. And it goes even further than that. In the FNAF 2
Yo, what's
Give
up,
Gifts
Lim?
minigame,
Ooga
the puppet
booga.
gives life to the dead children, with Golden Freddy as the odd man out who doesn't get a mask and does a ghostly jump scare at the end. That would reflect the 4 bullies getting killed in the pizzeria by Purple Guy in response to this incident, while the one, Golden Freddy, dies somewhere else, like a hospital bed. I mean, we do see the IV and pills and flowers, and as a result, that's why
Honestly,
the puppet,
that
the
is pretty
first
crazy
victim,
because they
is
have
able to
that,
reach those
right?
4
So
kids'
it's gotta be
souls and
something.
save
It's
them,
gotta be,
while Golden
I don't
Freddy
know.
has to behave like a ghost. It also
The
gels
kid's
with the
gotta be
idea that the
something, not
Take
just some
minigame
random
represents
kid.
the first victim at the first location, and why the puppet is always the
Which
jump
last
scare,
game of
because
the series-
he's the
this
kid
is,
we just
FNAF
watched get
4.
killed. So a lot of storytelling pieces fit together, but at the end of the day, that leaves us with too many questions about why Golden Freddy is talking to our FNAF 4 kid. A spirit needs to be inhabiting that bear for the story to make sense, and Scott certainly put in plenty of evidence that leads us to believe that the FNAF 4 kid is the puppet. The FNAF 4 kid needs to have seen a tragic, scary incident to make him fear the restaurant, which means he can't have been the first kid to have been killed. In short, the challenge here is that you have a choice. There's more evidence for our FNAF 4 kid becoming the puppet.
Is this Stanley Parable? I have a choice?
But the resulting story is more satisfying for him to become Golden Freddy. And either side leaves you wanting more, because not all the evidence works in either scenario. And that is the true secret to FNAF. The completion principle demands that we get answers, that the scraps of evidence across the 4 games come together cleanly. But if and when they do, our brains will just be able to move on and forget about it, making it just another game that we played and is collecting dust on our shelf.
When earlier one of you guys told me that he has a minor in psychology, this is where it is. This is where he said, you know what? This is what psychologically it probably will do, which is, as a marketer, as a marketing major, as a marketer person, makes absolute fucking sense also. Like anything to keep you coming back for more. Like fucking Marvel saying, whoever will return at the end of it. You know what I mean?
or taking up memory space in our Steam account, I guess. In the meantime, good on Scott for making sure FNAF is always on our
Wait,
mind.
are you
He didn't
saying
do it
that
by
you
giving
think that
us
this is the
endless
only
levels
reason
or
he
a
made it
whole bunch of
harder?
stuff to complete. He did it just by making sure the pieces that are there are never quite enough. So GG, Scott.
Wow.
GG. And GG to all of you too, theorists. All of us, for trying to complete the story and solve the mysteries. I may complain about it, but honestly, I've been having a blast. It's like the Gravity Falls of video games.
Yeah,
it's
it
been
is
my
the Gravity
honor
Falls
to
of
work
video
with all of
games.
you on this
Woo!
quest over the last year, and I look forward to trying to continue the quest in the year to come. In fact,
This is even better, the way that he almost says it, as if this is the finale. This is video 7. There's 57 videos. There's literally 50 more of his videos.
since this has been a video many of you have been waiting for a long time. Now that it's finally out, this Thursday at 4 o'clock p.m. Pacific time, I'll be live streaming right here on the Game Theorist channel, answering all the remaining questions you have about the FNAF
7
franchise.
years ago!
Touching on things
Aw,
I
man,
didn't
I
get to
missed
cover in
it.
this episode, like the presence of Mangle in FNAF 4, while also looking at some of the theories that you've been submitting to me over the last year. So if you have a question you want answered or a theory you want addressed, between now and Thursday at 4 o'clock p.m. PST, tweet me at MatPatG.
Remember, you guys,
Between now
4
and
o'clock p.m. Pacific time, Thursday, September 3rd, 2015. Don't miss it.
Thursday at 4 o'clock p.m. PST, tweet me at MatPatGT with the
This is like the ending part. Like literally, it does nothing else. Okay.
Today,
I can't tell
we
when to
end
skip.
the horror.
Today we end the horror.
Solve FNAF.
Okay, believable. Thank you. You guys were actually there? Oh my god. You're ancient. My automatic response to anybody who like figures things out who like sees things that I'm only experiencing now, but just maybe saw it like a few years ago. Man, they ancient. They old as fuck, bro.
Kai Lilens is now boarding. Welcome to Lilybelle Air. Hope you have a safe and enjoyable flight.
Hello, Internet. Welcome
smartest
to
show
Game
in
Theory,
gaming.
where,
That's funny.
after months of intensive therapy, I'm back to finally put the original FNAF tetralogy to rest. It's done. No more Halloween updates, no more FNAF 5 rumors, and no more fan. Suck on that,
Still
you
funny.
multi-bladed
Still
propeller
good.
of air.
Still good.
So shortly after my last Freddy theory, I arranged a live stream with some fellow FNAFers to close the book on the series. And what happened was something that none of us expected.
Scott came in.
We have internet.
We have it. We're back. No, not the stream issues. Scott started talking
Yeah,
to us.
Scott came in.
Kinda. He kept updating his site, scottgames.com, with cryptic messages as to the true meaning of the game. What is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. In the FNAF 4 minigame,
It's blank. It's a blank website, but I'm afraid to stay here. I'm afraid to stay here. Is it just
then why
blank
would
now?
the tiny toy Chica be missing her beak? And finally, 4 games, 1 story. It was incredible! After a year of taking shots in the dark, finally we were, in a way,
Okay,
hearing back
good,
from
it's
the
just
man
there.
who knew all the answers. Scott Cawthon, the creator, was reaching out from the shadows to give us, for pretty much the first time ever, concrete leads as to where to look. But what did these cryptic clues mean? In the moment, the best I could do was this.
Is it possible that FNAF 2 didn't actually happen?
My bro!
But in the days that followed, those 3 clues led theorists on Reddit, Steam, and YouTube to completely throw out everything that they knew about the franchise. What if we were looking at the franchise all wrong?
Good
Instead
morning,
of counting
Doubles.
animatronic toes, calculating minimum wage rates, and tracking
Wait, security breach TV. Hold on. Oh, it's not it. Yeah.
Purple Guy's work history, maybe we needed to take a step back. What if everything in FNAF was just a dream?
This is the most theory ever. This is the most theory-like theory fucking ever. What if everything was just a a dream. Holy shit. Oh, it is. Hold it. It says something is coming? Ooh. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that these are like horror things, I feel like messing with ARGs would be fun. Just saying.
That's right, a FNAF dream theory that everything we play through in these games was created in the mind of the FNAF 4's crying child. It sounds like a cop-out, right? Like a lazy storytelling cliche. Maybe, but stay with me. Even if you think you've heard parts of this theory before, you'll want to stick around. I've unearthed the clues that finally put our year and a half of FNAF speculating to rest. Of the 3 clues Scott gave us that day, the most damning one was the last one. Why would Tiny Toy Chica be missing her beak? What? In the FNAF 4 minigame, you can talk to a small girl on the playground with toy versions of Bonnie, Freddy, and Chica, but her beak is missing? During the stream, we were all like, Scott, please. But when we looked, sure enough, there it was. A few orange pixels laying on the ground. What? Seriously? This was the crucial detail all of us had missed. And yet, for as absurd as it may sound, those 5 pixels changed everything, upending a year worth of theorizing. Because that missing beak directly parallels FNAF 2's new version of Chica, who loses her beak when she goes on the attack. It was something we all had written off as a graphical glitch or a design choice, not as a clue to the meaning of—
Who actually thought some shit like that is a graphical glitch? Who, right? Because I don't think that shit looks like it's graphics.
The entire series, and yet here it was from the creator's mouth. And that is when it started to click. FNAF 2's shiny new animatronics. What are they called? Toy animatronics. And that's not just a cute name the community came up with, like Freddles. It's right there in the custom night menu. It's canon. That's a strange name for a bunch of robots, right? Unless it's meant to be taken literally, and then they're all just a bunch of oh my god. What if they are toys, and this is all just a dream scenario inspired by these little guys? Well, let's keep going with this toy clue. I mean, obviously, the toy animatronics are shiny, plastic-looking fake, just like a small plastic action figure would be. But it explains a bigger question about FNAF 2, the look and design of Mangle. I mean, seriously, the story we're told to believe in this game is pretty absurd. That kids just rip it apart and put it back together again? And so the employees just leave it as a mangled collection of parts for small children to play with.
What the
parent
fuck?
would ever be
that's
comfortable
gross.
letting little Timmy touch
That's
that
gross
thing?
as
Oh,
hell.
and here's
What
a
the
cute
fuck?
thing for you to play with. Oh my gosh! Who could have seen that coming? But if we assume FNAF 2 is in the mind of a child who has seen all these toys, Mangle makes a whole lot more sense. He's just a dismantled toy. Think about Sid from Toy Story, who fuses various toys together to create hideous abominations.
Sid is not a kid. All right, Sid from Toy Story 2 is not a kid. Sid from Toy Story 2 is an absolute fucking monster, bro.
Explains Mangle's 2 heads. I don't care how much you redesign Foxy, no one planned him to have 2 heads. In fact, note that Mangle appears in a girl's room. An insignificant detail? I don't think so. The Chica Beak shows that this girl's toys fall apart, just like Mangle, the tear apart, put back together toy. And toys explain FNAF 1 too. The crying child of FNAF 4 has 4 plushies in his room. The crew from FNAF 1. Plushies, as in soft stuffed animals. What are the original 4 animatronics made out of? Soft materials, fur and fabric,
funny.
not plastic like the toys.
I
so much
genuinely
so
love
that the
Will
one thing that
Poulter
we hear
as an
about them
actor.
throughout the series is that
The
these
poor
old
guy just never
animatronics
gets it,
collect
but he's such a
odors
great
and
actor.
never get
He's so
washed,
funny.
just like an overused and overloved stuffed animal. But the parallels don't stop there.
No.
Why is Foxy out of order in FNAF 1? Well, the plushie he's based on is missing its head. How about Foxy's jump?
Okay, hold the fucking phone. I hate that I know this is like the most cop-out. No, this is not a dream theory, right? Like ever. But at the same fucking time, what he's actually going through is like, oh, okay. I sure as hell would have fucking eaten this shit up.
Scare popping in abruptly from behind a wall. It's awfully similar to the way the brother scares the crying child throughout FNAF 4, in his foxy mask, no less. And how's Golden Freddy fit into this? Well, in the hidden FNAF 4 Easter egg, we see on the TV that the show Fredbear and Friends features the Golden Fredbear alongside the core four of Foxy, Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica. That's your cast from the first game. The dream of FNAF 1 was inspired by this show and the plushies, hence it not containing any of the other animatronics. Even the fact that the child doesn't have a Golden Freddy plush, and that instead he has his imaginary friend Psycho.
I bet. What? What? Why would he have to be afraid to make that official? That doesn't sound right. Like, you know what I mean? That shit don't sound. That's like, why would you need to be afraid to make that official? You're the creator. But the dream theory being likely correct is like, I know, but then you know what I mean? It's like, it's not the official one. I know it's not the official one. But like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like, I would totally eat this shit up. But it doesn't matter, right? What I'm saying is it doesn't matter if Scott chooses to cop out, because that is what happens. I don't know. I mean, now they're like having it, right? So
Psychic friend Fredbear, who appears and disappears at will, directly references Golden Freddy's ghostly behavior in FNAF 1 and 2. In fact, every game, design detail, and animatronic can be explained under this.
My favorite thing about all these theories is that the last time I literally watched or did anything regarding like FNAF theories, it went through a whole family dynamic and relationship. And this is like, doesn't even come close to that part yet.
Theory, the recurring elements of the phone and the fan, right there from some of his favorite toys. The fact that no one in their right mind would work in a place like this? Dream. Firing an employee for something like odor? It's a child's imagination of what employment is like.
That's not true. That's definitely not true. You definitely can get fired partly because of your like odor, honestly.
How about the weird metaphysical hoops that you have to jump through to access FNAF 3's minigames? Well, dreams have weird rules.
If you're saying that literally next game is family stuff, in that case then it couldn't really have been all that much of a cop-out, right? Because then, like, my theory is that he definitely planned all this shit out first, even if this is the one that makes the most sense. Like, if it starts including family stuff later, the dream theory is kind of even more broken? I don't know.
We're dialing codes into cinder blocks makes perfect sense. FNAF 3's Springtrap is directly inspired by the girl in her golden body finger puppet that pinches and traps her finger. The idea that the animatronics stuff you into suits comes from this girl spreading the urban legend that if you die, they hide your body and never tell. The naked endoskeletons come from his time trapped in the supply room. Balloon Boy is the dream version of this kid, excited to go to the birthday party. They even have a single balloon each. Even the oddballs of Shadow Freddy and Shadow Bonnie fit under this theory. They're the product of the crying child being freaked out by the shadows that Golden Freddy and Bonnie cast onto the wall.
Oh my
and while
God.
we're on the subject of shadows, Dream Theory even rolls up the purple guy. Let's pull in Scott's second clue. What is seen in shadows is easily misunderstood in the mind of a child. Yes, he could be referencing the shadow animatronics, which are literal shadows, but what he's more likely referencing is purple guy helping a fellow.
Why is he more likely referencing that, actually? Like, why do you have to say it like that? That sounds like a normal ass reference. Does it not?
Employee put on the yellow suit. They're in a dark, shadowy room, and what the kid sees, or what he thinks he sees, is someone getting violently stuffed into a suit when it's just a mascot putting on its head. Think about how traumatic it'd be if you were a kid and you were at Disneyland and then saw Mickey Mouse suddenly take off its head. It would blow your mind. But we all know that there's no murder happening. It's just employees going about
Why
the
would he
daily
need to give a
grind.
hint for
In
something
fact,
obvious?
That's why purple guy is
Maybe, but like, now that you think about it's like, I don't know. Cause for me, I feel like if you didn't already know that this was a dream theory, it would be a hint for the dream theory, right? Saying like, oh, whatever, like people see in the shadows could be easily misunderstood. Okay, so like literally the shadows, you know what I mean? I would be like, all right, this I feel like would be even if it's obvious now that we are thinking about the dream theory. Can it be obvious if we weren't thinking about the dream theory? Like, why is it obvious this is supposed to be a clue for the purple guy? I mean, it works, but...
Purple. In the Atari-style games, shadows are represented not with black, but with purple, as indicated by the shadows cast by the animatronics on stage. That's why Shadow Freddy, Shadow Bonnie, and even the innocent employee in the dark back room, the shadowy purple guy, are such an unusual color. Still skeptical? So was I. Sure, it answers a lot and smooths out the timeline, but there was still one piece of the puzzle that was missing. One thing that was nagging me. It still felt like a convenient explanation, but not an intentional one. Not something
that's
that
what
Scott
basically I feel like you're
for the
right.
series.
Right,
All
that's
I
what I'm
needed was
saying.
just that one detail that made everything fit together. But then, while writing this script, it finally dawned on me.
Oh
The
my
nail
God,
in the
that's so
coffin.
good.
The one piece of evidence that no one can deny and that, to my
Such a good
knowledge,
bit.
no one has talked about in the months of theorizing. The detail that convinced me this theory has to be true. Are you ready to have your mind blown?
Yeah!
Listen to the sound that you hear at the end of every night of the first 3 games.
Is it rain? It's rain?
A grandfather clock chiming the same song every time.
Okay, well,
Why would the
I
end
mean,
of my
that
shift
song
in
is
an
pretty
office
popular,
be
but-
signaled by a grandfather clock chime?
That's
It
also pretty-
wouldn't
that's
unless
pretty
I was
good,
asleep,
yeah.
dreaming in my house with a grandfather clock right outside my room, just like the my house with a grandfather clock right out.
Is that actually a grandfather clock in the outside the room?
Outside my room, just like the layout
Holy
of the
shit,
crying
that's
child's house
pretty
we see in the
crazy.
FNAF 4 minigames.
That's pretty- okay,
6
yeah,
o'clock
that's pretty
AM,
crazy.
Time to get up. But now let's look at FNAF 4. How does each night end there?
Well, my thing for it, okay, so that if the dream theory was to be generally probable, right? If people are trying to say that it's generally probable, like this was supposed to be it, but Scott didn't really want to do, the dream theory because then it's just too much of a cop-out, then while he was creating this, he made all of this, went, all right, and then went, fuck, this sucks. And then decided to write and make like 4 more games.
A beeping alarm clock. Why? Because we're no longer in the crying child's house. We're in a hospital, trying to recover from being bitten. Hence the pills, IV, and flower Easter eggs. No hospital has a grandfather clock, but they're all equipped with a generic digital alarm clock. This, to me, was the missing link, the piece of evidence that took this theory from convenient explanation for a lot of the game's weirdness to definitive proof that this is what Scott intended. My heart is racing right now. I'm so excited about sharing this with you. It feels like finding the Rosetta Stone, the one detail that unlocks everything else in this huge mystery we've been trying to solve. But at the same time, it's bittersweet, right? Remember what I said at the beginning of the episode? It sounds like a cop-out, right? Like a lazy storytelling cliche.
It sorta.
How many of you agreed with that? If you're honest with yourself, I bet a lot of you. You'll notice across my videos, I don't cover dream and coma theories very often for exactly that reason. They're too easy, too flexible. Because it's all a dream, weird stuff can be written off. Logical errors overlooked simply because it's not actually real. In the theory world,
I love this straight up. You said, yeah, I mean, it's probably a dream, right? Probably a cop-out. Do you agree? A lot of you probably agreed. With what?
they're OP. They're hard to argue against and can be molded to fit any
That it was a
random
cop-out,
collection of
kind of,
details.
pretty much,
And for
totally.
a game like FNAF, where us theorists have spent thousands of hours combing through all the details, making and remaking timelines, bending over backwards to make every last piece of information fit together across the 4 games, it was just a dream reveal invalidates all of that work. It says that none of it really mattered since none of it really happened, and Scott knows this. Let's look at a quote from Scott in his update on Steam regarding the Halloween DLC for FNAF 4. Quote, "The story remains completely hidden. I guess most people assume that I filled the game with random Easter eggs this time. I didn't. What's in the box? It's the..."
That sounds exactly like what Scott would say if he did fill it with Easter eggs.
The pieces put together. But the bigger question is, would the community accept it that way? The fact that the pieces have remained elusive this time strikes me as incredible and special. A fitting conclusion in some ways, and because of that, I've decided that maybe some things are best left forgotten forever, end quote. To me, the key phrase here is, would the community accept it that way? He knows that a "it's all a dream" explanation would fail to live up to our astronomical expectations. It's underwhelming, but fail to accept it that way. He, quote, to me, the key phrase here is, would the community accept it that way? He knows that a "it's all a dream" explanation would fail to live up to our astronomical expectations. It's underwhelming. What about the puppet? What about the oddly specific detail of the paychecks? How about Scott confirming on Steam that my FNAF 2 theory was almost 100% correct? It's this,
my favorite part is that Scott really is communicating with us, just in the most, like, unlikely, like, I didn't know the Steam community was so huge. The fucking Scott is sitting there and, like, doing that, you know what I mean?
Community accepted quote that makes me think Scott intended the dream theory to be official, but also understands that ever revealing it would be a huge mistake. Hence him keeping it locked in the box. I mean, you can already see it in the comment threads discussing earlier versions of the dream theory. People enraged by the sheer mention of this thing. Heck.
But, like, at the same time, I feel like it doesn't really technically matter. Why? Like, okay. I mean, I guess, like, they would just continue to wish and hope for the ending of something, but then you could just not tell them it was a dream. Like, you could just leave it at that, and then they would just go the rest of their lives with unanswered questions and think about your game forever.
You'll probably see it in this comment section, but it doesn't have to be that way. Sure, the nights themselves may be a series of dreams, but the lore contained within those dreams.
That's exactly what he did. No, it's apparently it's not what he did, because then you have a couple of other games that people, you know what I mean? I feel like, well, like, why must you have other games? And then you have other games that are trying, like, to tell you about, like, the family and shit too. What? Oh, meaning he never said it was a dream? But he basically said it wasn't a dream by having all these other games that, like, help this, right? That change it from being just a dream, I feel like. Unless the new games don't have any extra things. The new games are just more of random ass horror stuff.
Wiggly Mat of Twiggly Grim A14 Wiggle 2 Niren 1 Spiggly Angora 4 Wiggle Lilybelle.
How many games are there in total?
Hello 9 Wiggle Hello 9.
He ditches dreams. Exactly what I'm saying is, like, if you ended it here, Scott, you could have just gone with it and nobody got the absolute, you know, they don't have to accept that it's a dream or whatever. Also, thank you so much, Bacardi. I appreciate it. Thank you. Would you like to add time to the timer or subtract time from the timer? Yeah. 9? Where are we? We're 4? Okay. I just feel like, I don't know. This is just the brain just be doing the do.
Meaningless. In fact, it's not.
You
think
can't
about
just
it. The
add
urban
10
legends the
times
kids
more.
are sharing had to start somewhere. That crying child clearly saw
Air.
something that made him scared of these restaurants. And then how do the Atari games
Thank
fit in?
you.
Are they just
Thank you for
dreams
continuing your
within
first class.
dreams?
I appreciate
They're
it.
not. In researching this episode, I not
Sorry,
only
hold
saw
on.
something that made him scared of these where that crying child clearly saw something that made him scared of these restaurants. And then how do the Atari games fit in? Are they just dreams within dreams? They're not. In researching this episode, I not only found the clues that solidify the dream theory, but also the missing links that we've all been overlooking in putting the FNAF timeline together. Scott's final clue about 4 games, 1 story may be a reference to a crying child's nightmares and eventual death in the hospital, but it can also be referencing the story of the game's primary struggle, the puppet and the purple guy. And next week, we're covering that on an all-new
Holy
Game
shit.
Theory Saturday the
God.
19th at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, 12 o'clock p.m. Pacific Time. That's noon for all of you currently trying to figure out whether that's midnight or noon.
What?
I know,
Why?
I get confused all the time too. Why am I telling you the time it'll be published and uploaded? Well, we're covering that story, followed up immediately by a live stream discussion where I, and hopefully a few other theorists, will be able to answer your questions as we close out the year with the definitive answers to this incredibly mysterious series. And I want you guys to be there so you can ask your questions and talk about all this together with us live. So remember, that's Saturday the 19th at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, noon Pacific.
Wait, this is okay. I can just move on for the next one. I keep forgetting that he has a little bit just telling you about like the next one. Okay.
It's been half a year, so let's do this. Let's
Let's
solve the
do
secrets of
this.
FNAF Sister Location months before the game comes out.
What the fuck is that?
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game.
All right. If we're trying to get the idea of the dream location out here and saying that Scott originally probably did this dream location, or I'm sorry, the dream theory, but decided not to make that the end, then I hope the sister location is just straight up the same thing.
Theory, where today the goal is to solve the biggest gaming mystery of 2016 before it
There
even
was
exists.
never just
For once,
one.
I'm gonna get the jump
Amazing.
on you, Scott Cawthon, and here's how I'm gonna do it. We all know that Scott loves dropping little teaser hints on his site, but this time he's tipped his hand a bit too far. Enough for me to get a solid theory going on a lot of key elements we'll see hidden throughout his newest installment, Sister Location. And while some clues come from the teaser images and trailers themselves, the biggest revelations this time have come from the source code on Scott's website. So get ready for a comprehensive
Once again, every single time we get to source code, I'm like, all right, sounds about, sure, Matt.
preview
Hi,
of what
Dolly.
Scotty
Hi,
has
honey.
in store.
I
Because
hope you
by
have
the
a great
end,
day
we'll have looked
too.
at every,
Yes.
and I mean
This
every.
is 6 years ago before all the games come out. So I'm getting like a first look into it. I've only played FNAF 1. I only played for a little bit. I didn't do any deep dives on that. The only other theory thing that I've watched of FNAF once had nothing to do with like, oh, these aren't like even, we're not even touching on any of those yet. So I don't really know. It's like not even, it didn't have anything to do with it really. Okay. Thank you for swallow noises. Hold on. I apologize for the sound of the fan. It's hot in here.
Every element of this franchise, from the original series of games to the novel to FNAF World to the
novel.
ever-evolving source code
Wait,
on
what
Scott
is
Game
that?
to the novel.
Five Nights at Freddy's: The Untold Story. Is this real? Is this a real? Is somebody okay? So somebody else's like theory novel.
To FNAF.
Not even like. What is FNAF World? FNAF World. It's okay. So it's a real book, but it's not like Scott wrote it. Oh my god, it's a cute little video game. Fantasy RPG. Wait, what? Featuring the entire cast from Five Nights at Freddy series, this fantasy RPG will let players control their favorite animatronics in what? In an epic animated adventure. How cute. Wait, and then immediately 6 years ago it says a farewell to FNAF World. It was taken down. Bite 2, Rainy Day 2, Pizza Wheel 2. How cute. It looks so adorable. It is. I love FNAF World. It's very divisive. Why? Do people not like FNAF World?
World to the ever-evolving source code on
The books are
ScottGames.com
canon.
in
So
our
is
attempt to
FNAF World.
expose
How
the
are they canon? Scott came out and said, yeah, these are fucking real.
facts behind the next trip to Freddy's. Now, Scott hiding hints in the coding of his site is nothing new. It was the source code that started the whole Bite of 83 versus 87 debate back during
He
FNAF
backed
4.
them?
This
Oh,
time,
that's actually cute then. It reminds me of Star Wars, right? Original Star Wars. And George Lucas, straight up just saying, sure, yeah, why not? Do it. Go for it, bro. Let's go. FNAF is very interesting. I feel like anything with theory is very interesting, right? FNAF going with like full theory like this, because it's incredibly divisive. Even in this chat, I'm watching. I'm like, interesting.
it's a bit more than just a mere hint of what's to come. It is a fully fledged story. So let's take this line by line. This first big chunk at the beginning starts off like a collection of letters and punctuation, but upon further inspection, you can make out repeated numbering patterns and letter combinations representing days of the week. When pieced together, it becomes a schedule looking like this, listing out the days when certain animatronics are either available, booked, needed for a private party, or mat, either in maintenance or needed for a
Matt, oh my god! He put you in the game, Matt! Congratulations! Whoa, that's huge!
matinee show. It's unclear which. It's also worth mentioning that 4 animatronics are specifically called out here. BBY for Baby, BAL for Ballora, and FTF for both Funtime Freddy and Funtime Foxy. Now,
how do we know these are their fucking names, dude? Apparently people are like, okay, Baby, for sure. Ballora, that's the ballerina? Is that what it is? Because reasons? So he's pulling these out of his very leaping logic, right? Oh, the trailer. So in the trailer, it shows that these are the names of the characters. Is that what it is?
for those of you who don't follow every scrap of information about these games,
these are the
let me
names.
explain.
Okay, but my question is like, so this is because this is before the game came out. So how does he know that these are the names of the characters?
Reddit discovered that Scott had gone and copied scrap of information about these games. Let me explain. Reddit discovered that Scott had gone and copyrighted various names, presumably for these new animatronics. And here, we see it being confirmed.
Copyright.
More on some of these guys in a minute. The thing I want to call out first is that there's clearly a 5th animatronic in this schedule. 050 is that there's...
You can't just... I'm pretty convinced that you can't just copyright the name Baby.
Clearly a 5th animatronic in this schedule, 05
But I can understand what they're trying to
out
do.
of service. But who could this be? In the trailer, we only see 4 animatronics. Well, that's where this teaser image comes in. A few weeks ago, this image was up on Scott Games. A mask with glowing eyes and a tangle of wires, almost like tentacles, accompanied by this text. Quote, "There's a little bit of me in every body."
That's what he said. That's what he said. That's what he said.
End quote. Notice the grammar here. It's not everybody, but everybody. This is our 5th animatronic, our out-of-service animatronic. I mean, look at it. This guy ain't being booked at any children's parties. But that's not all we can conclude about him. The text indicates that a piece of him, his soul, his mechanisms, whatever, is in every other animatronic body. This could have 2 possible explanations. Either he's possessed the other animatronics and is controlling them, which would explain the "don't hold it against us" line from the teaser trailer we hear over and over again.
Ew, I hate that.
Or more likely, he's the reason the other animatronics have life in the first place. This pile of wires is kind of like the puppet from the original series, giving gifts, giving life. Or maybe this is the puppet, a new and rebooted version of the puppet. Now, stay with me.
But this is a sister location, so this is a whole other story, no?
Here. One thing that we've largely forgotten about since his first appearance back in FNAF 2 is how the puppet character just didn't fit in with the FNAF world. Sure, as it kept making appearances in game after game.
My man, my dude, you literally, put the puppet character in Wait. Hold on. In Dream Theory, what is the puppet again, you guys? You guys remember? What is supposed to represent the puppet again? Do you guys remember? The puppet is the puppet. Oh, the puppet doesn't fit in with Dream Theory? Because I don't remember it showing up anywhere, technically. Right? Because the only other puppet I'm thinking about is like a finger puppet that like the girl had with Golden Bonnie, right? And like it like springs traps or whatever. So in the Dream Theory, is the puppet supposed to be represented by something? Or does it not fit?
Just kinda accepted its role, but seriously, think about it. FNAF 1 through 4 were all about animatronics with big, bulky bodies and an animal theme. But then insert the puppets,
alrighty.
thin and with a human face, complete with red cheeks, crying eyes, and red lips. Features that we haven't seen on anything else until
In that
now.
case, then, it
Fast forward
kind
to
of
Sister
makes
Location and
sense
we
or
see
something.
humanoid faces everywhere. Ballora and Baby, rosy cheeks, lipstick. And now look at Day of the Tentacle over here. Notice that the ears can
Day of
detach,
the Tentacle,
separate
that's
itself
funny.
from the main mask part of the face. It's the exact same silhouette that our puppet's face has had since the second game. Additionally, if you look at the trailer for Sister Location very closely, you discover what may be a very cool Easter egg. In the reflection of Funtime Foxy's cheek, we see something. For all the other animatronics, it's a part of their body. For Ballora the ballerina, we see the reverse of her arm and earrings. For Baby, it's her finger and bow. But Foxy here is reflecting something that has a bright red dot besides two colored streaks, aka a bright red cheek and two streaming tear tracks.
Oh my
It's like that time we
God,
covered
I
reflection
honestly-
mapping to find Super Smash Brothers.
I'm sorry. That for me was just the fact that I like can't understand reflection and small stuff like that. I'm not saying anything against that actual theory. I'm just saying like, oh man, how would, you know what I mean? I like wouldn't even be able to pick some shit like that up.
Hidden location. Could that be the puppet's face reflection mapped onto the model of Foxy's skull? Regardless though, if you ask me, we haven't seen the last of the puppet in whatever form he comes in. And based on the designs of these characters,
I didn't have
Sister
anything against
Location
it. I
might
just
finally be
couldn't
giving us
imagine
the origin
the
story
reflection
we've
thing.
long been waiting for. Now, hopping back to the source code, the next section shows us that there seems to be 3 file directories for various clients.
I do think the theory behind Puppet being like more closely like Sister Location is, I do feel that though. I do feel like, yeah, you're right. I can see why Puppet definitely doesn't fit in with the rest of them. But now I'm questioning, right? When we created the Dream Theory, when Scott, let's say if the Dream Theory was most likely correct or accurate and Scott just didn't want to go through with it, where is the Sister Location from?
The first is for a place called Chica's Party World, the second for private birthday parties, and the third for CRMN Institute. I can only assume Carmen Institute or Criminal Institute. This starts to tell us a lot about the setting and universe of Sister Location. First, many people have speculated that the industrial feeling setting shown during the trailer for the game is a factory for the robots. I think we can get a bit more specific. Considering the availability schedule that we just covered and the client folders with various needs for birthday party supplies, it feels like this new setting will be a storage facility and distribution center for the animatronics, responsible for shipping them out to various gigs across the Fazbear locations. The reference to Chica's Party World builds out the lore of the universe, showing another spin-off location to the restaurants, but also strikes me as just that, a reference, a fun Easter egg, referencing the one animatronic who won't be appearing in this new game. So far, we've seen reference. Party World builds out the various gigs across the beads for birthday party of the game.
Where is this part again?
Party long been waiting for. Now, hopping back to the source code, the next section plays for game is a factory for the robots. I think we can get a bit more specific. Considering the availability schedule that we just covered and the client folders with various needs for birthday parties.
Real quick, the source code actually looks pretty, like, I know I hate source code being rule number 1 of theories, but yeah, this one pretty much seems like it gave a bit.
party supplies. It feels like this new setting will be a storage facility and distribution center for the animatronics, responsible for shipping them out to various gigs across the Fazbear locations. The reference to Chica's Party World builds out the lore of the universe, showing another spin-off location to the restaurants, but also strikes me as just that, a reference, a fun Easter egg, referencing the one animatronic who won't be appearing in this new game. So far, we've seen versions of Freddy, Foxy, and a Bonnie hand puppet, but Chica has been noticeably absent. And honestly, I think it's gonna remain that way. For some reason, it just feels like she doesn't fit in this new world. And so the mention of Chica's Party World.
Scott says there were no Easter eggs in the Halloween DLC. This is for FNAF 5.
World is a fun wink and a nod to a character that will be sorely missed. But to me, of all this section, the most crucial client is the last one, the CRMN Institute. Notice when you look at it that it has a subfolder called Project. This, to me, is incredibly important since every teaser image Scott has posted on the site related to Sister Location has been labeled project.jpg. Seems like a generic naming.
Where did they figure out that the picture says project.jpg? Can't you just not have enough projects? Oh, the source code. I see. That said, these promotional images from a marketing perspective, fire. They look good. Gives me real big, nasty Terminator vibes. I like
Sister Location has been labeled project.jpg. Seems like a generic naming convention, right? Wrong. I went to an Internet Archive database and dug through the source code of all the past teaser images from all of Scott's past games, only to find that his labeling system has been very consistent.
Holy shit,
his
dude,
FNAF
what?
World images were all labeled FNAFworld.jpg. Images about the book were labeled FNAF the Novel.jpg. Even FNAF 4 teasers shared the titling of simply 4.jpg. The fact that Sister Location's images are all labeled Project and that there's a client directory hinting at some mysterious institute and a secret project going on there says to me that if we're not headed to a distribution center, then we're going to a place where these guys are getting experimented on, which ties in with the trailer quote of these guys are being experimented on, a project at some mysterious institute, and you can bet that they're not happy about it.
Hold on, I want to watch. I'm sorry, but it looks so cool. Sister Location trailer. Like the first trailer. They just look so cool. Hold on. Oh my god. It's like old. Wait, no, put it on YouTube. It says Sister Location trailer 1 too. Below ground. She's so pretty. Damn. Honestly, damn. That's crazy. That's crazy as hell. Ooh, yeah.
Perhaps the most crucial detail hidden in the source code is the last line. A line that blows the door wide open on the story for this new game. Service log, maintenance, CO, or care of, AFTN Robotics. Afton Robotics. What the heck is that? It's a good question.
There it is. There's the fucking family name. There it is. There it is. There it is. Woo! There it is.
If you're like 99% of the fan base and only know the games, this might not ring a bell. But if you happen to buy and then make it through all 500 pages of the Five Nights at Freddy's Silver Eyes novel, then that name sets off all sorts of alarms. You see, in the book, the Fredbear and Fazbear restaurants were founded by two men. The first is named Henry.
Oh my god! So what you're saying is the novel really gave way to everything else? Or like in terms of like long time story like this is what you're saying? So the novels are crazy part of this. And if I read the novel ASMR on stream, I would basically get all the a good chunk of FNAF lore.
He's the father of the main character and the creative half of the company, the one responsible for designing and building the robots that we all know and love. The other co-owner was, ready for this? William Afton.
Fuck
He
you!
was in charge of the business side of the restaurants. Paperwork, taxes, things like that. So to see Afton Robotics in the source code teasing Sister Location is huge, because it means that the stories of Sister Location and Silver Eyes are linked. But get ready for this. Here's the bigger twist. By the end of the book, it's revealed that William Afton is what we fans of the game would know as the Purple Guy. Yeah, in the book, Purple Guy is revealed. Afton is the one who kidnaps and kills children while wearing Fredbear-themed suits.
God.
His first victim is Henry's son Sammy, followed by 4 other kids, whose souls eventually possess the infamous suits. So, through these source code teasers...
I love this. Not even in the fucking game. It's through the books do you find out, like, some of the biggest shit. They literally said, read. Read, motherfucker.
Not only has Scott confirmed that this new game will be tied to the lore of the book, but will be dealing with a robotics company founded by and named after the child-killing Purple Guy. Now that's already a huge mind blow.
Which one of you guys actually read the book? Has any of you guys read the book? You've read the book, Light? That's crazy. That's crazy as hell. So inside the book, it says William Afton. Like, I own it, but haven't read it. Light is so far the only one that read Silver Eyes. So inside the book, it said it told the story of William Afton kidnapping Henry's kid and 4 other, random kids, I assume, or kids having a birthday party, and killed them. I read 8 of the books, says Bacardi. How many books are there?
And I'm about to go further, but before I do, let's address the elephant in the room.
So what is, now, like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, maybe the story itself isn't in the game, really. Really. It's just, you just sit down and read the fucking books. Pizza Sim kind of undoes Silver Eyes. Well, I don't care very much about Pizza Sim, except for the fact that it's my favorite one, and I can just make a little pizza simulator if I don't do anything fucking suspicious. I think somebody earlier was like, how'd you play Pizza Simulator and not amazingly not get anyone? And I was like, my dude, the hell, that was weird. I was like, my dude, if you don't bring in any of the animatronics, they're chill. If you don't do anything suspicious, it's chill. Woo!
The canonicity of the book. The internet, by and large, dismissed Silver Eyes under the assumption that Scott said it's not canon to the first 4 games, but that's not entirely true. If you read his entire statement,
if you get
I understand
enough
that it's hard for you, internet, since it's 3 whole paragraphs that aren't...
This is what you do, right? And this is how it is watching slasher films, true crime, and, watching a lot of fucking Halloween mazes and shit. I'm a very interesting person in the way, I feel like I'm interesting. I'm obviously not the most interesting person, but I feel like I'm interesting in the way that I really enjoy certain games and shit like this. I like horror ARGs. I love listening to people talk about them. I love the story. I love the puzzles. I love this. I do. I hate the idea of horror as a genre being full jump scares, being only jump scares. And that's why I don't watch horror films, because nowadays they are really only just jump scares and scary looking shit. I'm not down for saying shit like that. You know what I mean? But am I now more getting into slasher films? Yes. I watch a lot of Halloween maze walkthroughs, right? Because I really enjoy the set and I really think horror as a genre itself is interesting. That said, going through all the horror things and the crime, true crime shows and everything you possibly need, I automatically am the bitch that says, oh, is this risky? Sounds like nah, fam. Sounds like fuck no. Did you just tell me this brand new house I bought has a ghost in it? Yeah, fuck that. That shit is not my house anymore. Goodbye. I'm gonna go back to my mom's. Okay? That's it. That's done. I do not do suspicious things. It's just there. You just got here. Yo, what's up, Doki? That's what I'm saying, right? It's like, unfortunately, it's true. I understand that, like, if you get enough risk because you're willing to make money, then yeah, that's obvious. That'll trigger it. I understand that. But what I'm trying to share a little bit more about myself is that's never gonna fucking happen. Because I don't think I'm very much a risky person.
Summarized with a TLDR line, he actually says, quote, sometimes the lore of something can become so crowded that you can't tell an original story anymore. The first 4 games and the books should be considered to be separate continuities, even if they do share many familiar.
Sometimes the lore of something can become so crowded that you can't tell an original story. The games and the books should be considered separate, even if they share many familiar elements. Well, that's kind of a lie, but sure.
Elements. The book is canon just as the games are. That doesn't mean that they're intended to fit together like 2 puzzle pieces. The book is a reimagining of the Five Nights at Freddy story.
Okay.
And this makes sense, right? The first 4 games were crushed under their own convoluted lore and fan base dedicated to making every new toe added to Foxy mean something.
That's you! You did that, Matt! You did that!
Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing to have people enthusiastic about your story, but it does become limiting when you make continuity errors or want to do something new with these characters. And with the Five Nights at Freddy's movie coming ever closer, it becomes even more important.
Film out by June 2018. Amazing. That's genuinely fucking funny.
There needed to be room to insert actual characters into this story. You can't make a movie out of some pre-taped phone tutorials and silent.
Out of all of these things, like, Balloon Boy still isn't a thing here. Like, out of all these game theories we've watched so far, which is only like 9, Balloon Boy's just not there.
Furry monsters. Thus, enter Silver Eyes, which builds out new characters, new faces, and new stories that can be told in the setting of these games. So yeah, the separate canonicity of the book makes sense, but as Scott said, it's a reimagining, and obviously there's gonna be a lot of crossover, and based on that Afton clue we just saw, Sister Location is gonna be bridging the line more and more. So does any of this matter? Yeah, actually a whole lot, because if we take the Silver Eyes Sister Location connection to its logical conclusion, huge pieces start to fall in place. Let's start by working backwards. Based on the trailers and teasers, Sister Location's main animatronic is this clown girl, Baby. But the teaser trailer isn't the first time she appears. She's introduced at the end of the FNAF World Update 1.2, something we discovered in our playthrough of the game over on the GT Live channel. Once you collect all the characters and beat Chica's Magic Rainbow, long story not worth explaining, you're immediately taken to a cutscene where a mysterious figure at a desk apologizes to you for creating a robot that cannot be deactivated. The bot's name? Baby. We then see a pair of eyes light up, telling everyone to take their seats before cutting back to the room to see the desk guy lying there dead, presumably killed by Baby. Now, many people assume that desk guy was Scott Cawthon since he's the creator of the animatronics and the minigames that you play in FNAF World. However, it'd be weird for Scott to kill himself. Plus, the dialogue.
Would it be weird for Scott to kill himself? I mean, like, in-game, in lore? Would it? Out of curiosity? Is that something that Scott wouldn't do?
Dialogue from the FNAF in Space minigame, yes, again, FNAF World is a weird game, seems to imply that Scott is a separate entity from this Desk Guy creator figure. So if Desk Guy isn't Scott Cawthon, then who else could he be? Well, now that we know that baby and sister location
If I know anything about theories ever, nothing is weird. It's just there.
both have ties to Silver Eyes, we can actually identify who this mysterious creator of FNAF World is. He's Henry, co-founder of Fredbear's and Purple Guy's business partner. How do we know? Well, not only is he the creator of the games and animatronics, his death also lines up with the way he dies in the book. Stricken with grief over the death of his son, Henry commits suicide in the living room by letting one of his animatronics kill him. One that remains nameless in the book, but is clearly not any of the core 6 of Freddy, Foxy, Chica, Bonnie, Golden Freddy, and Golden Bonnie. In other words, Henry the creator is killed in his home by a mysterious new animatronic, just like we see happen to Desk Guy in FNAF World. The events just line up. Now that's all the stuff that I feel really confident about, but now let's have some fun and take it even further. Admittedly, I don't
The ball pit is the ball pit from Pizza Sim.
don't think that this is where sister location is headed, but there is enough of an evidence thread to take us to some awesome extremes. So let's have a little bit of fun with this, shall we? First, notice how baby is introduced to us at the end of FNAF World as 2 yellow eyes.
I want you to know, Axel, this editing that just is really talking over a bunch of ADHD different graphics and dragging Matt's head everywhere. Let's start doing that.
In the dark. And what's the first image we see in that game? 2 yellow eyes in the dark, along with the iconic
What do you
ending
mean
line
for real?
from
Yeah, just what? Just do it. Just toss my just tell stories.
FNAF 4, I Will Put You Back Together. It's also the last thing that we see in the true ending to the game. 2 yellow eyes saying, I will put you back together. Now, I know what you're thinking. There's no way that those are baby's eyes. One, why would she say that when she wasn't even in FNAF 4? And 2, we all know that line and those eyes belong to the imaginary friend, psychic friend Fredbear. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Who you gonna call? Psychic friend Fredbear. Well, don't be so sure. Let me remind you of something. In the FNAF 4 cutscenes, each character has a specific color for their dialogue. Number 787878 for the brother, FFFFFF for crying child, 57C.
Wait, what? Oh, for their dialogue.
All of his lines, F for the brother's friend, etc. Psychic friend Fredbear's dialogue for all of his lines is always the FFFF57 shade of yellow. And so yet, for the final lines of You're broken, we're still your friends, I will put you back together, it's a different shade of yellow. FFFFA0. Similar, yes, but definitely different.
Honestly, I would like to call bullshit. I would like to call it, but I have a feeling it's not.
From Fredbear. So very intentionally, Scott made this a different character, but in a strange twist, it's actually a color of dialogue shared with one other character we see in FNAF 4, Pigtail Girl.
Oh, what?
The one who knows that the animatronics come to life and get stuffed with dead bodies. Coincidence? Yeah, or at least we all thought so last year, but look at her design. Dressed in a skirt with reddish pigtails and big green eyes. Just like the design of Baby. You hear that? The collective sound of minds being blown across the internet. But if the
This is where they come in. This is where they fucking come in. Wait, but this girl knows what they do at Freddy's. So how the fuck do they know that?
glowing eyes, shared dialogue color, similar designs, and repeated line of I will put you back together didn't convince you, it doesn't stop there. Remember the biggest lingering question from FNAF 4? The girls' room? No one had an explanation for it. I didn't have an explanation for it. And yet Scott felt it was important enough to the lore of the story to show us. And now we might actually know why. What if the girl is a
Right, but now, like, that's kind of crazy. Also, the idea, yeah, which is the fact that, like, okay, obviously he had this entire, it's not just a, okay, I know that, like, by this, it's already past dream theory, right? Like, once we start getting into the family shit. But then this was in FNAF 4. Wait, which one's FNAF 4 again? FNAF 4 is the one at the house, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah. So by FNAF 4, we already by the game of FNAF 4, it's already past game theory, past dream theory, because it already includes this sister, this girl, all this shit. I feel like.
Part of the crying child's family. First, it would explain why we would see her color of dialogue reappearing in his final moments. As a family member, she would be there in the hospital with the boy as he tries to recover. And if she shares a connection with Baby, it would also tie together the random presence of Mangle in the room. One of the other key animatronics we see in Sister Location trailer is Funtime Foxy, which we can confidently say is an intact model of what will eventually become Mangle. Again, we're looking at the major details. Yes, some things may or may not be there. Notice the lipstick, the red cheeks, and painted fingernails on Funtime Foxy, all of which reappear on Mangle. So in the two games, we would have Baby and Foxy linked. Is it a stretch? Absolutely, but then again, this is Scott we're talking about. To me, though, the coolest part about this connection would be in the name of the game.
I don't even, for some reason, that doesn't even feel as much of a stretch as a lot of the other theories he's already thought about.
This whole time, we've been assuming that Sister Location was referencing some other spin-off chain of restaurants, or, like I said earlier, a storage and distribution center for the robots. But if the pigtail girl's soul is trapped in Baby, and she was indeed the sibling of Crying Child, the phrase Sister Location takes on a whole new meaning. This is her game, a game about one sister's soul trapped in the baby animatronic getting revenge for her brother's death. Just don't hold it against her. You don't know what she's been through. Or maybe now you do. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. The ball's in your court, Scott.
Noel, thank you so much. Thank you for continuing your first class. I very much appreciate it. It's so awesome. Thank you so much. Would you like to add 5 minutes or subtract 5 minutes to the timer? Sorry, I should have made that clear. What's going on? Why are you making little sad faces? Galileo, what's going on? Alrighty.
When it gets dark,
this is the 10th video. There's 57 fucking videos, which isn't technically all that bad, maybe, in consideration to the fact that I don't know how long we're gonna be here. Well, we're not gonna do it all today, obviously. I think it's more than 24 hours, but yeah. So, can't decide. The timer looks hella long. You know what? You want me to decide for you? You want to let me decide for you? You watched the Christian documentary series? You can handle. Thank you for letting me decide for you. Yay! You watched the Christian doc? You can handle that? Yeah, I can handle this, but it's just like, damn. I feel like by the end of this, the first one means absolutely nothing.
Will awaken. The children's spirits will rise. They will kill you. I'll just walk out in the morning, stepping over your corpses one by one. You are intruders. None of you will survive the night. And what makes you think they won't kill you? Because I am one of them.
That was awful. That was terrible. One of your worst intros so far.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Game Theory. Still available to consult on the FNAF movie's storyline. Seriously, Scott, I'll be waiting by the phone because I can practically guarantee I put more collective hours of thought into counting animatronic toes.
Doki, you have to remember this. Axel is here to do this. Axel's lifeblood is FNAF. Axel was the one who brought up FNAF a million times now. Every single time FNAF has shown up in my stream, except for one, it's through Axel. I promise Axel wants it from you, okay? Just a reminder. And also, Soul, it definitely counts, right? Just like every minute counts, just like every dollar counts, every minute does too.
tracking
no,
eye
I'm
colors,
not gonna play
listing
the
out the
fucking
differences
games,
between
hello?
pizzerias, diners, and rental services, parsing out your phone guy calls, and counting and recounting again the number of dead child carcasses left in your story's wake than literally anyone else out there. I mean, I've even gone so far as to do the unthinkable for these sister location
play
videos.
them, hello?
That's right, I reread The Silver Eyes. In an ironic twist, it took longer than the actual game. Now, here I am piecing together this script after, I kid you not, a weekend spent doing nothing but thinking about these games, writing and rewriting timeline after timeline to account for all the nonsense.
Honestly, I feel like Stephanie has to be just as much of a crazed person about this, right? Like, Stephanie has to love it, because I couldn't imagine, like, being part of, I don't know, never mind, I lied. Never mind. I've definitely met too many people that, you know, make something their entire personality for a full year, for God's sake, so.
Sensical Easter egg shoved into this 4-hour experience. And you know the conclusion that I've reached? That your version of events isn't satisfying. That any theory I come up with that attempts to bend over backwards and cobble together every line of dialogue, design detail, and character motivation will be overcomplicated at best and inherently flawed at worst.
I told you, I already played FNAF 1, and we couldn't get through it simply because I'm not fast enough to catch Foxy. Unfortunate. Okay? But everything else, no! God, why is people begging? How much money? How much money? Is that what you're asking me? How much money? Everybody has a price. If we minus time? But yeah, Foxy's too fast. I can never get through the actual games because Foxy is too fast. Lily, don't say that. I mean, I'm just saying. But how much money? I'll think about it. $1,000 fucking dollars.
That's not me admitting defeat. It's a fundamental
and you have
problem
to
with the series right now. This one just tried too hard to do too many things. You've got elements of the past 4 games mixed in with FNAF World, mixed in with the book, all of which at this point have questionable canonicities, conflicting storylines, and competing dates. Couple that with characters that mimic other characters, characters that lie to you, and characters that may not even exist across the different story threads of the franchise, and it's unclear if this is a continuation of the books, if it's a continuation of the games, or just an outright reboot of some kind. The best analogy I can think of is that it's like the giant human glob you turn into at the end of Inside. A mass of limbs all struggling to work together to move in one direction, but all just flailing out randomly. And honestly, it could have been easy. With Scott saying that the original story was completed with FNAF 4, we could have just said that Sister Location was aligned with the book and FNAF World to start paving the way for the movie. But then you couldn't help yourself, Scott. You just had to throw in those FNAF 4 Easter eggs.
Wait, real quick, you guys. Let's watch the movie teaser trailer because I really like it and I'm very excited about it, okay? And I think, you know, in the spirit, we've been able to finally get an official teaser. Thank fucking God. They look so good! It looks so good! No, don't watch that. Don't watch that. Wait, there's actually... No, the movie is coming out October 27th, okay? And that trailer was from Universal fucking Pictures, all right? It's so good. It's genuinely so... I'm so excited. Those are, like, actual top star actresses. Josh Hutcherson being the... I'm sorry, but Josh Hutcherson was a whole fucking child actor. And if you guys didn't know, Matthew Lillard was one of the original ghost faces from Scream 1. So I'm really excited.
And those put everything into chaos.
You can do a live reaction, watch with the community.
Based on what I'm reading online, a lot of FNAF theorists sense that the lore contained in Sister Location is a game changer, but then they don't exactly know why or what to do with it. Struggling under the weight of explaining away innards and babies,
but
Mikes
I think
and Williams.
Specifically, I say that one because then it has to do with horror shit, right? So.
Casual bongos and exotic.
Oh, no video? Oh, sorry. Here. Let me go back.
Scott, you just had to throw in those FNAF 4 Easter eggs, huh? And those put everything into chaos. And it's not just me feeling it. Based on what I'm reading online, a lot of FNAF theorists sense that the lore contained in Sister Location is a game changer, but then they don't exactly know why or what to do with it. Struggling under the weight of explaining away Ennards and babies, Mikes and Williams, casual bongos and exotic butters. What's an Easter egg, what's a tongue-in-cheek reference, and what is actual canon?
Wait,
so understandably,
hold on.
there's some
So
confusion.
at this point, has FNAF 5 come out?
About what's actually going on in this game, and that is
Hey,
what
I
I'm
said
out
I
to
told you
solve
what
in
my
these
price was,
videos.
so.
Picking Sister Location apart to definitively put together which details matter and why this is such a monumental game for the franchise's lore. So go ahead, keep your plots vague and convoluted, Scotty boy. I'm here to translate your madness to the world.
Okay.
First off, who are we playing as? Historically, the protagonists of Freddy's games have had a varying degree of importance. There are those like Mike and Fritz who, for all we can tell, were just names with the sole purpose of filling out the "to" line on a paycheck. Sure, they may have been retconned into some importance now, but they were never really intended to be that way. Then there was the crying child of FNAF 4, hospitalized and trapped in a waking nightmare. Slightly more important, I would hazard to say. And the game recognizes this as, during your first encounter with the new animatronic baby, she calls out,
"It's a strange thing to want to do, to come here. I'm curious what events would lead a person to want to spend their nights in a place
my God.
willingly. Maybe curiosity, maybe ignorance."
Answering the question of who you play as in Sister Location is more important than any of the rest of the games in the franchise, since it practically dictates every other element of this story.
I feel like it's pretty sick that Baby like is already just interacting with us at the very beginning. I'm not convinced that Baby is, well, I mean, I guess Baby is supposed to be terrifying. Baby's inside the trailer is terrifying, but could you imagine if that was just like a Marvel trailer where they show you things that don't actually mean anything and it just doesn't actually show up, right?
Why you're there, what the endings mean, what this location stands for, how this fits into the overall timeline. It's a big deal. Now, personally, based on the silhouette in the mirror, my first guess is to say that we're playing as Rick Astley. Scott is just committing the most elaborate Rick roll in history.
No, Noel,
just
I
look
haven't played
at
of
that
that.
hair. It's an exact match, and let's face it, Scott has proven that he's not above trolling us. But assuming he has a little bit more respect for the fan base than that, there can only be one possible conclusion here. In Sister Location, we play as William Afton, Purple Guy himself. And no, I'm not just saying that because the eyes in the ending are purple like literally everyone else on the internet's been saying. Sure, it's a nice detail that may hint at Scott's intentions, but it's not
It doesn't
proof.
feel like
For
that at
proof,
all.
We begin by turning to the in-game
To
dialogue.
me, at
On your
least.
quest to unlock the game's fake ending, the animatronics taunt you with these little bits of dialogue, spoken by a young girl in a British-sounding accent.
"I'm still here. Isn't this why you came here? To be with her again?"
So we know that whoever the player is has some sort of connection to this.
Oh my God. That's so story heavy, dude. That's so fucking story heavy. What the dude, I've got goosebumps. That shit's crazy. But I also get really easy goosebumps with you like creepy, you know, baby, kid, child voices. Ooh, wild.
Mysterious
Okay.
young girl. But who is she? Well, throughout the game, between
Who
nights, we hear
is
the
she?
same girl pressing her father to let her play with Baby, saying things like,
"Daddy just once let me go play with her. She's so pretty and shiny. Didn't you make her just for me?"
Oh my
From
God.
that small snippet, we can not only tell that our character is her father, but that he's also in some way the creator, or has some level of control over the animatronics. This in turn narrows the field
Henry?
down by quite
Henry?
a bit to two men, William Afton and Henry, no last name given, the two co-founders of Fazbear Entertainment as introduced in FNAF Silver Eyes. By the way, low blow, Scott, forcing people to read in order to have any sort of clue as to what's going on in the franchise.
Oh, somebody afraid of reading? Oh, it's me. I'm fucking afraid of reading. Oh my God. Sorry, I just glanced at the chat for a second.
Now, because seriously, without reading the book, you would have no clue the importance of William Afton. Oh well, that's what I'm here for. I read it so you don't have to. Kind of like the nostalgia critic. Anyway, based on the girl's accent and William Afton's similar dialect at the beginning of the game,
she can dance. She can sing. She's equipped with a built-in helium tank for inflating balloons right at her fingertips.
it would
That sounds sus. What else can you do with helium tanks, huh? I feel like that sounds way more sus.
Seem as though we have ourselves a match.
You are the father.
They really did that. Okay, this is obviously a match because the both of them are British. Bless.
Let's not be too hasty there, Maury. We can be even more sure. In the game's real ending, you get yourself tricked, becoming animatronic fodder as the machines scoop out your internal organs and—
So, how do you get... You gotta mess with the game a lot to get all these different endings, right? Kind of like Stanley Parable.
replace them with endoskeleton cords.
Oh, well,
now, this
ew,
really bothered me since it's like the antithesis of what we expect from our stories when we beat the game. Here I am wanting to finish my night and return home to my basket of exotic butter, but no, that's reserved for the fake ending. Becoming a flesh suit is somehow canon to the series. I wanted to write it off as jumping the shark, like, hey, we're getting a little bit too absurd right now, but then I realized that this is a franchise built on haunted animatronics chasing you through a pizza restaurant after they've been killed by a serial killer hiding in a mascot suit filled with killer springs. So, crossing the line of absurdity? Yeah, I think we're long past it at this point. Becoming a flesh suit is an oddly specific event to be integral to the lore, and yet, there it is. So we're left with two options. Scott's either completely lost it at this point, or he has some other plans for this character. And indeed, he does. As the novel once again shows us why this odd story turn is so important. In its pages, we're treated to all sorts of lines that make it clear Mr. Afton is the one who gets himself stuffed. Page 407. Quote, Charlie, there's something different about him. It was as if the guard, the man they had met, had been stripped away, and what sat before them was nothing but a blank canvas. End quote. And again, 2 pages later, quote, Dave is the fake name for William Afton in the novel. He's hiding out in another identity. Long story. Anyway, just go with it. Dave's body moved upward, straightening, but the movement was too smooth. He seemed to make no effort, use no muscles, and exert no energy. Dave's eyes opened steadily, glassy, and without emotion, like
basically. So what you're saying is Silver, or what he's kind of like sharing, what it seems is that Silver Eyes straight up is like in conjunction very closely with this one, and like even the end of this is still just something that happens in Silver Eyes.
The robots on the stage outside, end quote. And there you have it. That totally just spelled it out for us, didn't it? Like the robots on the stage outside. In fact, the book makes a huge deal about Afton's eyes over and over again, like when the character John describes seeing Afton kidnap his friends on pages 120 to 122. Quote, the eyes, they were all I could see. They were dead, just dull and flat. Like they still moved and blinked and saw, but whatever was behind them had died a long time ago. End quote. Died a long time ago, you say? Like perhaps in an underground murder bunker, doubling as a robotic distribution center, perhaps. Now, real quick, let's pause here and have some real talk to Eddard, Baby, and the gang. Guys, we're gonna have a bit of an intervention here. If your goal is to blend in with the outside world and look like us, look like any other human, choosing to go with the purple eyes is not gonna be helping your cause all that much. Artificial intelligence? More like artificial idiots. Do your homework. Humans don't tend to have purple eyes. I mean, seriously, you have a blue-eyed animatronic just waiting to go. Look, there's Foxy. He has brown/orange eyes. Great. Anyway, I digress. Who am I to judge? Maybe we're all just left to assume that
That's yellow. What is brown/orange? Matt, are you colorblind?
Brown/orange eyes. Great. Anyway, I digress. Who am I to judge? Maybe we're all just left to assume that Afton walks around in those cool colored contacts. Anyway, it's not just the eyes that give away Afton as the animatronics meat puppet. His overall physicality has undergone a drastic change over the years as well. On page 418, we hear that Afton started off robust and lively, a hefty man who had the ruddy geniality of a financially shrewd Santa Claus. Financially shrewd Santa Claus, huh? No one said the writing of this book was any good. There's clearly a reason why only 500 people made it all the way through this book. And I say that because on Amazon
My bro! There's authors out here! Damn!
Kindle, they actually show you the most popular highlighted sections, and like, they all drop off by midway through the book, so I can only assume that I'm the only person who made it all the way through. The things I do for you. Anyway, soon after, our financially shrewd Santa Claus is accused of murder. He's released due to no bodies being found, and then he skips town. However, when he comes back, he's a changed person.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Soon after, our financially shrewd Santa Claus is accused of murder. He's released due to no bodies being found, and then he skips town.
Dude, that's so scary. This is a scary-ass fucking story. What the fuck?
However, when he comes back, he's a changed person. Quote, Afton had been fat and affable. The man in the picture was sallow and thin, his skin sagging and his expression unpleasant, as if he had forgotten how to smile.
Okay,
He
but
looked
why
like
is
a
he even
poor
allowed
facsimile
back,
of
bro? That's
himself.
terrifying.
End quote. So when he comes back to town, he's not only lost a ton of weight, but he looks like a poor copy of himself? So that's us reading the subtext of these lines, but you don't even have to read between those lines. Afton tells us directly in the quote I used at the top of this episode. Quote, and what makes you think they won't kill you? John said again. Because I'm one of them, he said. I mean, let's face it is hard to argue with that one. He is outright saying he is an animatronic. Reading the book the first time, you all assume it's like, oh, he has a kindred spirit with these animatronics because he loves them so much and he dresses as one and this and that. But oh no! After playing Sister Location, it takes on a whole new meaning. Now, there are two major complaints against the Afton theory. One, that Baby's first lines are,
I don't recognize you. You are new.
And two, that none of it makes sense if Afton bleeds out in Springtrap in FNAF 3. But there's an easy answer for both of these situations.
These are different. Why can't you just assume, like, literally they said, though, that these are completely different theories, like, two different things, right? Just like the first four are just its own thing, and then, you know, the fourth had a little bit of something that brought up to the five, and then five is completely different in Sister Location.
FNAF World ending, where Desk Guy, who in our last episode we established as Henry No Last Name Given, William Afton's partner in the Freddy Fazbear's franchise, confesses to building Baby. He's the creator, the one Baby would be most familiar with and not necessarily Afton. So Baby not recognizing Afton isn't all that much of a stretch. And regarding Purple Guy's death, we see in the book that William is covered in scars. Scars left over from surviving one major round of Springtrap failures.
They're parallel.
Quote, Dave had been shirtless under the costume and now his bare chest was clearly visible.
Ew.
His skin was horribly scarred, with raised white lines that scored his flesh in a symmetrical pattern, each side of his body mirroring the other. He raised his arms and turned slowly in a circle, giving Carlton ample time to see that the scars were everywhere. Also note that we never actually see Springtrap die in FNAF 3.
That's
just collapse
technically
into his
true.
own pool of blood and shiver there. The light never drains from his eyes. And Silver Eyes shows that it's not only possible, but that William has indeed survived a Springlock failure in the past. So could the FNAF 3 incident be the reason he has all those scars in the book? Absolutely. Also, according to the timelines the events line up. All of the events of Silver Eyes take place in 1995, placing it long after any events that we've seen in the games thus far, with the exception of Fazbear's Fright, which may have been a hallucinogenic dream sequence anyway. So all in all, cool story, bro.
Fazbear's Fright. Which one was Fazbear's Fright? Which was 3, could have been a hallucinogenic. Oh my god, okay, alrighty.
Play as Purple Guy in Sister Location.
Thank you for selecting Casual Bongos.
But why? What does all this mean for the plot of the game? It actually explains a lot, but from here it also tends to get really complicated. Because now we're dipping into the FNAF 4 surveillance footage, FNAF 4 locations being tied to Sister Location, child experimentation, and the identities of Baby and Ennard. So instead of rushing my way through it to get it all done in time, I'm gonna pause right here and hold all those explanations for the next episode. Now that we know who is playing the game, we need to know why and how it affects the rest of the series as we know it. So click that basket of exotic butter to subscribe and be informed of when the next half of this theory comes out. And in the meantime, listen to these casual bongos and do me a favor and vote. Sister Location, yay or nay? Was this the game that you were waiting for, or did it end up under-delivering?
But
click on one to choose and I'll let you know
I think
next
everything
time
about
how
it looks
y'all
pretty
voted. And
interesting,
in the meantime,
pretty nice.
remember, it's all just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching.
Alrighty. We're gonna stop there for now, alright? I'm gonna stop there for now. I'm gonna go off. Sister Location scared the shit. Yeah. No, I mean, hopefully. Yeah. We're gonna stop there for now. I will be back later tonight. I am hunger. Yes, I am hunger. I will be going out and getting a bit of food. But we will continue this FNAF day. Don't worry. I will be turning on VTuber Radio right now, but I will put on Twitter later when we're back for more FNAF, because I know a lot of you guys are into it, okay? Let me put on some music. Thanks. Have a good food. Yeah, you guys have a good food too. Go grab your food and everything, all right? Hold on. Oh shit, this is definitely not the Let me set this up real quick.